Since I was born, but now I
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am. There you are. I'm not quite sure why I am sweating. I should not be sweating. I guess it's the pressure of anticipation of your company. So good to see you. Good to have you here. And here we go again. Good to see you. Good to have you here. And here we go again. So here we go again. Another day, another half cent. Another day, waging and raging all matters Nigeria. So good to be in your company. Good to have you here. And hope you've had a lovely day so far. So the session commences. and we go through it again. So we go through it again. The usual protocol, you know how we always start, so we're not starting any differently in this instance. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. We're trying to hit 100 likes with every session now. So let's start with that as a mission statement, and we continue to increase it. But hit on the like button to set us on our way, and then hit on subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hit on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. So do those. Hit on like, hit on subscribe, hit on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. So do all those. So plenty to go through. Matters changing almost on an hourly basis within Nigeria, and you're having to recalibrate your thoughts. You know, there's no clarity as to where we are or where we're headed, but there's some vagueness of a direction of travel, which everybody is clinging on to. But where is all of this going to land is the question. So where is all of this going to land? Let me bring you this. Federal government files 20 charges against Emefiele in Abuja, seeks to withdraw Lagos case. So, in a different space, I was explaining that the shotgun and 23 cartridges that they filed in Lagos State were just placeholder charges so that they can perfect down now more potent, more important, more serious charges to be leveled against this element called Emefiele. So it looks as though they have now gathered their paperwork and they are presenting it in court. Federal government files 20 charges against Emefiele. People mock me the way I pronounce that guy's name, so I'm only really pronouncing it the way it reads. Federal government files 20 charges against Emefiele in Abuja, seeks to withdraw Lagos case. So what charges those are and why the Lagos charges were withdrawn, all of that in play. So all of that's in play. So now from that, we go on to this. From that, we go on to this. Actually, before we go on to this, let's start it off with here because it makes more sense if we start it off from here. So let's start it off from here. Kenya. So now, when Nigeria removed fuel subsidy, a lot of other African countries also followed suit. And Kenya was one of those African countries. Just as soon as, you know that Nigeria, of course, always takes the lead, everything that happens within the African space. So as soon as Nigeria removed the fuel subsidy, a lot of African countries followed suit, and Kenya being one of them. So now, because, and not only did they remove fuel subsidy in Kenya, by the way, they removed subsidy on food, especially bread. So there's been protesting and rioting for days now in Kenya. So it looks as though a reversal of position. Kenya reinstates fuel subsidy for 30 days to curb soaring prices. So now, you know, government takes hard decisions, but then, of course, if the impact of those hard decisions, if it's too heavy a weight for the people, there is nothing wrong with the government revisiting those decisions or even recalibrating them or entirely withdrawing them. That is not to say that it's a misstep, and there is no soothsaying to project into the future. For all of the calculations, sometimes things have to play out in real time for you to know just the extent of the impact of it. But then when you identify the extent of that impact, then what actions you take next is what defines leadership. So that is what is showing in Kenya. So that Kenya now a precursor to what is imminent in Nigeria, or is it? Tinubu considered temporary subsidy on petrol as landing cost rises. So now, there's a lot more to unpack from that headline, and irrespective of what the body of the headline is, there's a lot more to unpack from that space. But we'll do the readings, and then I'm going to play you a clip, which I'm not sure precedes or succeeds whatever the content of this article is, but it's a convoluted mix. But in that mix, it's some sort of assurance, So we see what assurance comes out of this narrative. So stick with it. Tinubu considering temporary subsidy on petrol as landing cost rises. So we'll play with that, see what that has to offer us. We'll play with that, see what that has to offer us. So this one, a follow through from that space as well. There will be no fuel price hike, Tinubu assures Nigerians. So there will be no there will be no fuel price hike. If you assure a price point, then you have to be able to guarantee that. And if you're guaranteeing a price point, then you are manipulating the market. And the only way to manipulate the market, of course, is to subsidize the differentials. So quite what this assurance is based on, we'll find out. There will be no fuel price hike, Tinubu assures Nigerians. So we see what that assurance is in the course of. So now, pardon me. So now this next headline is the one that has consumed the whole of the social media space like a wildfire. It's consumed the whole of the social media space like a wildfire. This next headline. I'm sure you've all seen it. ARCON dissolves advertising standard panel over all eyes on judiciary billboards. So now, so this is the offending billboard, and this is in a preeminent space in the prominence of Abuja. So in a preeminent space in the prominence of Abuja, all eyes on the election, all eyes on the election tribunal judges, all eyes on the election tribunal judges, diasporas for good governance. So these are the people sponsoring it, of course. So now, when is that step too far? Is the question. So if you are talking about judicial intimidation, there is nothing that defines it more than what we're seeing playing out in this particular space that we're in at the moment. If we're talking about judicial intimidation, there is nothing that defines it more than the space that we're in at the moment. We are seeing photographs of senior judges sitting on that panel being published. That's one. You'll say they are public figures anyway. But we are seeing photographs of the lead judge on that tribunal with his grandchildren being published. So that is that step too far. No, now I'm going to show you something that, if I'm able to disguise the name, then I'll show you something that somebody just sent me. If I'm able to disguise the name of, yes. All right. Let me share this with you. Let me see. Let me share this with you. Hold on. I would like to be able to disguise the name of the sender, and then I'll share it. Yes. Hold on. All right. So yes, I'm able to disguise the name of the. This is what is circulating on our Twitter. Justice Samani's daughter owns a clothing line in Wuse, Abuja. Those are real nice pieces, and I thought to go shopping this morning, but I talked myself out of it. I said, Oluchi, it is too early to go shopping, and Obedient might want to join you too. So why not wait until ... So Justice Samani, of course, as you all know, the lead judge in that tribunal sitting. So when is that step too far? Lines are being crossed. So lines are being crossed. And really something has to be done. Really something must be done. This is not just done, is it? ARCON dissolves advertising standard panel over all eyes on judiciary billboard. So there it is. The Diaspora for Good Governance, that is the people sponsoring the billboard. So Diaspora for Good Governance, the people sponsoring that billboard. So from that to this, so this is the latest development in a storyline that we have been following for the past couple of weeks. Ifa Council suspends Isheshe Festival in Ilorin, says Nigeria. Pardon me. Ifa Council suspends Isheshe Festival in Ilorin, says Nigeria police banned religious events to please Muslims. So yes, of course, the Emir of Ilorin now, as you all know, banned traditional worship in Ilorin to the point because there was a woman that wanted to, a priestess that wanted to celebrate the Yemoja festival. And he said he doesn't want any traditional practice in his domain. But then, of course, it's not his domain, it's Yoruba land, and we're nativists by nature. But it looks as though the will of the Sultan or the Emir, as it prescribes a singular religious doctrinal stance over Ilorin, it looks as though that will has prevailed. Ifa Council suspends Isheshe Festival in Ilorin, says Nigeria police banned religious events to please Muslims. So there it is right there. And slowly and surely we're headed in that direction. So slowly and surely we're headed in that direction. But this now next headline is a direction that we want to head away from. This would not come as a surprise to any of you. But what might surprise you is that they are now starting to confess. Beneficiaries of job racketing tells rep that they receive salary without working. So ghost workers, a phenomenon that is unique and peculiar to our space. And it looks as though now the ghost workers now are singing like canaries. Beneficiaries of job racketing tells rep they receive salary without working. Who would not want a share of that gig? Who doesn't want to not work and get paid? So it's all right for some. So that's what we'll be contending with, and whatever filters through in the news cycle. So there's plenty of space on the studio, by the way. So if you want to participate, you can join, because it's the interaction with the panel that makes the session. Otherwise, then it'll just be a broadcast and then a shutdown. So if you want to participate, then hop on. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. As I said, click on the like button, click on subscribe, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard right here if you want to come and participate. Let me take a micro break to catch my breath and clear my throat, and then we'll come back to the fullness of it. You know where we're going, of course, to the Kegites.
Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Bobby master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Wailati kekere elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. sọ́nà mẹ́yẹ o ó dìde o. Petro Ṣódùkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìde o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
This morning, I had the privilege of sitting down with His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as we discussed the current unfolding situation in the country as it relates to fuel supply and demand. The President wishes first to state that it is incumbent upon all stakeholders in the country to hold their peace. We have heard very recently from the organized labor movement in the country with respect to their most recent threat. We believe that the threat was premature and that there is a need on all sides to ensure that fact-finding and diligence is done on what the current state of the downstream and midstream petroleum industry is, before any threats or conclusions are arrived at or issued. Secondly, Mr. President wishes to assure Nigerians, following the announcement by the NNPC Limited just yesterday, that there will be no increase in the pump price of petroleum motor spirit anywhere in the country. We repeat, the President affirms that there will be no increase in the pump price of petroleum motor spirit. We also wish to affirm that the President is determined to maintain competitive tension within all subsectors of the petroleum industry. He is determined to ensure that our policy drawn up as well as policy implemented follows the cue that there will not be any single one entity dominating the market. The market has been deregulated. It has been liberalized, and we are moving forward in that direction without looking back. The President also wishes to affirm that there are presently inefficiencies within the midstream and downstream petroleum subsectors that, once very swiftly addressed and cleaned up, will ensure that we can maintain prices where they are without having to resort to a reversal of this administration's deregulation policy in the petroleum industry. I wish at this juncture to also provide a set of graphics which the President has authorized me to share with Nigerians that otherwise would be confidential. These are graphics supplied to Mr. President by the NNPCL. In the graphic, what you will find is the present cost of refined petroleum motor spirit at the pump in each of the West African nations that neighbor us. And I'll just name some, for example, even as I know you'll be showing your audiences the graphics which the President has graciously approved for public release today. Senegal at pump price today of 1,273 naira equivalent per liter. Guinea at 1,075 naira per liter. Cote d'Ivoire at 1,048 naira per liter equivalent in their currency. Mali, 1,113 naira per liter. Central African Republic, 1,414 per liter. Nigeria is presently averaging between 568 and 630 naira per liter. We are presently the cheapest, most affordable purchasing state in the West African sub-region by some distance. There's no country that is below 700 naira per liter. So this is the backdrop. We have seen that at the inception of our deregulation policy as of June 1, as Mr. President took office, we have seen PMS consumption in the country drop immediately from 67 million liters per day consumption down to 46 million liters per day consumption. The impact is evident. What it also does mean, though, is that we are not at the end of the tunnel. There is still a bit of darkness to travel through to get toward the light. And we are pleading with Nigerians to please be patient with us. And as we promised from the beginning, we will be open with Nigerians, we will be transparent with them, and we are ready to show you exactly what it is that our nation is facing with respect to the illiquidity in the market in terms of foreign exchange as a result of what is now known to have been a gross mismanagement of the Central Bank of Nigeria over the course of several years preceding this time.
All right. So that was a jury opening up a gross mismanagement of the CBN for several years or up to this time. That was how we tailed off before we lost the audio. So we'll be addressing that, by the way, as a statement. A gross mismanagement. You know, there is fire on the mountain. No, something has to give. But what has to give will hopefully in the course of conversations get to it. There was a gross mismanagement of the Central Bank of Nigeria for many years up till this time. That was how he tailed off. But we get to all of that. Before we get to all of that, let's get to this. And by the way, there's still plenty of space on the studio for whoever wants to come and join. Kenya reinstates a fuel subsidy for 30 days to curb soaring prices. So it's the tale of all of us, by the way, is really what it is. The Kenya government has reintroduced fuel subsidy to curb soaring prices of petrol, kerosene, and diesel in the country. The development comes after months of violent anti-government protest over the burden of high living cost. So, the subsidized life that they live in Nigeria is not unique or peculiar to the Nigerian space, is what we're saying. So the African space, they say you are poverty-stricken, but you are actually very much mollycoddled by the state. So the international space now, the pressure of money is now leading to that mollycoddling now being removed. And it's not just a unique or peculiar thing to the Nigerian space. The Kenyan government has reintroduced fuel subsidy to curb soaring prices of petrol, kerosene, and diesel in the country. The development comes after months of violent anti-government protest over the burden of high living cost. On Monday, the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Kenya's energy regulator, said all marketing companies will be compensated for the petroleum from the Petroleum Development Fund. So all marketing companies will be compensated essentially that subsidy. The regulator said the maximum retail price of a liter of petrol will remain constant at 194.68 shillings, $1.35 dollars for the next month, shielding consumers from an increase of 7.33 shillings 5 cents. EPRA also said small subsidies will be implemented for kerosene and diesel in order to cushion consumers from the spike in pump price. As a consequence of the increased landing cost, the government has opted to stabilize pump price for August and September 2023 pricing cycle. The statement reads in part, all marketing companies will be compensated from the Petroleum Development Fund. In Kenya, retail fuel prices are set in the middle of each month. The development means the price of petrol, diesel, and kerosene will remain unchanged until September the 14th. After taking office in September last year, Kenyan President William Ruto removed fuel and maize. So, like I said, the price of bread has also gone up. So the two mainstays are bread to the Kenyans is almost similar to what bread is to the French. It's never really a parity because bread is life to the French, but it's along that line. Everything wrapped around what that silly thing that the ugali, some rubbish things that they eat, is all wrapped around this maize narrative. After taking office in September last year, Kenyan President William Ruto removed fuel and maize flour subsidies put in place by his predecessor, citing the need to subsidize production rather than consumption. So a lot of it mirrors and mimics the Nigerian narrative, consumption to production. He said his administration would reduce food production cost and increase output by subsidizing inputs such as fertilizers and quality seeds. So it's the same arguments that we're seeing in Nigeria, is it not? A reversed order sort of a thing. So you put those measures in place before you are removing subsidy, then it will be a seamless transition and the populace will not have felt the impact. In addition to being very costly, consumption subsidy intervention are prone to abuse. They distort markets and create uncertainty, including artificial shortage of the very products being subsidized. Ruto said, in Kenya, inflation reduced to 7.3% in July from 7.9% a month earlier, largely due to falling food prices. So, you could substitute Kenya for Nigeria, and the same narrative is exactly the same. It's a race against time between removing the cushioning, mollycoddling that the state puts in place to insulate the populace from the reality of life, and the measures that they are bringing in for a free market enterprise that would not impact so profoundly on the populace. So it's that chasm, that race against time that we're having in Nigeria somewhat repeats in Kenya. So that race against time that we're having in Nigeria somewhat repeats in Kenya. So why not go home and see how it's playing out? Tinubu considers temporary subsidy on petrol as landing cost rises. So it's pretty much the same policy, I suspect. President Bola Tinubu is considering a temporary subsidy on petrol as crude oil prices and foreign exchange rates continue to soar. There is yet no final decision. There is yet no final decision, presidency sources told correspondents, but the proposal is firmly on the table as Nigerians continue to groan under harsh economic realities following the removal of petrol subsidy in May 2023. Already, labor unions have threatened to embark on an indefinite strike if the petrol price further surges. The Kenyan government on Monday reintroduced fuel subsidies to curb soaring prices of petrol, kerosene, and diesel in the country. The move came after months of violent so it gives us that again. According to a presidency source, the realistic amount of petrol consumed in the country is now known following the removal of subsidy in Tinubu's inauguration. Hence, the amount spent on subsidy can now be controlled. On Monday, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC Limited, said there are no plans to hike pump prices despite the rise in crude oil price, landing cost, and fall in the value of the naira. This is understood to be an option for Tinubu to keep the current prices, although private importers have not made a definite pronouncement on any possible adjustment. So, I'm not quite sure that the government can give that guarantee because they've given licenses to private enterprises. Because when a ship birthed, I can't quite remember the name of that ship, when it battered with millions of liters of petrol on Nigerian shores about a few weeks ago, that ended the monopoly of NNPC as the sole importer of petrol into the Nigerian space. So now the government cannot determine how much private business will sell their products for. The only determinant will be to insulate the differential, which is called subsidy. Do you understand? So it's just getting convoluted and complex. Let me take it. Let me actually take it from the top again and try and speak through it. I don't want to hold you hostage to. It's a short readout anyway. President Bola Tinubu is considering a temporary subsidy on petrol as crude oil prices and foreign exchange rates continue to soar. There is yet no final decision, presidency sources told correspondents, but the proposal is firmly on the table as Nigerians continue to groan under harsh economic realities following the removal of petrol subsidy in May 2023. Already, labor unions have threatened to embark on an indefinite strike if the petrol price further surges. The Kenyan government, so let's leave Kenya alone. According to a presidency official, the realistic amount of petrol consumed in the country is now known following the removal of subsidy on Tinubu's inauguration. Hence, the amount spent on subsidy can now be controlled. So that's meaningless, really. On Monday, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC Limited, said there are no plans to hike pump price despite the rise in crude oil price, landing cost, and fall in the value of the naira. This is understood to be an option for Tinubu to keep the current prices, although private importers have not made a definite pronouncement on any possible adjustments. But speculations around another increase in the pump price of petrol, currently under 600 naira, have caused tensions across the country, leading to panic buying in the early hours of Tuesday. In Nigeria, the petrol pump price has been increased twice since the subsidy was scrapped. It moved from 185 naira to over 500 naira in May and later to 617 naira in July. The exchange rate, which reached an all-time high of 950 at the parallel market, has also witnessed significant increase. Since Tinubu announced the removal of petrol subsidy, Nigerians have had no respite from price hikes. Foreign exchange challenges, coupled with the unrestrained slump of the naira, Nigeria's local currency, have led to a sustained upward trend in the prices of goods and services. On Monday, correspondents report that the Central Bank of Nigeria plans to implement new measures to stabilize the naira against the dollar. Weeks after Tinubu was inaugurated as Nigeria's elected president, his administration, already fraught with legitimacy issues, quickly introduced several policies in a bid to revive the economy. But with the current economic realities, it appears these policies are not yet yielding the expected results. So the policy is not yet yielding the expected results, but there is somewhat of a predictability to the impact of the policy. So nobody can claim to be caught off guard. But the impact of it all on Nigerians really is what has to be managed. There will be no fuel price hike, Tinubu assures Nigerians. So let's see. Okay, it's a short read, so let's just go through this. President Bola Tinubu on Tuesday, August the 15th, assured Nigerians that there will be no increase in the pump price of premium motor spirit PMS or petrol anywhere in the country. According to the special advisor to the president on media and publicity, Ajuri Ingalali, the petroleum market has been deregulated and will remain the same way. So there's an inherent contradiction just between those two paragraphs, which we have already said. So Tinubu gives the assurance that there will be no increase in the price of petrol, and they also insist that the market has been deregulated and it will remain deregulated. So you can't, I don't know quite what this means. We'll see in the fullness of time what this does mean, but what this means is subsidy. That's just what it means. There's no other interpretation other than subsidy. He stated that the federal government will address the inefficiencies within the mainstream and downstream petroleum subsectors to maintain prices where they are, without having to resort to a reversal of the administration's policy in the petroleum industry. This comes less than 24 hours after the NNPC Limited said it had no plan to raise the pump price of petrol. In a terse statement on Monday, the company urged Nigerians to disregard speculations of a fresh hike in the price of premium products. The NNPC has repeatedly increased pump price of PMS or petrol since May the 29th declaration by Bola Tinubu that fuel subsidy is gone. So now, the biggest player, of course, within that space, is the biggest player within that space is the NNPC, as you know. So, however they determine the price, it usually the market follows through. But we see how this plays out because really we're looking at the language of subsidy. Let's go on to this. ARCON dissolves advertising standard panel over all eyes on judiciary billboard. So now the obedience at it again. The Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria, ARCON, has announced the dissolution of the secretariat of its vetting panel, the Advertising Standards Panel, and the suspension of the director and deputy director regulations for approving one of the concepts of the controversial All Eyes on the Judiciary advert that failed vetting guidelines. So yes, Dr. Olalekan Fadolapo, the Director General of the Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria, announced the panel's dissolution in a statement released on Tuesday. Dr. Lekan Fadolapo also ordered the removal of all the concepts of the controversial advert being exposed across the country, highlighting that not all of the advertisements were endorsed by the ASP Fadolapo acknowledged an error in judgment concerning approving one of the concepts. This advertisement failed to adhere to the vetting guidelines set by the panel. The ASP's function as a statutory panel under the council's purview, tasked with ensuring that advertisements comply with the law of the Federation and adhere to the Code of Advertising Ethics in the profession. So they go on to give us a lengthy, but the essence of it, and by the way, this is not anything around the language of cracking down on free speech. This advert that you're actually seeing now is tantamount to incitement. So it's an inciting sort of advert, and really not only should I think people should actually be prosecuted for this. If you wanted my personal opinion, I think people should be prosecuted for this because this certainly is not on. Certainly is not on. Let's go on from there. Just a couple more readouts, and then we'll see how it goes. We've only got one panelist, so we might well just wrap it up in a sharpish sort of manner. Ifa Council suspends Isheshe Festival in Ilorin, says Nigeria police banned religious events to please Muslims. So yes, this is a long one, so I might not give you the fullness of it. The International Council of Ifa Religion has decided to suspend its planned Isheshe Festival in Ilorin, the Kwara State capital, north central Nigeria. The council made the announcement on Tuesday via a statement by its president, Oluwo Apokuola, which was obtained by correspondents in Abuja. He noted that suspension was due to the prohibition of the festival by the Nigerian Police Force, Kwara Command. The ICIR alleged that the police, during a meeting with traditional worshippers on Monday, declared that the proposed Isheshe Day, which was earlier slated for August the 20th, should not hold due to security reasons. The statement reads, yesterday, August the 14th, 2023, our representatives attended a meeting with the Kwara State Police Commissioner in Ilorin after having been invited in respect of our letter of notification on the proposed celebration of the Isheshe Day, slated to hold in Ilorin on the 20th of October 2023. The outcome of the meeting was the prohibition of the hosting of the festival, purportedly as a result of what they called rising tension in the state. ICIR is not unaware that police authorities have the power to enforce laws and regulations, maintain public order, and ensure the safety and security of the community. They can also, under certain circumstances, impose restrictions or place a ban on specific events or activities if they deem it necessary for public safety, law enforcement, or other legitimate reasons. Nevertheless, the ban placed on our Isheshe Festival has been viewed from a legal perspective as an abuse of the fundamental rights of all traditionalists in Kwara State. It has also been seen as a testimony to the fact that the police authorities were already prejudiced against our faith. The ban is the first to be imposed on any lawful religious gathering in the entire history of Kwara State, to the advantage of the antagonist of such an event. Although we are not unaware of the clandestine moves, efforts, and preparations by some disgruntled elements within the Islamic faith to unleash unwarranted attacks on some of our members in Kwara State before, during, and after the 20th of August proposed events, we had wanted to go ahead in the hope that the security agencies would do their best to put a check on the unbridled lust of the bellicose Islamists for war, thereby ensuring us to exercise our fundamental rights as an organization. It is therefore shocking to realize that those whose role it is to enforce the law, ensure peace, and maintain orderliness indirectly declared that they have neither the capacity nor the political willpower to do so, and would rather deny us our rights to please those they are expected to caution. So it goes on and on, but you know the theme of it. So there it is. So there it is. So there it is. I've got Ajanle Koko with me, and I've got Darati with me. So we see how that goes. Good to have you both, gentlemen. Who wants to kick it off? Darati, do you want to kick it off?
Yeah. Good evening, one man.
Yeah, good to have you, Darati. What's going on?
Thank God, everything is good. Thank God for everything. I think
I
yes,
can't hear you, man.
take me through the. You want to take me through some of the headlines?
All right. Start it off with Start it off with this Isheshe space, and the police putting a ban on people being able to exercise their right to free worship.
Well, as for me, I think it is wrong. It is completely wrong. Why would they say they should not have their what? They should not have their Isheshe festival? No, I don't understand. The fact is that I'm a Christian, so the thing is these guys have been doing their thing, for a while, or probably they want to. We know that we have more Muslims in Ilorin, no doubt about that, and if we are saying that people should have freedom of speech, freedom of association, as guaranteed by the Constitution of Nigeria and the UN Charter. So I think nobody should hold them without. I mean, nobody should disturb them or disturb whatever they want to do. You cannot say because Nigeria is a secular state. As far as we are concerned, Nigeria is a secular state. Not even if they have come into probably within their own space, or I mean to say they want to do their thing, probably we decided mosque or something. Now I can say you are trespassing, because we know even before all these two religions even came, Christianity and Islam came into Nigeria. We have been having this. In fact, this was something of our forefathers. Fine, we said okay, we have moved a bit away from that. Some people have already dropped it, but that doesn't mean that some people are still not having something to do with it. Even if you are going to convert them, you have to go through. You have to do it probably in a more subtle way. I mean, you are going to talk to them, and probably they have their right. I don't see any reason why the police should connive with the Emirates or whatever. I don't know. It's a very sensitive issue. But I'm just going to say that as for these traditionalists, they are also Nigerians. They are Nigerians, and they have the right, and they participate in everything. So they pay their taxes. So I don't think anybody should hold them to not ransom, saying they should not, because something. As far as I'm concerned, the Constitution of Nigeria supersedes any other religious institution in the country. So it's against their human right to say that. And the police is also conniving with the people within within that Emirates space. I mean, Lauren Emirates to deny these guys. I've watched videos. Why I'm saying this? I've watched videos where they were fighting them, trying to fight them. They were trying to fight them. I think just last week or so, I think they did their Oshun in Osun State. I once worked in Osun, and my own friends. One of my friends is from Osun. And I know where people normally come from all over the world to come and observe this Osun festival and sort of a thing. It brings in a lot of money. The people bring in money, and they come and have a feel of what our culture looks like. Fine, some of us might not identify with it again. That is just it. But that doesn't mean that we should rub it in their face by denying them their right. It's their right. They are right. So, and Nigeria is a secular state. By constitution, we are a secular state. Nigeria is not an Islamic country. Neither is he a Christian country. So everybody has his own right. Let them have their own thing. I think they can challenge that in court.
Oh, all right, all right.
Because the Muslim yeah.
All right, all right. Mute yourself for a moment. I forgot to read out this one, which was actually the main headline of the of the session. So mute yourself for a moment. Federal government files 20 charges against Emefiele in Abuja, seeks to withdraw Lagos case. The federal government Tuesday applied to withdraw the illegal possession of firearms case it filed against the suspended Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) Governor Godwin Emefiele at the Federal High Court sitting in Lagos. Director of Public Prosecution (DPP) at the Federal Ministry of Justice, Mohammed Bakodo Abubakar, told Justice Nicholas Owiebo that the application followed the result of further investigation. He made his application orally, but defense counsel Joseph Dauda, SAN, opposed him, arguing that because the government was in disobedience of the court's order granting Emefiele bail, its application could not be taken. The judge had on July the 25th admitted Emefiele to a 20 million naira bail on a 2-count charge of illegal possession of firearms and ammunition, and ordered his remand at the Ikoyi Correctional Center pending the fulfillment of his bail conditions. But the DSS rearrested the embattled bank chief after fighting off prison officials at the court premises. So it doesn't actually give us the details of the new charges. Speaking with journalists after the day's proceedings, Mr. Abubakar says the fresh charges, with 20 counts, were filed at the Federal Capital Territory High Court. One of the count accuses Emefiele of conferring unlawful advantages. So unlawful advantages would mean, of course, round tripping of money. So yes, what are you making of that? Those fresh charges against Emefiele?
Yeah, thank you, Oman. We already know that this is what this was what Nigerians were expecting initially. All this nonsense of illegal firearms were just a kind of let's hold him down a bit to perfect the work. I think probably when the suspension came, they have not had enough evidence to prosecute him. So, and they cannot just come to the court to come and present an inconsistent evidence. I mean, and it has not been perfected. So they needed something to just hold him down. They cannot also hold him without charging him, because they are also violating his human rights one way or the other. So they felt they have to just push him to the court using under one context of prohibition of illegal firearms, possession of illegal firearms. And when they saw that one would not actually hold waters, it's still a billable offense. So you have to just kind of speed. And I think that was the reason why probably Tinubu asked them to start the probe to understand what has gone all wrong within the CBN over the years, because that's the only way by which they can actually. That was the basis of his arrest. Some of the basis of his arrest. So, and anything they're going to provide also must also go in that direction. At least go in that direction. So I think probably they have already fine-tuned their stuff now. I mean, the evidences that are within the public domain right now about some of the atrocities that happened under him. So I think that was the reason why they had to arrest him that time, to buy some time in order to perfect their work. And because I heard on channels just today that they are going to be doing that again. I mean, they are going to tender that evidence in court, and they are charging him based on that and withdrawing the former case. Of course, they already lost that case actually. So probably they don't want to just flog a dead horse.
What do you mean they have already lost that case? That case has not been heard. What do you mean they've lost it?
No, I think the judge already gave him a bail, and they know that it's not.
Yeah,
You know,
a bail is not a verdict now. A bail is
no,
releasing him until pending.
I know. One man, you
Yeah,
and I know that.
you and I don't, know you and I don't know anything. If you are released on
We
bail,
know
you are still in court. The court has
what.
not given a judgment on the matter.
Okay, what I mean is this: the federal government knows that that particular case will not be enough to really nail him. What that was not what they really wanted for him. There are some
Yeah,
other
no,
things.
that was
And
a
we are
place.
letting
Yeah, no, that was a placeholder charge. That was just to hold
that
him. But that's
that
different
was what
from you
they
saying, yeah, that's different from you saying they lost. They've not lost anything. Nothing has been heard.
said. Well, the fact is that we already. I don't need to argue about that. We already, all of us, we were here yesterday. It was day before yesterday when everybody was talking about, oh, okay, suspend the rule of law, suspend this, use martial law, executive order. You know how it goes in Nigeria, except we want to deceive ourselves. So, but probably they can see one or two things to pin him down and get back some money from him. Now this is where the money is. Go for the money. This is where not the gun. You actually don't have any interest in the gun. Get the money. That's the major thing. And that's
beyond getting the money, do you think Nigerians want to actually see Emefiele serve some jail term because of the way he mismanaged that country's economy for over 1 decade? Do you think they want to see him serve some jail term? Yeah.
there will be some hallelujah on the street. I'm telling you, a lot of kumbayas and people will do. They have to they do take the have to have some thanksgiving in church. I'm telling you, because during that time, I know very well of some people that said if they see Emefiele walking, side by side with Shekara or any of these Boko Haram strong man, that they will prefer to kill Emefiele. Allow that the Boko Haram guy to just enjoy his life and enjoy, as in people are ready to tear him down. I can tell you that. So he ruined a lot of people because of what he did that time, and of course we can say, oh, the president also has an hand in it because he cannot do those things alone. But there's some other things that he did that people felt, no, he did not deserve the mercy. Of course, people will actually shout, we bring in ethnicity and some other things into it. But I can tell you that they would like to have him serve some jail sentence. I mean, to cool off in jail for some time. They would like to have him enjoy. Emefiele, all this movie that happened that time. A lot of videos sprang up and down, being pushed on the social media. People really died that time. People died. People lost their businesses, and they have not recovered from it before this subsidy came on board. And that was one of the reasons why the subsidy really is people, where it matters, we really hit them a lot. I mean, they were calling for what, for fresh air under that armor that was, kind of thrown at them. So that's it. People they will like it. They will like it. I can tell you.
All right. Let me take you to this space then. Tinubu considering temporary subsidy on petrol as landing cost rises. So is the narrative of the pain that the people are facing versus the economic necessities that Tinubu has identified. So it looks as though he's caving in and there might well be somewhat of a reversal. What is going on in Nigeria actually mirrors very much going on in Kenya as well. So what are you then making then of this change of heart that is imminent from your man, from Budilon, now resident in Aso Rock?
Well, I saw those things, probably coming on board, because this, I think yesterday, I got to know that Kenya also reversed its petroleum subsidy. And Angola did it almost the same time with us as well. And some other countries also, have done that even earlier before that time. Gambia did it actually before us. before we even tried it at the beginning of the year. That was when they cut off their own fact. So what am I trying to say? There's no way it will not have to what come on. No, normally it shouldn't have, because that's one of the problems that Nigerians normally have is this policy somersault. You know, when I know that characterized Buhari's government a lot, where there will be pronouncements made and there will be a kind of almost complete reversal of that particular policy. But if you have to look at it naturally, you should have allowed that the regulation to stand. Although he's saying it, because I watched Ijuri in Galilee just this evening, about an hour or 2 hours ago, before you came on board. I watched his media chat with the press, on Viable TV, where he was saying that they are still holding on to that the regulation policy that which means that the government is still not going to be in the business of regulating the prices and stuff like that, and there will be no increase in prices. But we know they have said it that there's a change in the landing cost, which means if you do not do something, the price will definitely skyrocket. And if the price goes up again, I can tell you, I think you were saying 62% of the people are still believing that something good can still come out of the country and of course out of his government. It might as well lose some about 12%, probably, or even below, or more than that. That will bring it to more less than 50%. So I think he really needs to do something. I think this thing also happened under Buhari too, and Buhari had to coin a particular word called under recovery, in order to placate Nigerians and for us even to kind of dodge the bullet from Nigerians. But Nigerians still got him actually. But in this case, the only thing I can see from this is this: should Tinubu put up a deaf ear to the cries of Nigerians? I think it's a no for me. Now, at the state level, the state governors are rolling out palliatives. But what I've seen is this: those palliatives are not getting to the place where it's supposed to get to. And they were the ones that were saying that, come, we want to be in charge of this thing. He gave them 950 billion naira. They have not ever collected that kind of money in their entire life. The highest they have ever collected is 450. I mean, state and local government. Now they are collecting 950. That's times 2 and some a small on it, not small percentage on it. So they are supposed to do more than that. But we are still expecting that of the federal government also, the palliative of the federal government and some of his policy that he has rolled out. Fine, the ministerial list has been appointed. Let him link them up with their portfolios that they're going to be manning, and let them start
No. Don't go that far. We were talking about the subsidy, so I'm not quite sure what you are talking about. The portfolios. Yeah.
What I'm saying is that if he had been able to do that, then he might not really have to look at how to balance these things up. But he has not been able to put those things in place. Now he must find a way to block that increase. If that increase goes up again, because based on the two factors, when you were having your readout, you said 2 factors: the devaluation of the naira again to about 900 and something, as well as the landing cost increase in the landing cost. So definitely there is a temporary subsidy that will be coming in. But the only good thing that I saw in this is at least we're able to know that the number of petroleum products being consumed in the country is fake. The figure that was given to us earlier, around 67 million, is fake. That is the smuggle over 20-something million.
No. So sorry. Stay. I want you to stay in this conversation. It says there will be no price hike. There will be no fuel price hike. Tinubu assures Nigerians. So if he gives that assurance, so there will be no price hike. By the way, is of course completely different from there will be no price reduction. And when we were listening to Ajuri earlier on, he was telling us comparisons that even our nearest neighbors, and you cannot say the economy is here or there, between all these countries listed by Ajuri, that they are paying twice as much as we are for petrol. But he's telling us there will be no price hike. But then he's also telling us that the deregulated market has come to stay, which is to say that our private entrepreneurs are also importing. So how is he
Yeah,
able to guarantee, hold on, how is he able to guarantee that there will be no price hike when it's an open market space?
well, the fact is just that there will be a form of what? A form of temporary subsidy, just like you have said. That so a friend of mine on Facebook posted something like that, and I told him that I said it that come, this will likely that will be what is going to happen in our own case too. If he did not do that, if he did not do that, a lot of things can go wrong. I'm telling you, people might be pushed to the wall one way or the other. Fine, we might say that it's a policy reversal, or probably he's also trying to save face one way or the other. That, oh, I did not reverse my policy. And of course, their independent marketers are now bringing in the products. I watched one on their channels the other time. They even celebrated it. We saw it on channels when the company brought in the product by themselves. It was not under the purview of the NMPC fully again that, oh, we are the only sole importer of this product. So if he has to what to still keep the goodwill of people, probably will have to what to kind of shift base and make some of these compromise. And I think it's not a bad thing for a leader one way or the other. Sometimes
If it does shift base and introduces a temporary subsidy or a subsidy of sorts, because if it's guaranteeing a price, then he has to substitute the differential. So how would that play out amongst the population? Are they going to say he's indecisive and wishy-washy, or are they going to say he's a listening president who is trying to insulate the people from suffering? How do you think it will play out in the public space if it introduces some temporary subsidy?
okay, thank you, woman. As for me, I will place it this way. As for me, I would say is probably a listening president, and he's not only also doing it only for us as Nigerians. He's also doing it for himself politically. He's going to lose some political will. That's just it. If he doesn't do something. As for some other people that will say, oh, he's a wishy-washy, indecisive, person, you cannot rule that out. Many people will still come. In fact, they're already doing it. Don't let us just talk about it. I was on the word on the Bible TV. I saw the word. I saw one other guy, one other blogger too. People are already saying it. So there's no going back on that. People will definitely say it. It's opposition. The opposition will definitely say that. But as for me, and Fatai already, we exhausted this thing yesterday when you came on board. We spoke about this thing before this thing happened yesterday. I mean, this morning. I did today. So if some people say, oh, it's a wishy-washy policy or it's indecisive, so be it. So Nigerians only, and everybody has been saying it, that what Nigerians only understand is having a stable currency or a stable market price for the petroleum product, which is the blood that runs the economy. If people are able to get that, probably they will still hold on and still wait and see. So it now depends on how people see it based on their own opinions. As for me, I see it as something that is at least still still good, at least for the fact that it's able to cushion some of this effect. Because many of these things that happen also. Look at what is happening. I learned not quite long that speculators and some other guys are the ones behind all this the increase in the price at the black market. Even in the banks, they are doing these things. In the bank, they will give you $5, $30, lower denomination. And somebody is sitting among the people as if is a customer, and the person will come to you and say, "You want to change 10,000?"
Let's stay with the subsidy. Let's stay with the subsidy. Was it a mistake for Tinubu to remove it just in one action instead of phasing it out? Because now, if he reintroduces the first subsidy, then as a temporary measure, then that tells you then that it will still have to be totally removed fairly quickly. So that would then be a phased removal for the people to make the lifestyle adjustments to those phases. So him now considering introducing a temporary subsidy, is that an admission that it was a mistake for him to have done it in one fell swoop?
Well, for me, I would think it's actually not a mistake. We have exhausted this thing. We have said it that this thing ought to have gone for some time. But
Yeah,
the
no,
reality
no,
of the
no,
thing,
no. But
the reality of the
if he's reintroducing subsidy, then clearly it is admitting then that he got something wrong.
no. Let's not look at it that way. It was not the CNC before. And of course, we all thought that the Dangote refinery, which should be the cushion, should come on board by July, August, probably July, August. I think that was what we were talking about since that it will come up in July, August. If it comes up, there may be no reason for this. I think everybody should understand that. If that Dangote refinery comes on board, or our own Port Harcourt refinery that we all thought we also come up by that August, September, comes on board, I think there will be no need for all this. Let's be clear about this. Let people just know this. But if these two things are not coming on board, I don't think there is any reason for him to just hold on to his gun and say, "Oh, because I want to feel good. I want people to say, oh, I'm highly decisive, and things will be going wrong." No, the refineries are not working. Our refineries are not working. The one that we want to use to cushion the effect is also not coming up on stream by this August. It's not coming up on stream. So what should a president do? A leader should look after the welfare of his people. Fine, we have been able to save some money. At least everybody is able to see that truly the government is paying something now. I mean, we are paying subsidy actually, but we are able to gain something. At least we saw it in what they shared, and all the governors, everybody acknowledged that, which means at least we're able to get an information from there. We're able to also reduce, get an information that we are subsidizing not only ourselves and other West African countries. Those are the takeaways from that particular action that he took. So if those refineries are not coming on board, I think I'm with him on any way by which he can do palliatives for the people. I mean, kind of insulate people from the hardship that can come from this. Look at it. It's only Lagos and some few states that I've seen that are proactive in dishing out these palliatives. Many of the state governors are not really doing what they are supposed to do. At least I watched that of Oyo State when he was reading out the things that he wants to do. Other states, we are not really earning anything from them. We're not really earning anything from them. So the people are suffering. So he needs to do something if those two factors are not on the table. The refinery, the Port Harcourt, is not on the table. The Dangote refinery that's supposed to be a circuit is also not on the table. Then you have to do something. And let it be clear that even if it's Peter Obi that is there, that one will have even been much more. Probably, I don't know how. Probably this is what he will do.
No, it's not a situation that Peter Obi can handle. It's too complex for somebody like Peter Obi. But,
in one case, probably he will not have removed it. He will have pushed it forward a bit, so about 5-6 months, because he wants to look good. And of course, they will eat him. They will come for him. People will come for him because all of them.
When
people will come for him and say they are going to remove it.
Hold on. I think Rashnaman wants to interject. Rashnaman.
I mean, why do people have to always go the tangent of Obi? Is Obi the president? This hypothetical situation that sometimes we just create, because if Obi were to be, he won't know what to do. Is Obi the one that is there right now? He did not say he was going to remove it himself. So what are you talking about? You see, the problem here is this. What some of us are not really looking at is the problem with Tinubu's presidency. There's a lot involved in it. There's a lot. And one of them is the issue of the legitimacy. It's one of the things that's really, really fighting him. And so when we have...
But that's not in play for the fuel subsidy, though. Okay, that's just an economic space, isn't it?
Of course, it is an economic. But then you need to understand that I don't know if you've listened to, you've seen the recent statistics that was released, that Nigeria, our foreign investment, people coming to invest in Nigeria, they're not coming in. And have you asked us a question?
No. I've read figures to the contrary.
What figures is that? The one they do yesterday, they said 60 something people
No. That there's a steady and an increasing inflow of investors.
Where's your figure coming from?
Well,
Where's your figure coming from?
2.9 billion just last month.
No. You see, this is the kind of propaganda that we hear from this APC.
So what you've just said is not propaganda.
One man.
What you just said is not propaganda.
Hold on. If there are foreign investors coming in, why we have a problem with forex?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Why we are having liquidity issues? Foreign investors are coming to go to specific areas. They are not coming to pump dollars into your CBN.
This is our kind of politics. I mean,
do you understand what foreign investors mean? You mean they come and you do you know what foreign investors mean? Do you think they just come and park money in your CBN?
Oh God. What man? Why do you have to talk like that?
No.
Hold on. I bring in investors from America here. Yes. Some of my friends. Hold on. I say, okay, I want to go and open hotels in Nigeria.
Right.
We move dollars from here, right? With my buy the equipment from here. We're moving them over there, right? Isn't it? We're bringing money, more money, like our money market, our stocks.
Okay. Using your example, face that example through. You see that Nigeria has liberalized its economic space, and you want to put investments there. So, what processes would you go through? What processes would you go through?
What do you mean? What process am I going to go through?
Okay, let me tell you the process then. So if you identify that Nigeria has opened up, has liberalized the space, and you feel that there's profits to be made there, and you say you want to put, let's say, $2 billion in there. So you bracket that $2 billion as an investment to Nigeria. And then you send a team to go and do a feasibility study, want to look at the policies that have been introduced by the new government to see how strong they are, and then to identify the viability of the market space that you want to enter to see if that profit that you have identified is there. And then you come back and then you do the logistics of it, you do the modeling of it, you assemble the team to take it. So it's a long and involved process. If they say if they say they are going to invest $2 billion in Nigeria, it doesn't mean then that they'll send a check to CBN that here is $2 billion. What are you talking about?
All right. You've given a very good
rational mind. Can I say this? That what one man is saying is this: most sometimes when the money that came into Nigeria came into portfolio investment. They came into portfolio investment, another form of investment. Then we have another form of investment which are more of a foreign direct investment. That one will go into the manufacturing phase and different sectors of the economy. So I think that one is what we really need more. Although rational
mind thinks foreign direct investment is they will just send $2 billion to central bank.
I think our gentleman here put it very well, succinctly, more than even the way you put it, one man. He said it correctly. There are different ways, there are different portfolios when you're bringing in money. There are some process, it takes like you said, one man, it takes a lot of time. There are some direct money you bring in, like our stocks. People bring in money to come and invest into our stocks. But people are not coming in. I trade stock a lot in Nigeria. I'm a big stockbroker. I trade stocks even from here, from America here. So what am I trying to tell you is this: that our investment in that sector is down. In manufacturing is down. Oil and gas is down. What are that?
I'm not sure that you can say investors in oil and gas is down. When Darate has just told us now that new actors into the oil importation have just birthed.
Are you talking about the likes of Dangote and the rest of them that are coming in, or other people are coming in?
No, not just Dangote, BUA, and also oil marketers who the space has been liberalized. The monopoly of the NNPC dissolved. All of these things.
Oh man, okay. You see, you just said, is it oil? Is somebody just mentioned our manufacturing? Okay, look at our manufacturers. Why is it that they are having problem? Our manufacturers, They're having problems to get forex to go and buy maybe machine equipment and all of those things they need.
Yeah, because there's a liquidity squeeze.
And so if there are liquidity squeeze, so what is wrong? We're not earning enough foreign exchange. It's not coming in form of
no. It's not that we are not earning enough. It's because the forex space has been liberalized, and therefore everybody enters into the space. It's a rebalancing that is taking place.
You see, I will allow our friend to continue, but you see the point is this. This I will allow him to continue, but the point is this: this whole thing about if Obi were to be there, what would he do? No. Tinubu is the one that is there.
No, Obi will not know what to do anyway. I think because it's not the sharpest tool in the box. It's not the sharpest tool in the box.
Did you listen to what this pastor Bakari said? Impulse.
Yeah.
It just make policy on impulse. He doesn't sit down to talk about policy. You came the first day. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's wrong.
Which policy has he made on impulse?
Hold on. I'm talking. Let me just line. I'm not saying that he should not remove fuel subsidy, but the way and manner in which he announced it that sent panic into the system. And again, you also remove the arbitrage. You say you remove it without putting in place.
Is that on impulse?
Putting in place things that will really check that sector very well, whereby there will be no the abuse that we're seeing right now that you're talking about. I don't say we're not earning enough. Even I don't even believe that we earn enough. Even the little that we earn, look at how they are just hoarding it around themselves. Some people are just buying that dollar.
It's a lot more complex. It's a lot more complex than this.
You will say you want us to believe it's not rocket science. One man. It's not rocket science.
It's not rocket science.
We have criminals in charge of Nigeria. Criminals.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that one. I agree with.
So the point I'm trying to make, my friend, let me quickly just make this point. I know you're itching to come back. My point is this: that let us stop using this hypothetical situation of if Obi were to be there. Let us talk about Tinubu. Tinubu is the one we're talking about right now. If Obi is there,
you know why he said if Obi was there. The country finds itself in a precarious situation, in a sticky mess. So now, the best person to navigate us out of that sticky mess, out of the options that we had available, not the best person in totality, but out of the options that we had available, were either Tinubu or Atiku Abubakar. So those are the only two.
I don't believe any of those
out of the options available. Certainly not Peter Obi, who a lot of people find.
Like I said, everything still goes down.
Somewhat liking in IQ, you know.
Let me let our friend continue. When it's my turn, maybe I will be able to flesh it out.
All right, back to you, Dorothy.
Yes, woman. Why I said what I said was because after that announcement, Obi said he was going to face it out in batches, going to do it in tranches, probably remove 40 first, probably 50. He was not specific actually, but he said he was going to do that in tranches. And what I saw there is this: it will have forced him actually to also go borrowing one way or the other. He will have seen himself not being able to curtail all these loopholes that we have seen, that have gone down right now. He will still have to go and borrow, probably because he will like, oh, this is anti-people or whatever. Some people want to hold on to his jugular and say, no, this is not what you told us, and so on and so forth. So, and at the end of the day, if he pushes it for like 6 months, you can see what happened now. Even Tinubu that removed it, what happened to him? You can see the differentials came up, and he had to fill in. Now, what will have happened is that he said he's going to be paying 50. Okay, let's say 50%. At the point, he might see himself paying about 75%, or even closing on to almost 100, and we'll fall into the same rat race if we are not careful. So, but as it stands now, we can only wait and keep our fingers crossed. And as regards the investment thing, I think the foreign direct investment is actually what Nigeria needs. Foreign direct investment, but the way we normally market, the way the country is being marketed to, is also, it also matters. We need direct foreign direct investment to have a desirable effect on the manufacturing sector and other sectors, vital sectors, agriculture and other sectors of the economy. But although from the portfolio and some other places, of course, the government through its fiscal policy and fiscal monetary policy could find a way to channel some of those goodies, to help out to subsidize production, like we have been saying. How can the government can be intentional about, and I think Tinubu has already fleshed out some of his policy, but that policy is yet to be seen, and that I cannot defend him on that until I see a layout plan, a kind of plan layout for
All right.
delivering.
Let me take you to this next talking point, and then after that, I'll go on to Fatai. I'll give us a brief commentary on this. ARCON dissolves advertising standard panel over all eyes on judiciary billboards. So now, of course, I mean, as much as we try to avoid them, they continue to pop their head through the parapet. The obedient are space again. So here they are in the prominence of the eminence of the boulevard in Abuja. Here they are trying to intimidate the judges. All eyes on election tribunal judges. All eyes on election tribunal judges. Diaspora for good governance. So this is what they are doing. So talk about judicial intimidation. This is the identicart. This is the blueprint of it. Should somebody go to jail for this, Darati?
Well, one problem that we have is this: in this country, we have laws, but our laws are not what our laws are wishy-washy. They are toothless. they cannot really do anything because we have weak institutions. In other countries, you would have been arrested. Somebody must have been arrested by now, for intimidating the world. It's just like it's what they did there. It's almost like you are going into the parliament, like what they did in the parliament in the United States that time. That is, you went to go and attack the seat of power in the parliament. Also like the Nigerian attack they had on the National Assembly. So it's almost like that. You are attacking the judiciary, and it's not only on that platform. We have them all around. Fine, people need to understand some certain things. You cannot be pushing insightful statements and you say the government should not react. Fine. Some people might say, "Oh, it's an attack on free speech." As much as I love free speech, it has to be within the ambit of the law. When you are saying that all eyes are on the judges, and it's not, and look at what happened also to Fashola. Day before yesterday, I think last week, day before yesterday, it was Justice Mary Odili that was being dragged. They dragged that woman like hell. So imagine, and it was one time that they said, "Oh, one man has resigned. He has resigned because the Tinubu and some other people, they are putting pressure on him." Can you imagine? And you go to their spaces, that's what they are pushing, and that is creating a lot of enmity amongst Nigerians. So I think somebody should get the hammer on the head. If we had a very good institution, I think that probably that's what ACON is what is doing right now. And I think somebody said it here that I think it was Matthew that was saying it. That's probably under the new dispensation, more of the parastatals and the agencies working under these ministries and the ministers that will be managing those portfolios will be given more power to be able to do their things. Not even, you can see, it doesn't have to do with the president saying this and that. No, the laws are there. We have more than enough laws. They know what to do. You cannot put that on a billboard. If you are saying it amongst ourselves, or you carry a placard with a permission from the police to protest, good. You can carry that. The same thing, you can carry it, but that one will be for some time. But when you put it on billboards all over the country, and you are attacking that, all eyes are on you. Some of them are even calling. They might be probably. I don't know. Probably they are even calling the judges, on their private number that we are watching you. Imagine that is an attack on their privacy. And we were all here. We were the ones that said when Buhari attacked the judiciary that time, we went to go and molest them, arrest some of them, and stuff like that. We were the one that was saying, imagine that this is undemocratic. So are we not doing the same thing that Buhari is doing? But I know that Nigerians we are hypocritical, and we are not. Sometimes I'm sorry to say this, we might not be responsible sometimes. Yeah, that's just it. That is, when we are supposed to tell out things the way it is, they will find a way to say it in another way. If it was not within the ambit of the law, I would say that yes, yeah, they are crossed their boundary. But I think Akon did the right thing by regulating. That's what their job is. Let them do their job, and anybody that needs to be arrested, let them be arrested.
All
You
right.
shouldn't. That's hate speech, and you can trigger a lot of problems. What if other people also start to do billboard? We now have like 3 billboards
All
attacking
right.
each other. So that's it.
All right. All right, brilliant. Well, brilliant. Thank you for kicking it off. For a moment, then I thought we were going to say goodbyes earlier than we normally do. But it looks as though we are now set for a full session, and especially the elegance that is Fatai. So Fatai joins us from Cyprus. So Fatai, here it is, a reversal of position somewhat by Tinubu. But is it a case of a listening president, or is it a case of wishy-washy decision-making? What are you making of this headline, Fatai? Tinubu considering temporary subsidy on petrol as landing cost rises. Fatai, good to see you.
Hello, one man. Baba. Tinubu is not considering any temporary subsidy. That's just the headline. The body said they are putting on his table. So they are playing games to make Tinubu to reverse the policy. That is what they are doing. President Tinubu should not go back on his initial instinct. That is the mandate that the people voted for. He cannot go back on it, right? The people that are playing, right, Omasu won because they overplayed their hand, right? By jacking up prices 300%, 400%. Where is that done? Now they have low sale, right? Low sale. Everybody is working with their legs now. Yeah, the people are suffering, but they also are suffering. Let them go and be drinking their petrol, right? So, and that is what. Before I even go on, one man, I want to address, because I don't know why, one man, you put me in the backstage yesterday. So because I came in to address Baba Alexander Gomez, because
no, you were on now. Were you not on? You were on yesterday. We heard from you.
No, Patoski was, because I didn't understand what Patoski was saying, and then he said he will come back. So, and a few moments after, I saw I was backstage. But
if we were backstage, that means probably I had to shuffle. But apologies, I can't carry on.
Okay, Baba Alexander. Actually, I wasn't particularly referring to you in my. What prompted me to actually say that is because. So one man was passing around a question about if they remove Tinubu from office, right? Will it be an assault? Will Yoruba consider it let me call it an assault on Yoruba, right? So I was hearing, well, if Tinubu, assuming Tinubu attacks in the jail, the North, it will be an attack on the North. If Tinubu didn't give a Rufai ministerial appointment, or the way whatever it happened, it's an attack on the North. But if they remove Tinubu from office, then it's not an attack on the Yoruba people. I couldn't get it. Then the explanation was the people would be relieved that they pay, because he's making wishy-washy decision from cognitive decline. So I wanted to understand what is cognitive decline. I understand, but actually, Alexander, you appear to me as a bro. You are like you can play under 17, So I don't know if I mistake a bro and Baba. Just nothing. So I understand the context of your analysis, the political analysis, So I just had to say that actually, by global standard, the only person that can diagnose somebody for having cognitive decline is that person's personal psychologist. It's just a general comment. It's not even particularly for what you said, is that what then started to build up on me, right? because I don't know what is, and it also made me to start asking the question: what are the wishy-washy decisions? Right, the man hasn't really made that many decisions to be wishy-washy. The only problem that we have on ground now, right, is not even Tinubu's fault. It is National Assembly's fault, because what is on ground is a supplementary budget problem, right? So supplementary budget problem, right? So Tinubu requests what they call palliatives, right? For, I don't know, whatever, was it $500 million or whatever. So the National Assembly, because now it's been explained now, it's a public knowledge now, they now inserted their own 110 million, right? And that is what is blocking the supplementary budget. And now they are, because of this supplementary budget that is on the table, because this supplementary budget is supposed to, because if you see, the budget running now is Buhari's budget. With Buhari's budget, Tinubu cannot do anything, because government runs on budget. The money that executive spends is from National Assembly, pass the budget, and they sign it into law. He can't spend money out of his own pocket to relieve the people. He has to run on Buhari's budget. If there is nothing on the Buhari's budget to relieve the people, what can Tinubu do? Except if he passes a supplementary budget and say, I want to some money to take care of this side or that side, right? So whatever is in Buhari's budget is what can relieve the people. So then people have to come down too much over blaming of Tinubu on what is going on. Also, the subsidy that they are talking about, it's Buhari's budget that says subsidy ends June 30, right? When Tinubu says subsidy is gone, Tinubu is speaking to budgets that will come from him, starting with supplementary budget. So he said it's gone. No, I'm not going to reinstate. I'm not going to reinstate subsidy. That's what he's speaking to. So when people are saying it affects market, excuse me, look, if you tell me it affected investors' market, like the people who invested in investors in petrol businesses, they start to withdraw their shares. The shares crashed. Yeah, that is what a president's speech can speak to, or a CEO speech, or a manager's speech can speak to. If there is a truck coming from Niger Delta to dump a PMS in a depot in Niger Delta to dump a PMS in a petrol station in Lagos, Thailand, because Tinubu says subsidy is gone, does not immediately stop the engine of that truck to go and deliver that this thing. His speech has nothing to do with that market. If its speech affects any market, it will be investors' market, because people will say, this is going to be a policy shift, and from my calculation, that industry is going down. I'm withdrawing my money. And for that to even trickle down to this market of a pump price, it will take process. It will take, you will see the crashing down is gradual. So I don't know where people get this idea that it is. Yeah, you can interject me. I'm just listening. I don't understand where these people get this idea that it is subsidy is gone, the greatest political statement in the last 4 decades. For his timing, for everything, for the time he said it. And they said, you should first have sat down with labor union and stakeholders before he put the subsidy in. The sitting down that they've been doing.
Let Rational Mind come in. I think we get the gist of where you are. Let Rational Mind come in. Yeah.
So, my brother Fatai, you said you didn't see any correlation between Tinubu's speech and and the ripple effect.
Not only I don't see it doesn't exist.
So when you talk about the tankers that will move fuel from whatever depot, and if the investors, like you talked about, like you said, they reacted to the speech. So,
no, I didn't say they react. I say if it affected, that is where you will notice the reaction to his speech.
Okay, but then obviously we saw how
and that stock market went up after his speech. The stock market didn't crash. If the stock market crashed after his speech, and then you look at the sector that crashed, and it is the sector with petrol, you will say his speech affected the market.
Yeah, I know. I know some oil companies that I invested in. I mean, like stocks, they went up. Yeah. So, but I'm not talking about stock. We're talking about the effect, the ripple effect, the reaction, not just from the labor, even the oil marketers. You remember that the Biodun, what's his name, Ogun State governor had to go with some of those oil marketers because himself he lifts oil. He has a company that lifts oil. He's one of those oil marketers too. So he had to take them to Aso Rock because some of them were grumbling. And you're telling me that it did not affect them. Goodness. When we give an analysis, I understand how you're talking, when you're speaking to.
You have not said anything rational mind. You have
What
said
what I'm saying to you is that you said
It's saying
no.
I don't know. Tell
What I'm
me
saying,
how it affected them. Tell
no,
me
it's
how it
affect.
affected them.
Can I
Then
say
we can have
something?
an
Hold on. Let me land my
Oh,
point. Let me quickly land the point. The point I'm trying to make is this: it affected them in the sense that number one.
How?
Okay, hold on. Number one, they've been used to this subsidy, getting money directly from the federal government to pay them.
Which still
Now,
existed at the time it made the speech. It existed. It still existed.
existed,
It
yeah,
still had another
but
1
they
month
knew.
to exist.
Hold on, but they knew that since he has announced it, although they knew that it was going to be removed, but they feel that they could still influence whoever comes
Oh,
in.
they feel. Oh, they feel.
Hold
They
on.
feel.
They feel, yeah.
Okay.
From what I gather,
hold on. Let him make the point. Yeah, make the point.
they feel that they could influence whoever comes in to maybe postpone, to put forward or whatever. I don't know. But then
No. Hold on, rational mind. There's a big leap in what you're saying,
okay.
because the removal of the oil subsidy is actually also embedded in law, signed by Buhari.
I know.
So
I know
there are no reasons to and also the budgeting for the fuel subsidy ended at the end of the month succeeding when Tinubu made his speech.
Oh, yeah,
so nobody had any reason to think that it wasn't ending. So you're taking a leap into the.
Okay, fine. I assume I take that.
It's just it's
I
a bit
know.
wild.
Hold on, one man
It's
now. I
wild. You are
understand.
making
I understand. But what my point is that when he said that it did not affect them, it does affect them because these people are used to collecting money directly from the federal government for whatever they do.
Can you, one rational man, can you
Now,
state how
hold on. Let him land. Let him land, and then we'll go on to another talking point.
So, but then now they know that this thing will be gone, and with Tinubu coming in, and he has said it already, which is, I'm not saying it was wrong because that's what he meant. He has to announce it that it's gone.
They knew it was going to be gone even before Tinubu said so.
They knew.
Yes.
But this is my own opinion. That I feel that they felt that they could still influence whoever comes in to revert back or to at least to postpone it.
It's embedded in law. It's embedded in law. It's embedded in law.
You see, this is Nigeria. Anything goes in Nigeria.
Oh, all right. You are really reaching, man. You are reaching. Yeah.
Well, I know we can say this, but my point is this: that it did affect them because, in any way you look at it, even though they know it was going to go, but that they will have to go and look source for foreign exchange themselves. Like that is what is driving it up right now, because they said the landing cost.
So now it's foreign exchange. It's now foreign exchange. It's now foreign exchange that they are thinking about, not the.
Yeah, that's what they're talking about now. I think the landing cost.
What does it have to do with the subsidy? What does it have to do with subsidies gone?
You see, I understand what you're talking about. That they do not formally they get the money directly from the federal government, but now that they have to go and source the whole money themselves and go and refine this product and bring it back, and they cannot. I mean, change paper. They can before they can bring in maybe one ship. They can say they bring in 3 ships, but now they can really determine how much each person is selling, because federal government is not paying them anymore. They cannot falsify document anymore, because you're selling to the market. The market is the one determining how much you're selling, how much you're selling your product. So my point is this: that it did affect them. Either you. Let me just. I don't want to argue with you, but what I'm just trying to say, it did affect them. It did affect them. That is why they are.
Yeah, but how did they affect them? No, it's not by your declaration that it affects them. How did they affect them? They knew the subsidy. They knew the subsidy was
Can I
going
say
to
something?
Oh, hold on. Let me say this, and then you come in after, and then Fatah can round it up. They knew the subsidy was being removed. They knew it wasn't budgeted for by Buhari at the end of the succeeding months. They knew that the removal was embedded in law. So they knew all of this months and for months and months.
Of course, they did. They did.
Yes.
But they are affected because they are used to a way of doing something before. But now that the whole thing is removed, that's where they are. But I'm not saying they are justified by the way they are grumbling or they are reacting to in the market or they have been acting now. I'm not saying that it's justified, but I'm just saying that they are affected. That's what I'm saying. Let me just let it go. Go on.
All right. Come in, Ekene, and then Fatai round that space up. Ekene.
Okay. One man, thank you. The issue of this subsidy, you know, Tinubu came with 2 pronouncements on the same day. Then I think one is becoming a challenge to him. That's the unification of the naira. So the inflation we're experiencing in Nigeria today is not what we used to see before. It's becoming unbearing.
Sorry, I cannot know vex you. Sorry, I'm not sure he announced the unification on the same day. I think it was after. He just but the unification, the official unification was, I think, after, maybe a week or 2 weeks after, if I remember correctly. So it's not the same
he
day.
did so. He did so. We can go and check it. He did so.
Well, okay,
so, but my point is,
it did not. But it's a minor point. But carry on. Yeah.
Whether he did or he did not. But hence he has come up with that policy. You know, this oil price we are talking about today is going to be determined by the dollar, the exchange, because we don't have any refinery working. These guys are going to import the product. And for you to import it, you need to calculate the landing cost and everything before you put up a price. So what happened now is that the dollar has just gone up. And if they have finished everything, selling at C something is no more favorable to them. And they're businessmen. So they need to work with the exchange rate. So now what is now going to happen? What will happen is that they have to increase the price of the product. But Tinubu, knowing that if they do this, it will really affect him and his government very bad. So he needs to come in. Maybe that's why you are seeing the issue of temporary subsidy and all that. So that, because you see the labor has already come up to say that they're going on strike, all this and all that. And not only them, many sectors are not ready to accept that increase in price anymore. Definitely it might be around 875 or so, according to their calculation. So I think what Tinubu should focus more on fighting the exchange rate.
Okay, do you want to ask me a question?
Yeah.
Okay. Like I said, so it was not a minor point because it did not announce the unification on the same day.
No, I don't want us to get bogged down on that one.
No,
irrespective,
No, it's the same package. The reason I'm saying that is this: you are saying it's the dollar that is making them jack up the price. So the day after subsidy is gone, and the day after they increased it, the dollar was still the same as it was before. That's why it's not a minor point. So it was not the dollar that made them to jack up that price to I think it was 300% increase.
No, it is.
It was not the
it
dollar.
is if you check it. If we check it before there was subsidy. No, let me finish. If we check when there is subsidy,
if you say today,
government is already.
Hold on, Ekene, and because I don't want us to get locked into that sort of. The dollar was 185 roundabout to the naira. The naira was 185 as at June 29 when Tinubu said all subsidy is gone. So now
400.
400.
All right, but it took him an additional 2 weeks thereabouts. Before he said that he was removing the duality, multiplicity in the exchange rates. So what Fatai is saying to you is that the hike in price has nothing to do with the price of the dollar, because that was immediately after Tinubu made his speech, and the dollar was still being managed at the CBN rate. But carry on from there, Fatai, and bring it home, and then we go on to another talking point.
Okay, and thank you. That was a very good summary. So the dollar was still what it was, right? But the jacket anyway. If you say today, as it stands today, and then the going forward, the dollar is affecting them. Okay, I don't know. I have to see data to be able to say anything about that. But if you just make the declaration that it is the dollar that is making them jack it up, yeah, but there was no dollar jack up as at the time that they jack up the price after the speech. So all of the argument don't add up, don't work. The only thing everybody wants to talk about is Tinubu. They should leave him alone, let him do his job. He hasn't done anything to nobody. The people that are suffering, nobody is talking about them. Nobody is talking about them. We should talk about the people.
No, sorry, let him land. I want to move him on from there. Sorry.
I've not made my point clear. I've not made my point clear, one man.
Okay, make your point clear.
Yeah, you see, if you remove the dollar from what is happening to the subsidy, then we are not getting it right. Because if you check the first day that the subsidy was removed, the first price that came up with the petrol was about 5 something. To match it with the first exchange rate at the rate of 4 and something naira. Then after that, there was an increment of about 6, what we are having now, 6 something. Because if I could remember very well, they were having some discussion with Labour at the rate of 5 something. Then after some time, the dollar began to climb, and they were trying to match it up with the exchange rate. It now climbed to about 6 something. Now, let me finish. So now the dollar is about 900 and so they cannot bear it. These guys are now, because you're not paying them subsidy anymore. They're doing their business. It's just like it's a free market. Import your products.
You are trying to help the experts explain their problem. Mele Kyari was on Arise television. Rufai Oseni asked him, "Excuse me, sir, this I consider the greatest question. This 500 you just jack up all of a sudden. How did you come about it?" "Oh, no, technical. No, he could explain. If he knows that is what you are saying is their problem, why doesn't Mele Kyari explain by himself? The only explanation I've ever given, he said, is market forces. Mele Kyari himself is not fit to say that what you are saying is the reason, or that it is some dollar international price of crude that is applicable. Even he himself does. So the experts themselves are not saying it, but you want to give explanation to fill in the gap for the experts.
If they say market forces, you have already understand what they mean by that. You understand?
No. So now, no. You have not understood. Market forces is too plenty. So don't worry about that. I get your point. The point that I was making to your question is, you said dollar was responsible, and as one man very nicely summarized it, the price of petrol was around 180 something. The official price of dollar was around 400 and whatever. That price was still, that exchange rate was still there for, I think, maybe another 2 weeks or whatever. Meanwhile, they already jacked up the price times 3 before there was any reunification.
All right, no.
So my point is this.
No. We must move on because it won't end, Ekene. But let me take you to another space, Fatai.
No, one man, just one sentence to wrap it up. Where is my point? Personally, I'm talking you. I think a man is always innocent until proven guilty. If you cannot prove how Tinubu's speech, subsidy is gone, is what is responsible, you are just having feeling. He must be the one responsible. I think they should cut him a slack. He's not the one. The people suffering, the marketers and NNPC and the National Assembly, who, because out of their selfish interest, inserted money to lock jam the subsidy and the supplementary budget that the man wanted to request to see what he can do in light of the issues. They locked jam it by inserting their own 110 million. Nobody talks about them. It's Tinubu. His speech. No. If you cannot prove how how Tinubu's speech is what jacked up the price, I think, can people just cut somebody a little bit of slack? It's a pressure for him to reverse his thinking, his original instincts. And I pray to God he doesn't reverse it. I pray to God he doesn't reverse it. Nigeria belongs to all of us. 40 years of the destruction of the country, other some subsidy that is not even subsidy. It's kind of enough. It's kind of enough. Let him do his presidency the way with his instinct that he campaigned on. It's enough. Is enough of the pressure. He hasn't done anything to nobody.
Well, what do you mean enough of the pressure? It's the president of a country with a lot of people. He has to have opposition. Whether it's fair or unfair, they have to.
I agree there. I'm not saying the opposition shouldn't do what they do. I'm saying that's why I say, okay, maybe the presentation. That's what I said. If you cannot prove how this is linked to this, you are just declaring and putting pressure on the whole space. No, you don't need to be. Your declaration of something doesn't make it factual. You can declare whatever you want. You can declare this is responsible for this. If you cannot explain how in specific terms, you're just declaring. That's what I mean. Like that's what I mean by that. Not that opposition shouldn't do their thing. It's politics. Yes, brother.
Okay, please. I wanted to ask because you said something now, and it proved me to ask the question I want to ask. You said don't call out Tinubu, don't pressure him. This is something that has been there for 40 years. And the last time I checked, the closest we have ever gotten to removing fuel subsidy was 2012. And one of the loudest voices that stopped that thing from happening was Tinubu. In fact, he wrote an open letter and he wrote a column in the Nation's magazine where he called the removal of subsidy a fraud. He called it Jonathan tax. He said that subsidy shouldn't be removed, that Jonathan just wants to tax Nigerians for nothing. And he said a lot of things in that column. And all of a sudden, 12 years later, he's finding himself in the same position. And nobody is yet to write a column on any newspaper to politicize it unnecessarily, because that's what he did in 2012. He knew that subsidy.
You don't think it's politicized? You don't think it's being politicized?
No, what they did in 2012 with Occupy Nigeria was politicizing.
No. I'm talking about this situation now. You don't think the situation now is being politicized?
Nobody has done half of what was done in 2012.
You don't think so? All the raging and wailing every single day.
There's no Occupy Nigeria. One man, there was an Occupy Nigeria.
What is going on is not Occupy Nigeria.
Nobody shut down Nigeria because of subsidy. Nobody.
Okay.
In fact, Nigeria has been so. I'm coming. Let me finish. Nigeria has been so tolerant. This is the highest I've seen Nigerians being tolerant. We know what happened in 2012. Sponsored, in fact.
Were they being tolerant when the Labour Union were kicking in the gate at the Parliament? Were they being tolerant then?
No, one man. Can I respond to I get the point.
No, wait. Let me land, because one man is trying to make me look like I don't know what I'm talking about. When you talk about labor unions kicking at the gate of the Parliament, one man, you need to go back to 2012 and find out what happened. Nobody was talking about kicking in the gate of Parliament. People were talking about shutting down the country across the nation. People, everybody was out.
The indefinite strike that the labor union is threatening, that's made the government send out a jury.
Nobody threatened Jonathan for anything. People shut down this country.
I get the point.
No, I'm coming. Wait, no, it's because of what one man is saying, as if we have selective amnesia. In 2012,
it's okay.
2012, let me remind you
my flaw, not one man. Can I respond to you?
What Femi Kuti said in 2012. Femi said that he came out, he was tricked to come out to join Occupy Nigeria because he thought that was a genuine protest for the people. And after joining in the day one, he had to excuse himself and release a press release and say that this is a political sponsored protest against the government, that this has nothing to do with the masses. This was an APC protest, and he excused himself and he apologized for ever joining. And that thing forced that government to shut down something, and that was the best time that subsidy would have left because our economy was booming. That was the best time that people won't feel it so much. They chose to politicize it, and now, years later, they come back and start pontificating, and people are just tweeting. And just one labor protest that just happened one day. It's not even just protest. And then people are just online, just tweeting, we are suffering and all that. Nobody's shutting down Nigeria. No violence anywhere. And people are saying, stop pressuring Tinubu and all that. He's the
No. Don't embellish on what I said. And like I responded to one man, I said, cut him a slack if you cannot. Actually, and it's a very specific stuff about because he said subsidy is gone and therefore he is responsible for this and this. I said if you cannot provide the specific link between the statement and subsidy, I'm not saying you should not criticize the politician. Tinubu is a politician. You can criticize him all you want. That's not my point. I say accusing him of because he said subsidy is gone, then therefore this. If you cannot prove it specifically that is what is responsible, that's what I was speaking to. But by the way, what you're saying, you said that's a very subjective statement. You said Jonathan's period was the best time to remove subsidy. From where? That's your subjective opinion. How do you know that? The best time
was it not? Was it not?
No,
was it not?
Did you know?
It was about to address that, so let him address it. Yeah, address it.
Let him also answer.
Let him take it one at a time. So let him address that first. Fatai, yeah. Fatai, have you lost connection, Fatai? You beaten him down. He's surrendered. Look at that. Fatai. The Odofin of Cyprus.
Okay, one man. Good evening. May I help Fatai to answer the question now that it's not available?
Carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. So it was since the 80s that the country had decided that this subsidy was very injurious to the country. And all these people, all of them, all the politicians, they haven't fought and back because they didn't fully grasp the destruction it's causing to the country. So all of them has been on both sides of the argument here and there. Obasanjo institutionalized this at the time. He saw you need to go this and this, say let it stay, that and that, say let it stay. Okay, so the best time, forget all that. The best time was the Jonathan time. There was no best time to Jonathan. That it's very subjective. When was really the best time? Because you could make easy argument that the best time to remove it was from the 80s. From the 80s, it had become clear that the subsidy was destroying the country, and there's been so much shout to be removed. So all of them has been responsible here and there for not removing it. So now you're at the point where it's totally crashed the country. You are borrowing, maybe I think it's billions or whatever of dollars for some subsidy. Maybe during that time, maybe everybody is seeing it from different angles. Like, okay, you are still paying, you are still bringing money from crude oil, and you are whatever. But definitely at Buhari's time, it became clear. What was the exchange? Buhari's time, Buhari was borrowing so much money to sustain a subsidy, and all the budget is gone on subsidy. That is where it became so clear to all of them. The exchange rate, everybody for against. So forget that Jonathan's time is the best.
What was the exchange rate during Jonathan? That's the question to you. What was the exchange rate?
Am I talking about exchange rate?
Yeah, that's the issue right now, because the issue why this thing jumped from one something that they were. I mean, how much were they buying the liter per before?
150 to 200.
Rational mind. No. I can already raise this point now. You want to get into an argument with Kenny raise.
Because when you say
I am not talking about your dollar.
Yeah, because
I only said to your dollar.
Listen. They said to you.
No. I get your point now.
No, you don't.
No. I get your point. The dollar.
For Fatai, let him make the point.
Voice and then, now. One voice, please.
Let him make the point, and then you bat it back, and then we just move on. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry if I'm interjecting too much. It's just because sometimes
no. The interjection is the lifeblood of this. People cannot make statements without being pushed. So yes, of course.
I just want to appear maybe I'm just always confrontational. But the thing is that we need to put things in perspective. I might be wrong, you might be right, anybody can be wrong. So, but I just want to push back. You said what's his name? Runtown, is it Runtown, Uptown? When he said something about
Runtown, you're probably right. Runtown, you see. Was that a Freudian slip? Or is that how you say it?
I know there's somebody named my name Runtown. I don't know, maybe that's
okay. Carry on.
Anyway, yeah. So you said it when he said it was the right time, was Jonathan's time, and you said no, it was not. And then let me give you the reason why it was, because right now Nigeria is faced with it jumped from, somebody said, from 200 naira per liter to what? To like 7. How much did they buy it now? Is it almost like 600 something naira per liter now? And now they're saying they're going to increase it because of the dollar. Now the point is this: is that if you look at why these things suddenly jumped, is because these people, they were getting exchange rate subsidized to them at $400 something dollars. I mean naira to a dollar. But now they have to go and buy. They have to go and even source it now from the black markets. Then they have to add more. So that thing that you're talking about, because first subsidy is gone, that is not the only thing that really added to it. That the dollar exchange rate too added to it. In Jonathan's time, we're buying dollar for about 170 something, 180 something. If Tinubu and his people had allowed Jonathan to have done it back then, these excuses that you people are making here, oh, they don't know the magnitude of it. Okay, even Bubu that was there, did not say he was going to remove it. But did not call it.
Okay. One man.
The point I'm making
I have heard the point.
It would have been the best time because dollar was cheaper then to naira, and then all these things that we're facing right now, that
the economy was even healthier generally.
I have heard you, and I have heard you, and I've responded. Like, actually, no, that is not the best time. The best time will have been in the 80s when the dollar that you are talking about was, the naira situation was much more better. Maybe by that time, maybe even the dollar was maybe like I don't know, maybe 2 naira or 3 naira, and nobody would feel any pain. Okay, and the economy was much better than Jonathan's time. The dollar was, the naira situation was much better than Jonathan's time, and everybody knew that the subsidy was bad for the economy of the country. So that is better time. That's why if to make the categorical statement that, oh, Jonathan's time was the best time to remove it. No, it was not the best time to remove it.
Fatai, may I come in place? May I interject?
Fatai, should you say that the best time should have been when our refineries are working? Why our refineries working under Jonathan?
No, when the refineries were working, there was no importation whatsoever.
May I interject,
in the
please?
80s, I think the refineries were working in the 80s. They could have just removed it, but all of them were dilly-dallying. So all the politicians, they are all politicians doing whatever they are doing. So the best time to have removed it was in the 80s, not Jonathan's time.
All right. Let Baba come in, and then after Baba, we will move on because I think we've over-labored it. Yeah, Baba.
Yes. My take here is a president is not only in government, but in power. Politicians will always play brickmanship. Why was Jonathan afraid of the opposition? A president should have balls. He should be firm and take decision, because
thank you for that.
He was privy to informations we don't have. If he knew then that it was the best thing for the country, he should have stood his ground.
No.
Go ahead and do it.
I disagree.
Just like Tinubu is doing right now. You are in power as a president, and you must be firm. That's my take.
Thank you very much, and that's why.
But if there is anything I hate about Goodluck, it's all about his sluggish attitude. He had a lot of good policies to have made this country more better. Even all these those confirm report and all that, many things that he brought up, but because of he lacked political will, he was not able to achieve those things. It's not that he didn't have the idea. He have a very good idea, have a very good mindset. He have a very genuine mindset to make Nigerians more better. But
good
the political class,
good point.
Political class was so much against him, and he was trying to make them feel paddy and all that. I noticed it in his government. It's not there is nothing we can deny about that. Good Luck was really a good man, but didn't have political will to govern the nation. That's my point.
No political will. No political will. That's the problem he has.
All right. Thank you. Let me move the conversation on from you. Do you want to give us a commentary on this space, Fatai? ARCON dissolves advertising standard panel over all eyes on judiciary billboards. So it's the excesses now. It's somewhat of an intimidation now. And this thing is getting somewhat out of control. Do you even think somebody should be jailed for this?
No, what I don't understand is, well, I mean, okay, you can protest if you want, but what I don't understand is what they want from the judiciary. Okay, so because you have an election, there is an election petition, right, that is ongoing, in which the petitioner is requesting that makes a petition that I come third, though I'm not challenging the second person, but knock out the first person. And then what? The judiciary is not going to remove Atiku's votes behind him. So if you are not challenging Atiku, how are you going to be president? So what do you want to subsidize? So you go to election petition, you file for election petition, you are talking about some stupidity drug conviction, in which the paper does not say conviction, in which the paper does not say nothing, right? And you are talking about judiciary for what? Even in which, that's why those people didn't even bother to respond. Even by Nigerian law, 10 years situation, even if there was conviction, 10 years situation, which there was no conviction. So those one is like saying a virgin is having a baby. Like if somebody is a virgin, we don't need to discuss pregnancy and the children of the baby, except for only Mary. So it does not even pass the first test, which is that it has been 10 years before. So these are your case. And the other one is, if somebody wins 100% in 36 states, but got 5% in Abuja, so you should not be president of Nigeria. Those are your case. You didn't tell us that even the barest minimum of 25% in 24 states, how you even made that cut. You don't tell us which other 8 states will have been added, if except for the rigging. Maybe it's Sokoto, maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's Ijebode village. Never mind the Ogun State. Maybe it's I don't know, wherever. Maybe it's Borno. No, you don't tell us nothing. Just all over the place, No, you go and make your case in court and you let the judiciary do their job. What is the case? It's a no case. It's a no case. What is the case? It's an election petition. How is an election petition supposed to decide? It's not a criminal court, even if you want to go and charge him about drug whatever. And if you say he's not qualified, the thing says 10 years period. And you're asking us, even if I don't know what, so you want judiciary now to hand you presidency of Abuja, declare you president, the president of Federal Republic of Abuja, or what? I don't know what you want. Nobody knows what you want. Nobody knows what you want. What do you want? You had a chance to present your case. You present some stupid case that says nothing. And then we
that case, even though I was disappointed with the case, that was presented by both Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi. And when Ogbeni came to break down the legal underpinnings of it, I was even more disappointed. They didn't even bring anything that would make it. And they didn't bring anything to make it an interesting fight.
One man.
They took $200,000 from him in America, and Shatima he double dipping. Just some sluggish incoherent.
They didn't tell us that they won. They won the election.
You know,
you didn't
ridiculous.
say I won the election, but the country must be subjected to some ridiculous stuff. Did you win the election? Can you just say I won the election? I won here, and this is additional 8 states that I won to make me even at minimum qualified for the 24 state mark threshold. Where did you win? No, every other thing they can tell us in the public. But they say, but if you ask them, did you win? They say, oh no, we're in the court. We tell only the court. But ask them another question. If you say to them, well, let's go to court. No, let's tell the Nigerian people. What is all this game? What is all this game? Everybody had their time. It's already a privilege to be a governor, by the way, Peter Obi. It's already a privilege to be a governor. You're not born to be president of Nigeria. Nobody is born.
Do you think it's, from what you see of him, do you think it's even equipped to have attained even to that level of a governor of a middle-income state like Anambra?
For all the people,
do you think it's equipped even to have attained to that?
It's not one man. I always heard this bro, Pansat, always making the case that, if it was Peter Obi, it's not like Tinubu sucking up to the West. No, except if he can explain to me how $20 million of Anambra money was given away to Sab Miller for, I think it was by 5%, between 5% and 7% stake in a startup beer company. And that is the one that is going to run the country. So you gave away Anambra's money, give away. And he took his own company, Next International, took even bigger shares in that company than Anambra.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? It's like a parallel universe.
And we will not sleep. We will not sleep. Can you explain what is even the startup capital of a brewery? No, Anambra should have got 80% of that of the stake of that company. If they put that much money that Peter Obi put, it's a disgrace.
Is it not just barley and yeast? You mix it together, and that's what.
Fatai, let me respond to you now. At this point, I have to come in one man.
If you know how much
one man, I want to come in now. At this point, if you want me to respond to Fatai, I want to speak now.
Respond to me.
Yeah, you said he took all the Anambra State money to Sabmila and all that.
No, he said he put $20 million of Anambra State money to buy
$20 million of Anambra State money
to buy 5% stake. To buy 5% stake.
Is that not Anambra State money?
Exactly.
The company. Let me finish. The company we are talking about today. Let me finish. That money that was put in there, was it approved by the Anambra State registrators or not?
The rubber stamp, yes.
What
it was approved.
It was approved. Approved by who? By who? By who?
You know cannot. Let me finish. Hold on. Before you finish, Ekene, you cannot say categorically that it was approved, because if you go back to the impeachment document of Peter Obi when he was governor of Anambra. Can you hold on? If you go back to his impeachment document, one of the highlights there was that he was not referring to the parliament for approval. There was a time he wanted to build a secretariat, which he gave the contract out to his business partner in Next International without recourse to parliament. So it was using a lot of executive orders in the administration of Anambra State. So
yes, he did that. And the Anambra people themselves really recognize that and they praise him for that. Do you know why? He have the political will. Do you understand?
Political will?
Yes. When he came in as a governor, let me finish. Let me say what I want to say now. Let me finish, Fatai. Let me finish. Then you can, because you brought up that P2B matter now, so I need to settle it now before I go even to the fuel subsidy. So when he came in as a governor, the state house was not there, all that, everything was burned down. It was from his house that he needs to work. And that money has been budgeted for by the House of Assembly. The other one is about 80 something million dollars. About 80 something million naira. The other one is about 280 something.
500 billion.
Then he came in, he came in and made his own calculation and said this money is too much. I cannot do these two projects with this amount of money. He went ahead, bring it down. The other one, he was able to do it with about 40 million. The other one of 200, and he was able to do it with about 80 something million. And the record is there. He showed it to the Anambra people, and the people were happy.
Soludo was not happy.
Let me finish.
Please, I didn't talk about State House that was burned down. I spoke about Sabmila.
Yes, I will still come to that. You spoke about it now.
Hold on. Don't take us on a long journey. Stay where he said about Sad Miller. So address that so that we can move on. Yeah.
So Sad Miller is after all this issue, you talk about his impeachment and all that. This brought up his impeachment because the assembly was not happy with him. So the Sad Miller issue and the other investment is there. P2B was able to come out to tell you that I saved $50 million of Anambra State money in this bank. This bank, $50 million. This bank, $50 million. In about 3 banks. No, let me finish now. Let me finish. Yeah. He said it by himself. And it was that money there.
Now, the facts say differently.
Man, allow me to speak now. You just give me the floor to speak now.
Go on. But say facts though.
So the man was able to come out to tell you that he saved the Anambra State money in 3 banks. And the people that came before him didn't say that they didn't see the money there. The money is there. Is the money missing?
No. Why?
Do you know the worth of $150 million now in Nigeria currency?
Hold on, Ekene. You cannot say something that's not true now. Do you want me to go and bring you the clip of Willie Obiano when he told us the whole thing was a fraud?
After you bring that clip, you will still bring it. Let me finish. After you bring this clip, after you bring the clips. Fatai, let me talk now. Let me finish. Yeah, after you bring the clips.
Just let him finish, so we can move on. Yeah.
After you bring the clips where he said that the whole thing was fraud, you will still bring the clips where he said that the airport he was able to build was because of the money P2B left for him. I think those 2 clips are there. You bring it down. We explained it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. He said it. Another governor confirmed it. So why should another governor confirm it? So I don't care. I'm from Anambra State.
I don't think you answered his Sabmila question. I don't think.
So the Sabmila issue, you know, many people said that. Many people said that.
Sorry, Ekene. When somebody wants to come in, give them that window. It's not a matter of pushing hard. You know, just let it be fluid and so that the audience can enjoy it. Yeah, carry on.
Okay, the Sabmila issue we are talking about today. You know, the Hero Beer, the trophy, the Dubik Malt, and all that. It's almost the product is almost everywhere in the south. We are seeing it. It's not like it's a fraud that it didn't happen. We say that this happened and it didn't happen. If you go everywhere in Onitsha today, you see that that company bubbling, employing a lot of people, a lot of workers. The company is very alive today.
No.
So it's not another company. You are not there to speak. Let me speak now. Let me finish.
But let me finish. You are saying wrong things. Okay. Immediately Peter B left office. Maybe 1 year. No, 1 year or 2.
Just let it finish and then we move on. It's getting
rowdy. That company crashed and they
let me finish now. Why I'm not whether you said that the point is this. The money was approved by the state house in Anambra State, and the Anambra people
No,
know
you
that their money
cannot
is
say
there.
that now. You
Let
keep
me
saying
finish.
that.
Nobody has come.
Can you not shout over people?
Hold on.
Can
Ekene,
you not
please.
shout?
Let me,
Can
Ekene, please.
you not shout over people?
One.
Hold on. You cannot say that it was approved when you don't know. So just stick to the facts. But
One man, I can speak to this Abdullah space though.
Let Ekene land. Let Ekene land. So Ekene land it, and then others can come in. Yeah, but one voice at the time, so it's not rowdy. Yeah. Ekene,
Okay.
yeah. Ekene, we're listening.
Coming to that, my point is this. Nobody has come out today from Anambra State to come and accuse P2B of stealing Anambra State money.
But they have.
The only argument, I don't want, let them come and arrest him. Let them bring him to the EFCC. Let him answer for that. He has even put out that challenge. And nobody has been able to do that. You understand? A lot of questions has come.
Hold on, Bishop.
Bishop, let me finish now.
Yeah.
So if since he has said that ever since the day I left Anambra State office, let anyone come and prove to me where Anambra State 1 naira is missing. I think he made that statement. And up till today, nobody has been able to make that claim or to take him to court to say, P2B, the $150 million you said you saved for Anambra State is for your own personal interest. And up to today, nobody has said that you don't have any right to argue about anything. And we, the Anambrarians, have never complained that P2B stole our money. The money was transparent. It's not like you say you will do this, you didn't do it. I invested this amount of money in Submiller. Is the Submiller working? It's working. The company is there, employing workers in Anambra State.
Yeah, okay,
after that,
hold on.
Pastor, let me finish with this now.
No, just hold on 1 minute. Let me.
No, this statement now. Let me finish with this statement. Then you can come in. And after that, he said that among the whole governors in Nigeria today, all the whole governors in Nigeria today, how many of them disagree not to accept any form of salary on pension after they left office? I think P2B is the only governor today in Nigeria.
That's not the conversation. Hold on, that's not the conversation.
So it's part of it. It's part of it. Yes.
It's not part of it.
Yes, it's part of. If we can quote that, what
settle down now? Settle down. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about Peter Obi's Submiller adventures. Yes.
Okay. Whatever you want to say about that. The only thing I want to say that P2B has shown us transparency during his time as an Anambra State governor. Everything he said he would do, he did. Mr. Miller is there. Mr. Miller is there. Whether you say,
you the floor for that people. You've been taking so much.
Okay, no problem. Let Uptown and speak.
Hold on, let me first say something. Fatah mentioned my name.
Hold on. Let Bishop come in, and then you come in after him. Uptown, Bishop. Yeah, Bishop come in. Yeah.
I'm just very curious. I mean, if according to Ekene, which he has said repeatedly over, if Peter Obi is actually the standard unit to measure good governance in Nigeria and performance and statehood, that means your bar of measurement, or what you call it, is very low. If Peter Obi, the Anambra State that we know, and I know very well, at least I don't know less than probably 10, more than 2/3 or 3/4 of the local government in Anambra State. If that is your standard unit, or how do they call it, measurement of good governance and best performance, and we always end up with this Anambra State issue, then we have an issue. We have a serious problem. Oka today will rank among the worst state capitals in Nigeria. Oka was a new city. There is an opportunity to develop and build it. When Peter Obi raised, they were arguing a few days ago that Peter Obi conducted election, local government election, which he did at the very tail end after so much and it's the same person you are using as a standard measurement, I think we should talk about better things. I beg you. Thank you.
Bishop, maybe when you have your time, you can come. Let us compare other governors in other states and what P2B has
All
done.
right.
I don't have
Let's
any
hear
time
from
for you that
Uptown. Uptown, come in. Uptown. Yeah.
One more, please. Some people, I have some people here who are.
Hold on. Let Uptown come in first, because and then you come in after him. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't want to listen
One
to.
man,
They
you want me to
don't want to
leave? I'll
listen to the
leave.
conversation,
Right?
not this.
Or do you wanna hear the facts, or you wanna hide on the?
Please, guys, let me talk.
I sent you some. I sent you some
Enigmatic, let
woman.
them speak.
Yeah.
I sent you some
Enigmatic,
woman.
let them
Can
speak.
I
Let them
speak now?
speak. Enigmatic, let them speak.
Can everybody hold on? I've got that article, but let's hear from Uptown. Uptown, yeah,
Okay.
Uptown, yeah.
Thank you. I think the direct question that was asked of Ekene was very simple. It was really about the Samila issue, and the answer is very clear. One man. Was it approved? Yes, it was approved. I think you asked him that direct question, and it was not just a Samila issue. It's actually a policy statement of the P2B administration, which they drafted out, and they made it as a policy, adopted it as a policy that every investment that is going to come into the state, that are going to attract into the states, there must be a statutory 20% result for the government of Anambra State in that company. So
that's a violation.
Samila,
because Anambra did not have 20% of that company with Samila. Samila alone had over 77%. And Next International had more than Anambra government.
Allow me. Okay, yeah. A statutory 5%, sorry, I take that back. A statutory 5% of every investment that come into that state. And it's on record that from now till two successive governors, Anambra saw the highest investment influx into Anambra State under Obi's watch. And if you listen to Alex Oti, when he spoke about some of Obi's investments, where he actually told us about some of the investments that is still yet to mature this year. I think he said this about January. He said it was going to mature later this year. And the governor, which is Soludo, they're definitely going to reap the benefits. He actually made a point. He said that the investments will be made for Anambra State that will keep maturing every single year will outlive about 5 different administrations. And then he said that it was one of the teams as the bank MD then. They were one of those that was given that Obi was sorting financial advices from. And then the Samila, which was the actual controversial one that everybody's talking about, represents only 6% of Obi's total investments for Anambra State. That's Samila, the controversial one, represents only 6% of Obi's total investments that will be made for Anambra State in various companies, whether it's in stakes, bonds, or whatever it is. That is one. Second, I think I don't know the name of the person that said this, but let me just I don't know who said it, but when you are talking about Obi not being transparent and what have you, I need you to check. There's no other governor in Nigeria that made his handover a public event. And this is a guy that didn't have the luxury of getting a handover. Remember that Ngige sneaked out in the middle of the night, and he came and he met an empty treasury. He met absolutely nothing, no handover notes. This guy handed over and invited the EFCC to his handover, invited the managing directors.
That handover letter is not a financial statement.
It's not a financial statement. And you know what Obiano said about that?
Allow me.
Let us for reminder on this
So,
platform so that
enigmatic, are you
people
speaking for Anambra people now or what?
Allow me.
Speak about your governor. Speak for your former governors. Are you speaking for Anambra people?
Ekiti State, Ondo State, and then one other state from, I think, North Central, right? They did actually presented their, what they left over. This actually became a controversy between Obiano. This is why they hate Obiano and Soludo today, because they spoke about his investment that was not next to nothing. And remember that he took, I think, is it $5 million to his bank that he has one of the highest shareholder for almost 4 years, who was taking the interest on all those all those funds invested.
You actually caught me. You caught me short, enigmatic. I was making a point.
Was that,
he will not speak for his governor. Every time you speak for P2B, but you are not from Anambra State. But you have not spoken anything about your former governors.
Why is Ekene crying now?
Nobody is crying. Face your governor.
Hold on, everybody. Thomas, take charge for a moment. I need a couple of minutes. Thomas, take charge. But don't let it get rowdy. Yeah.
Let me give the facts before you leave. One man.
Wait, let me finish, please. My submission, guys. When I'm done, you guys can continue.
There's something I want you to play to blow up so they can read it. And then they will see the several discounting of all those I left video.
One voice, yeah. And imagine
go ahead and play it so that I can read.
Yeah,
thank you.
Let him land. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. So
bring your former governor this. Let us read it. Let us read it.
Anybody that speak now,
you are in my former governor state. You are in my former governor state. Why are you not?
Yes, bring it now. I'm in the state now. I don't want to speak. You should be the one to bring it. Let us read it.
Guys, calm down now.
You are in the state and you are still yelling over there. Why are you not yelling?
Yeah, bring it. Let us read it now. I'm in the state. I'm not denying it. Bring it.
That's an evidence for you. If it's okay for you, why are you there?
Thomas.
Come in, Paro, every time.
Let me give you guys
in the absence of Thomas, let me do this for Thomas. If Thomas is not there. So
I want to give the facts on this.
Hold on.
Let me give my timeline.
Hold on. I think what's his name had the floor. Uptown. Is it Uptown still there?
No, I think he's removed by Thomas, I guess.
Okay, all right.
But let me give you the timeline.
Hold on. Enigmatic, are you there?
I'm here.
Make your point. Then pass it after him, please. Hold on. So you make your point.
I'm not really saying much. They can about what I want to say. A rational mind. I know they are around for a while. Most you want to be 3 weeks ago. So I don't want to say much. But if that is the standard, I don't know if people have been there. I was still there 3 weeks ago. If it was on the platform for a while. If that is the standard, and they want to, the standard they actually project for Nigeria, and they want to pontificate over that, and they live in other places in Nigeria, and they want to lie about what people know, people who have lived there, who are still living there, who has family there, that was still there 3 weeks ago. Even some of them will go home, they won't even step in that place. So we can keep talking. We know the capacity of all of our politicians. Mushi Wambe about 3 weeks ago. So America Sorrow is just a waste of time. I just want to say that, but it's okay. If that is the standard that they want for Nigeria, where Agulu is just by the way when you are going to Oka, what is Baba make no talk, make we just leave on.
If that place is not okay, why go in there? Why go in there for the first place if you say that it's not okay?
You get contribution for your hair. Rational mind, he said once.
It's okay.
So you get contribution, say give you the timeline.
Hold on, are you done, Enigmatic? Are you done with your?
Thank you.
Okay, so Pastor, now can you just be brief, Pastor, please? We don't want
thank you very much. Look, there is 2 versions of this story that is the concern. Number 1 version is that Peter Obi invested Anambra State's money in his family-owned business. Okay, you must have also come across another one insisting that Peter Obi invested Anambra State money in his family business and vice versa, right? That's the only thing that we're concerned about. But look at the timeline and who are the parties involved in this thing. So for Fatai, who mentioned my name, actually, that's why I came in. I want him to write this down. So because I hear Ekene and others coming here killing themselves over nothing with this type of stories. So you can't keep repeating it, trying as if you're here to praise Peter Obi. These people don't have a responsible politician in their states, but they're making you trying to defend somebody who's almost a saint. So it's up to him now to write it down. If he doesn't want to get the facts and keep it with him, he can make us keep going over this over and over again. SABMILA, originally called South African Breweries, it's a South African multinational brewing and beverage company, headquartered in Woking, England, until October 2016. He needs to understand that now. Who is SABMILA? It's a South African multinational brewing company, perhaps the second largest. It was acquired by Anheuser-Busch AB. Here, Anheuser-Busch is a United States entity. Prior to the date that they were acquired, it was the world's second largest brewery, measured by revenues. So it's not a P2B business, which solves one of our main concerns, because it will be illegal for somebody to take their family business and invest this money in it, and vice versa. So it was incorporated in Nigeria in February 2007. Now, Fatai, write the dates down. I have never discussed this issue and issues like this because there's only two things to know legally and ethically. Did the former governor or a sitting governor invest state's funds in his family business? That's important. Once you realize that's not the case, the performance of the stock or whatever, it's
Pansa, let me push back. I think
go ahead.
The bone of contention here is that his in-law, somebody related to him, has a stake in SABMILA. And so if he has to put the state money into that, that's a conflict of interest because you have a family member who already has an interest there.
No, but it's not true. I'm just going through the timeline.
Sorry. What's not true?
What's not true is that what he just said.
That Margaret Obi does not have a stake in SABMILA.
No, he does not, because I'm going to go through it. Okay, if somebody has remember there are two issues: right? Ethical and legal issues. That's all I'm concerned about. The Nigerian citizens, such as the lady you mentioned, is quite free to invest anywhere, and then there could be also ethical debate on that. But let's look at the major things where you will shudder when you hear it. You go, okay, this man, before I vouch for him, if he did that, of course I'm not going to support him, right? That's the thing. But other things, brothers.
All right.
So let me run down.
No, don't run down anything.
You don't want to hear the facts, then, right?
No. Let me. Everybody.
I want to give you the facts.
No, you don't have any facts.
Yes, I do. I'm going to give you dates and facts right now.
Let me just present this. Let me present this. To add this to the conversation. So let me present this. This is from Tolu Ogunlesi, and he's speaking to that space. The way Peter Obi was just looting hand over face the coffers of Anambra State. So he says the trending story of Atani Ozubulu Road project led me to Distill Beverages Nigeria Limited, which Peter Obi claimed in 2014 as FDI he brought to Anambra. Also said Anambra state government invested 10% of cost. I did a search to find out the owners of Distill, his SABMILA model all over again. So let's take it from where Tolu brought it in. It says Anambra spent 6.9 billion on Atani Ozubulu Road. The Anambra government on Tuesday said it has spent 6.9, and by the way, I think Soludo has had to go and rebuild that. The Anambra government on Tuesday said it has spent 6.9 billion on the ongoing Atani Ozubulu Road. The state governor, Peter Obi, disclosed this at the groundbreaking ceremony of the 8.5 billion distill breweries plant at Ozubulu Industrial Estate in something or the other local government area. Mr. Obi said that the amount already spent on the road project was part of the 12 billion naira cost of the contract, explaining that the road had 3 bridges. So bear in mind that that dates back to, I think, 2007, 2008. On the distill plant, Mr. Obi said that the facility was another direct foreign investment attracted by his administration. He said that since the beginning of the year, the state government had attracted foreign investment value at more than 30 billion naira. He disclosed that the still was a partnership between the government and a South African beverage firm, explaining that the state would provide 10% of the total cost. He noted that due to the government's efforts at providing infrastructure around the state, especially in the industrial estate, more multinational companies were concluding arrangements to invest in the state. Tolu continues to investigate. So now the structures of Distill Beverages Nigeria Limited. Distill Beverages Nigeria Limited was incorporated in Ikoyi, Nigeria, with registration number XYZ. It was registered on the 28th of June 2013, and its current status is unknown. Our company's registered office address is 1 Muritala Mohammed Drive, Ikoyi, Lagos, a property owned by Peter Obi. Name, basic information, name, Distill Beverages Nigeria Limited, status unknown, type of entity, private company limited by shares, activity, general merchants and traders, registration number XYZ, registration date, the 28th of June, 2013. Tolu continues to investigate. Owners, directors, key management personnel. So director, South African Distillery and Wine. So that's Sab Miller. So South African Distilleries and Wine Limited, director. Next International Limited, director. Okolu International Limited, director. State of Anambra, director. Peter Obi Margaret, director. Odum Undu Dennis, director, etc., etc. So it's I mean, and I can dig out more. I can dig out more. We still not got into the money that was found. That he looted.
On what you just read.
Omar, can you read about the 75 billion that they always want to brag about?
Okay,
the one
before
that
he reads, let me
is that the one you sent in? All right, let me bring this one up as well. Let me bring this one up as well.
Just hold on. You bringing too many things? Let me conclude on the first one.
Mute yourself for a moment, please.
One man.
Can you mute yourself for a moment? Can you mute yourself for a moment? All right. All right. Sorry. Let me just.
I'm leaving. This. Right. I'm leaving.
All right. Thank you again. Thanks for coming. All right. Let me bring this to you. Anambra Governor Peter Obi in brewery ownership scandal. A brewery ownership scandal in Anambra State. And when was this written, by the way? Let's just make sure we've got the date. This was written on the 30th of August 2012. So this is not to the current politics. So you cannot politics. This was written on the 30th of August 2012. You can see the date highlighted there. Anambra Governor Peter Obi in brewery ownership scandal. A brewery ownership scandal in Anambra State has stirred a conflict of interest concerns following allegations linking the governor, Peter Obi, to a stake in the new firm. Mr. Obi is accused of fraudulently financing the purported government-owned company with state funds when indeed his company has an interest in the group. The company at the center of the controversy, Interfact Brewery Limited, is one of the projects earmarked for commissioning by President Goodluck Jonathan, who is visiting the southeastern state on Thursday. Alongside the project, the president will commission Orient Petroleum, Orange Drugs Company, and Onitsha Inland Port. Allegations have built up for weeks that Mr. Obi was promoting Interfact, jointly owned by Sab Miller, a South African joint brewery venture, as a state business interest and funding the firm with more than 2 billion naira of Anambra State government's funds, whilst allocating shares in the company to himself. The governor is allegedly represented on the company by his company, Next International Limited. Critics say, in addition to using state resources to promote private interest, Mr. Obi also received through his company the shares of Sab Miller in Interfact. Some of the allegations could not be independently verified by correspondents. When contacted via telephone, the governor's media assistant, Valentine whatever, said he would send an email response to the allegations, but never did. The allegations have triggered a firestorm of condemnation for a state executive reasonably seen as relatively transparent and more committed to state service. A former member of the House of Representatives in the state, Chudi Ofidili, called on the governor to resign on account of the alleged scandal. What does Governor Peter Obi understand by the oath he swore on assumption of office? That I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct or any official decision. While the company is seen to be state-owned, documents from the Corporate Affairs Commission available to correspondents list as shareholders of the company Sab Miller, Next International, and the state government. Mr. Obi is said to have resigned his leading role at Next ahead of his election, whilst maintaining subtle ownership of the company. So there it is. There is more, but I think the point has been made.
Are we allowed to push back, or should we just
you can push back, but at least let me present the facts. So push back.
Okay. Before I leave, one man, the one in your WhatsApp, that is the one that is actually addressing that 75 billion that they always claim he left money behind. Do not forget, Obaino actually dispelled that, same as Soludo, and then the ABGA chairman then, Victor Ume, right? Among other issues. But if you can read that, if you still have time, I know campaigns are gone, and people want to say, why are we still talking about this? We are not talking about this, but we are just trying to set records straight. That every politician, they are all thieves, but when we bring all these things here, do not talk as if you are the only one who knows the space. We are all Nigerian, we know the space. And a lot of us even have families there, in-laws and everything. We live there. So it's not about some people, even when this guy was governor, some people on this platform were probably in their maybe JSS1 or JSS2 on this platform.
All right, don't make it personal.
Enigmatic, you have no point to prove there. You can bring anything you want to bring.
All right. Bring all the record you want to bring. Hold on. Leave Enigmatic alone. Let's hear from Uptown. Uptown, come in.
Yeah, one man. The first readout you read, you said something was set up somewhere, something distilled somewhere.
It's not somewhere. It's detailed. Do you want me to read it again? I can.
The question I wanted to ask in between, because that was a question, it wasn't a rhetorical question. I actually wanted answer to it. That's why I actually wanted to interject midway. Was when did the article say that thing was built in Anambra State? That distill.
It doesn't, but I can find out. What's the point of what?
Okay, because the article says the business was registered in 2013, and Obi left office in 2014, early beginning of the year. But
Right.
that's that aside. A lot of the things we've said when we read out is controversial. But the point, let me even make a general point
These
before
are factual though.
factual.
No. These are these are registered. This is with CAC. These are CAC facts.
CAC.
Which part of it are you disputing? Which part of it?
CAC fact that is telling you that they
hold
cannot
on.
even independently verify what they're saying.
Which part of it? No, it's not that I read two things, but which part of it are you
talking about the Tolu guy?
Which part of it? No, which part of it are you disputing?
One man, it is very laboring to go into that, but there's a point I wanted to make to I'm sure people I want to make it to know themselves.
Does Next International and Peter Margaret Obi and the Anambra State government, do they all have shares in the Still breweries, which is the hub that Sabmiller is using in Anambra State? Do they have shares in that?
First thing first.
Sabmiller, let me say something.
No. Hold on, that's what time. Yeah.
The company you are linking to Sabmiller has no link with Sabmiller. That's number one.
Right.
You are assuming that the South African, whatever you read out there, was Sabmiller. No. Sabmiller is a different company. That's number one. And they have Interfact, which are the makers of Heroes and Better Malt and all of that stuff. But the point is and remains that the point I made that Anambra had a policy statement that every firm that comes into Anambra will have to give Anambra 5% of their shares. And I mean every, without an exemption. That is number one. But the point again I have to make is that if we start having this argument, woman, nobody has done these investigations more than me. So anybody that goes to bring out a paper now, if only this platform is willing to give time, which I'm sure this platform does not have the luxury of that. But the general point I want to make is that they cannot compare Obi with your governor in your state. And then a lot of people don't want to talk about their state. They only want to bring up
an established crew. Just like every other company is an established crew.
I'm coming. You cannot, again, let me say, compare Obi with your state governor, which a lot of people like dodging their state. They like talking about their states. They like talking about Lagos. Though even in Lagos, you cannot change the fact that while Obi is a guy that set up several businesses, grew them from scratch to being some of headed boards that we are listed in Nigeria Stock Exchange, whether in the private or the commercial. Or
what enduring legacy did we're talking about him as a state governor. What enduring legacy?
There's a point I'm
landing. Can we move away from this?
Yes, we will move away from it. It's just tedious, you know. We all know it's a crook now. Let me
have a say.
Let Uptown land, yes. All right, let's Uptown land and then
point I am making
round up.
Is very clear. And the people that need to take notes should take notes, bring out their paper and pen and write this thing down. While Obi is a boardroom genius who at a time was sitting and heading about the boards of about 9 different companies, and this guy has built businesses, he's a wealth creator, and this guy has executive.
Is an importer-exporter.
No,
hold on. Can you let him land? Otherwise, sorry. Yeah, go on.
So why this guy has a litany of executive positions, being a boardroom genius, which he can only compare.
A boardroom genius is an importer-exporter now. Is an importer-exporter, which is
an importer-exporter.
Yeah,
is one man.
I'm coming. Wait. So why did
if you don't let him land,
I want you to ask a question. Why he's saying that?
Now.
What does it take to be whatever he's saying now in a company? Do you know even a 2-year-old?
I'm coming. Allow me to land. Maybe you can interrogate me.
I mean, people are waiting for. Nobody wants to talk about be here. Let's move on.
Let me make this statement before you interrogate me.
All right. Carry on, Uptown. Yeah.
Now, I say it again. Bring out your pen and your paper and write this down. While Obi is a multiple CEO, multiple MD, and multiple chairman of various companies, both the ones owned by him and the ones not owned by him, He has sat in boards. He has chaired boards across the country, both within and outside. And at the time, he was sitting in the boards and managing boards of about 9 different companies at the time. And this guy also tested the executive powers as well. Why he has built businesses is a wealth creator and he's a salesman. The guy you are wanting to compare with him is nothing but a glorified bookkeeper, stroke accountant, who has never built any business in his life. Not one, not even one business. He has never managed any company. He has never shared any board. His only executive experience in his entire life is being governor of Lagos State.
So he no longer owns Alpha Beta then, like you
I'm coming. And the only place he served.
Now for you.
See the point I'm making. And the only place he served.
He no longer owns Alpha Beta.
I'm coming. The only place he served. The only place he served apart from Lagos State was being an employee, where he served as an employee. He never took executive decisions in that company. He was not an executive manager. He was not a chairman. He was not a CEO. He was not a director of anything. He has never chaired any board. Now, the point I'm making is who you are comparing with this boardroom genius, who you can put together with people like Tony Elumelu and Co. You are comparing him with an accountant and a bookkeeper who only knows how to take record of accounts and account for the money and never take executive decision. So the only executive decisions he has taken is only being Lagos State governor. I'm coming. And he's playing out now that he's president. He's playing out now. We are seeing it.
Oh, you don't talk. I came back
now. I'm coming. Wait.
Let me come in.
Allow me, please. I need to make this point. Now, it is playing out in our head now that what we thought was genius was only the illusion that Lagos State creates. And Lagos State has, because of the geographical position of Lagos State, it can create an illusion that anybody that leads that state is some kind of genius. And it confuses you into thinking that person has some genius power. Now, I'm telling you categorically, after it's playing out, and you can mark this on your wall, that Asuwaju's presidency will show you that there's actually no genius power. It's already playing out. He's not an executive. These are simple mathematics. He has never managed the nitty-gritties of managing business. He has never managed the nitty-gritties of the up and downs of building businesses from scratch, from playing the boardroom. From playing the boardroom politics. The highest politics you can play. The highest politics you can play is boardroom politics. It is a chess game. And somebody that has never played that does not know it. If you're street smart, you can play Lagos politics. If you're street smart, and Lagos can create an illusion that you are some kind of genius because the state is geographically positioned to make any average leader look like some magical leader. So before you want to compare anybody, I want you to bring your Ekiti governor, your Ondo governor, your Osun governor, your Maiduguri governor, your Kogi governor, your Adamawa governor. Bring them to the table and let know.
Please let him land. Otherwise, he will just go on forever. Let him land.
So, but he's been going on forever now.
Yeah, but so let him land.
Is he speaking from now? Is he speaking from that Agulu? Or from somewhere?
It's speaking from Lekki now. The Lekki that
Any day anybody want to genuinely rate Obi, pull out all the governors that have governed Adamawa, Borno, Ekiti, Osun, Ondo, bring all those states. Whenever you do that, they avoid all those 4 states and they always go to Lagos because Lagos creates an illusion that any average person can go there and look like he's doing something significant. Thank you.
You know,
can I say something?
No, I want to move on.
Let's move on.
I have a right to reply now.
Right to we've just had a long.
I will not waste time. It's just to put some statement now.
Okay, put a statement and then Fatai round it up. I think you know the one thing I have to say is that we have the goodness of fortune that the people that come here are highly educated, extremely curious, and well experienced. So we are not people that anybody is going to. All the facts are there now, and we all know the guy's a crook. But you know, you can bloviate and pontificate and flap about. But
Did he say anything to the fact? That's the question, one man. Anything close to the fact?
I know that everybody here is educated.
Anything
everybody here is
no. That was Yeah.
I'm pontificating.
Everybody here is educated. I quite agree.
It's just
Yeah,
blowharding,
but
yeah.
if I tell you that their education is not a passport to success, you can go and argue that. You understand? Success in terms of building businesses and entrepreneurs and all those things.
Please let him speak. Enigmatic.
So it's not only from speaking English and education; it comes from idea from within. If you don't have that idea from within, you are just speaking grammars all about. So you end up working for the people that doesn't know how to speak grammars. You understand? Those people that don't know how to speak grammars will employ those people that knows how to speak grammar.
Is that what you said you wanted to put it?
No, please.
No, it's not. I was coming from what one man said.
All right, I have to set you to the back, Enigmatic, because I want him to speak. So let him speak, please. Yeah, I'll bring you back up. Yeah, carry on.
So
I think that was enigmatic.
No, that was Bishop then Enigmatic. So let Ekene speak. Yeah.
So the point I'm making is this: if we want to grow a nation, we have to look for intellectuals, people that have built success, people that have built wealth, look their background, know what they have done, and all that and all that. P2B was able to put out his record straight in Anambra State. Whether you come up with all these things, if you have all these things as a fact, the man has also put up himself and said, if you have this fact that the 1 naira of Anambra State is missing during my administration, bring it on. He made that statement years back. And up till today, somebody like Enigmatic is still bringing this fact without taking it to P2B and said, Oga, or to EFCC and say, P2B said we should bring this fact on. So use this to investigate him. You understand? So his record is in the UK, his record is in Nigeria. He's done business in UK, no dent in his record. He's borrowed money there, paid very well, made a successful business, came back to Nigeria, participated in Anambra politics, changed our state up till today. The educational sector is at the best. The health sector is at the best. During his time, security best. All that and all that. Then we are talking about his investment that nobody, even Soludo, couldn't deny. The only thing he could say is that it worth next to nothing. But was there an investment? There was an investment. Just check if all the state in Nigeria today, has an investment of 75 billion naira in their coffers, do you think we'll be suffering the economic crisis we are suffering as a nation?
All right, thank you, Ekene. You are just spinning a yarn. All of that has been disputed and refuted, so I'm not quite sure what we're still, yeah.
Okay, maybe that is a.
Don't forget
maybe that is a
name, and he's been on my case for like almost 3 days. Let me give him a let me just refer for the first time and I leave, please.
One man, can I wrap up and
let me give him a straight because I want to give him one thing real quick that he needs to understand.
Enigmatic.
Don't make it personal.
No, I'm not making it personal. One man.
Enigmatic. Can you please hold on? Guys, please. We are mature guys here. Too much voices. Please. One man, please. It's not sounding very well. Please. Anybody that interrupted you don't like, kick them out. Put them in the background. Thank you. Enigmatic, continue.
Okay.
One man, please. Can we move on?
Man. What I would say is very straightforward. You know, for the past 3 days, I've been making just straight comments about Nigeria, and I won't take away any part of Nigeria. And like I say that I'm more Nigerian, right, by virtue of my familial connection and association with some parts of the country. You know, nobody is saying Obi is Jesus or God, except when you bring it to the table that is Jesus among thieves, they want to tell you it's actually one of the thieves. And I've always said it over here. If you equate my conversation about Nigeria's politics to your personal opinion, then you deal with it. If you want to cry and then you want to wail, like a baby, like a titty baby, you can do that. I will not stake my neck out for any Niger politician. If you want to do that, that's on you. One man, you know, I wasn't here for a long time, apart from the fact that I have some other things to do professionally, officially, right? Molo Niger now, Jamie Dana Brian. So, and I asked them, is that the standard they want for Nigeria? We all have governors. I've never supported any governor here. I've never supported anything from the subnational. But when you say education is nothing, you have to understand the fact that do not let people use your platform to deride or probably to diminish the importance of education. Education is not scam. A lot of us may not speak here about certain things, but you know a lot of people who by virtue of education, they've been able to see the world and they've climbed the ladder of so many things. And a lot even by other entrepreneurs, professionally, academically, and everything that, employers of labor in several sectors of economy in Nigeria. But we are not here to say that. If you're a trader for yourself. But do not come over here to say education is calm. We speak in a different tone. We speak in a different manner. Over here, they will tell you everything that is so bad about that ex-governor in Anambra State, or Bino, but because he doesn't have anybody to support him, or the one in Imo State. Are they not politicians? But we are speaking to fact. When you go to court, you are looking at the books. This is something you put on the front burner now. And I sent you one about the 75 billion the guy is always claiming to always put in the bank or whatever, and 185 billion that was left. Read that in one man, push it forward and let them see, and let's see what they will say. He left a bill of almost 185 billion while he was leaving, and this guy's challenging.
Obiano said that in a debate when he was debating for a second term or something. So he said he was teaming and ladening. So yeah. He put something on the books, but then put a series of invoices to mature after he leaves office. So what was on the books was actually money already spent. So when he just left the office, the checks started to come in. So it's just abracadabra.
So the thing is one man. The obtuse nature of a lot of people that they are so slow to understand, and they lack this, intellectual acuity, and they believe every conversation is about attacking somebody they have interest in. Nobody wants to listen to that. This is an egalitarian platform that will discuss things, and if it goes to your politician, so be it. We are speaking to fact. We brought something up, and you are changing the narrative about somebody hating you. Who is talking about hatred now? Am I hating Anambra State when I have families there? I have in-laws there. There's no way I will go back home. I won't say my in-law. What are they talking about? Are they the only one? Are they the only one that own Anambra State? Is Anambra State the exclusive preserve of their own, or the Southeast? Are we not part of the system? Where am I going to push all my nephews and nieces because you answer Igbo name and I don't answer Igbo name? My nephews and nieces, don't they have Igbo names? What are you talking about? So we are talking about politician. If the politician is Jesus to you, if I see him as devil, so be it. Rational mind see Tinubu as devil, and some people see him as a rational person. That is politics, respect, and we move on. But not talking about somebody. Do you know even the business most people on this platform has in the Southeast? No, nobody wants to call. We are talking to facts. These are the facts. Talk to that fact. He said he left 75 billion. The governor said you are lying. The ex-party chairman, Abga, Victor Ume, who is back as his friend now, he campaigned for him. He said, dude, you are lying. You actually started flagging off contract upon contract upon contract when you were out of the government, or when you're on your way out, to the tune of
enigmatic. Sorry, guys, please, let me quiz. But
like your interest in Southeast now.
Hold on.
What's the problem?
Hold on. He said, can I say something? Which I heard from Obiano. You see, Obiano, let me just go straight to what he said. Obiano said it was the money that this guy left that he used in building, executing some projects, like even the airport. So why would Obiano be contradicting himself when he was faced with a question during a debate? Somebody put him on the spot, and he was like, and it was like talking crap, and then later after that, he was saying that it was the money that Obi left that he was able to use, maybe part of it or most of it, to do some of the project. So you see that contradiction. That's why I'm saying that Ekene has a point.
Rashomon, let me even add. Sorry, let me add to what.
One man, please. I want to go to sleep.
So,
It's midnight. Can I wrap up?
Okay. You want to wrap up? Okay, let me just say this so that you can give me back the floor. So you see this contradiction sometimes. I just don't know which is the truth. But one thing I know is that if he has a problem, I know the EFCC would have gone after him. The only time I know they went after him was when the leak on the what's the name, the Pandora issue. That was when they said the EFCC called it. He had a brief. He had a meeting with the EFCC. So it's very, very difficult for me to understand all this thing that there was 35 million naira missing. There was a many bad checks that were paid, that were not paid, and you see all those things is just, if truly like he said, Obiano said, there was no money. There were checks that were coming in. So where did he get the money to execute those projects that he later said that were from the money that this guy left for him towards the end of his 8 years tenure? So where was that?
Rational mind. Obiano did not say.
He did not say that. You are not listening well.
So what did he say?
Obiano did not say that he didn't leave money.
Thank you, Baba.
What Obiano said was
that
that
was the first claim, and I have evidence to that.
Hold on. I know all of you will push back at everything, even the Batify too. They will push back at every nonsense of their politician. That is the same people, the same mindset, the same mentality. Just support your criminal. That is it. That is the problem of all of you people. So Obiano did not say that he didn't leave money. What Obiano said that the figure he declared contradict what is actually on the ground, because he issued us some check before he left, which automatically reduced the figure is clear as the amount left behind. So that was what Obiano said. Obiano did not say that he didn't leave any money behind. So let us understand the situation well so that we know how to argue your
yeah, let Ajando Koko land and then let me play this. Yeah, Ajando Koko land. Yeah.
Yes, that is what he said. He didn't say he didn't leave, but he said he do add some check prior to leaving, which he didn't declare on his what do you call, on his handover note. And when those shares cleared, it reduced the amount that he declared. So it was contradictory. So Obi lied right there. He lied. He deceived the people.
How did he lie now?
He issued out a check which already reduced the amount he declared as amount he left behind. You understand? In his handing over note.
What do you expect now? When you check?
No, you can't do that.
Hold on, everybody. Everybody, hold on. Let me just. It's barely a minute and a bit. But listen.
Did he actually live in the state coffers when he left as governor? And are you willing to publicly publish the bank verified statement to settle the matter once and for all? Yes. Not talking. Yes. My predecessor left 9 billion cash and 9 billion cash and 25.6 billion in script issues. These are sovereign wealth fund and shares in other banks. You know, if you put 9 million to that, you get 35.5 billion. Technically, but he issued checks worth over 15 billion before he left, waiting for me to cross over before those checks started appearing. So you can see it's timing and leading in accounting. That's what happened. So this is fact. We have published it already. It's already in the social media. It's everywhere. That what he left was 35 billion. Let me even tell you, if I were not only publishing the figures, publishing the bank statement, would you?
Our accounts are properly audited. I have the largest funding from the donor agencies. They will not touch you with a long spoon if they don't see your transparency.
So that is it. It's abracadabra finance.
One man.
Need argument glory now. What is
how much did Obiano leave when he left? How much did Obiano leave when he left? How much did he leave for his predecessor?
What are you even talking about? Are we talking about Obiano or Peter Obi?
Woman, can I?
Yes.
Woman,
How
can I
much
have
did he left for his predecessor?
Guy, it's not. Don't do that now. We're not talking about Obiano now. We're talking about Peter Obi. And
Woman,
the
can I have
facts,
my
hold on, and the facts or lack thereof of its narrative. Obiano is a crook as well, so nobody is disputing that. So, but don't do what about now? Thomas, please don't remove people. But don't do what about. Let Bishop come in. Bishop come in. Nobody is saying we're not saying Obiano is not a crook. We're saying that Peter Obi's narrative, it doesn't cohere with facts, which we have established. Let's hear from Bishop.
Thank you. I promise I won't exceed 2 minutes. Number one, it's amazing how we want to try to begin to deify or even canonize some politicians. I want to make a quick reference to people here to go and look for article that there are 3 articles I want to remember. I can't remember the name of the top person. I think one was by Oke Indibe and another one by Chidi Onuma. They are both from Anambra. They wrote an article about Peter Obi's stewardship, I think in 2012 and 2013. I can't remember the name of the top person. Please go and look for that article and read, and you make your own conclusion. These are Anambra indigenes that wrote about him while he was there, not now. It's not like something they just wrote yesterday. And if I have my time, I can look for it and send to woman. I've read those articles before, and they gave an account of what he did while he was governor. And about being a chairman of several companies. Look, we used to have one man in Ibadan many years ago, Dauda Moriliwa, and what was this guy? No, not Adishikola Lao. I don't even want to mention Adishikola because Adishikola was a little because Lanihu was sitting on the board of 13 companies. We are not talking in the mood of this other man, Adeojo. I'm talking of Mufula Olanihu, was sitting on 13 companies. That does not make him a genius. Saying that Peter Obi was sitting on 9 companies, on the board of 9 companies, has not made him a boardroom genius. Come on, he's believing
Rudolph is saying Chido or Onuma is not from Anambra State, but still I don't know.
How about Ndibe? Anyhow, just look for those.
Those are yes. I mean, still he wrote the article. Peter Obi is probably the better of a bad bunch, but it's still the lesser of 2 evils is still evil. That's just the thing. The lesser of 2 evils is still.
One man, can I wrap up, please? I want to go to sleep.
All right, let Fatai round up. Fatai round up. Anytime we get into the Peter Obi space, we always get locked down. But Fatai, back to you.
Yeah. One man, Babanda, the interjection Babanda could make is so. I mean, I don't know. So, and the explanation that this man gives. So, I mean, one time maybe you could remember we were talking about one time here something about account receivable. These are all accounting tricks. So, if Peter Obi hand over a letter, say it's a letter of handover. No, give your financial statement. It's a financial statement that you can trace account receivables. Like these are tricks now. You issue checks, like the contract is done now, right? And you can collect your money in the future. So it doesn't read, but by accounting principle, that's already a payment. Whenever it is taken, is another story. So these are clever tricks that if you want to think about accounting, you can trick people and you can define it however you like. You can say, well, the money is still there. Okay, but the money is left actually by accounting standard. So that's what I said. And the point I believe everybody is a hustler. I'm not really bashing Peter Obi. I mean, even if you remember, even during the election, okay, maybe the time that I was with Obi is like, okay, I listened to his speech. I'm like, what the heck is this? I don't really go to. But if you want to think we will not be able to sleep because Peter Obi, I guarantee you don't want to listen to the analysis of the financial statement of next international UK. You don't want to listen to it. Okay, so but doesn't really matter. And all of the while, everybody is
sorry. I think the UK actually shut them down for not reporting. I can go and dig it up, but I think there was some sort of financial wave around next international UK, where the inland revenue was wagging fingers.
The summarized version of the account statement is the public knowledge. Summarized version, not the, even that one man. It's so whatever. You see the way the movement there, like you're like, you know. Anyway, it's not really the point. I'm not a morality teacher. You know, everybody is a hustler, right? It's not really. Those are not really my point. But my point is everybody has spoken. They are all very nice campaign rhetorics, but nobody has explained how $20 billion of Anambra in the company. By the way, Submiller, Interfact, whatever, beverages, whatever, Uptown. They don't say they are two different companies. No, we are talking about the same brewery company. So it's not different. Don't go there. You have not explained that's throwing people's money away to a startup company. The Submiller is not a startup company, but the beer company in Anambra was a startup in that space. And Submiller hold 77%. Anyway, that's not my point. My point is this: you can't, because of all of this, and then the election is over, you go to court, you file a court case. Okay, let us relax and let the whatever do their judgment. Oh, we can't rest. People's children are being posted online. All of this, and we're asking over what? Over a case in which the first you are challenging, the second you did not challenge. Even if the court wants to give it to you, what should they do about the second? The person declares the second. You are saying we should give our country to a situation whereby if you win 100% in 36 states, but you win 5% of Abuja, you cannot be president. Is it the Federal Republic of Abuja or the Federal Republic of Nigeria? And these are all the things. But whatever it is, you have filed your case. Whatever is there, you have filed your case. Let's wait for the judgment and let everybody have a... No. That's really my issue. Actually, I don't think it's nice for people to be publishing children's names. Take children out of whatever you're doing. Do you have to bully everybody with even publishing their children, whatever? What's all of this? And then it's like, over what? Over what? You are saying Peter Obi, Tinubu is doing this to Nigeria. No, Peter Obi will run Nigeria into the ground. Thank you, one man.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
One man, please.
Yes, you can come. You can come in only for an interjection, and then I want to go to rational mind. I want to get us back to our talking points. Anytime we go to Peter Obi, we always get locked in there. But yeah, Baba, let's hear from you.
Yes, it's about the billboard. You understand? It excites me. Right. It actually excites me because I think our brothers are taking from they arm themselves with the MAGA playbook, because everything that is playing out is typical of the MAGA space here in the US. But I have news for them, because I like reality and I like to put things in proper perspective. They have to be careful what they wish for. If Obi were to be sworn as president today, how is he going to cope with the National Assembly with just 6 senators? Obi will be impeached. You need simple majority in the House of Representatives, and you need just about 2/3 of the senators, which is about, I think, 72, if my arithmetic is correct. It will not even last 1 week. We will be saddled with Dati Ahmed Baba. That is the reality of the situation. 2, if there's going to be a rerun, like I postulated a couple of days back, Tinubu will step aside, Shetima will step aside. Who will be the head of government temporarily and will also supervise the election? Akpabio, the Senate president. INEC will still be INEC. INEC will conduct, with Mahmoud, will conduct the rerun. Yoruba says, Tali Shinshio, Nik Bagbe, Yoshilegbo. So cold facts should be dampening on our brothers. Rather, they should just direct their politics towards 2027. This one is lock, stock, and barrel. Tinubu is going nowhere. Quote me. Today is Tuesday, 15th of August. Tinubu is going nowhere. It is the reality. 2027 is more like it if they start preparing now rather than occupy the whole space with this rabble rousing. Thank you.
Oh, all right, thank you. We take the conversation on to rational mind. I think we have to move on at some point.
To raise a point of order.
All right, raise that point of order, but be succinct because I want to move on. But yeah, Uptown.
Don't worry, it has absolutely nothing to do with Peter Obi.
All right.
I wanted to leave, but I said no need to leave. Let me just raise the point of order. I think those of us in this platform that respect the sanctity of the platform, those of us that try, even when we have a lot of objections to make, to let whoever is speaking speak without heckling the person, even though we have a lot to heckle about. I think we should be giving our credit by people not paying us back with things like removing us unnecessarily. I think, and then, whereas people in this platform, look at how the last speaker just talks now. Absolutely nobody interjected. Doesn't mean I didn't have a lot of things to push back. I'm sure a lot of people also have, like Ekene or some other person here. Maybe Des has to push back, but we shut up. Now, compare that to when I was speaking. I couldn't make a single statement from beginning to end without at least 3 voices, enigmatic and everybody. From beginning of when I started talking to the end, I never made a single statement from beginning to the end without being tackled and heckled, and those people were not stepped down. So I got angry.
I think I did step them down.
No, you stepped enigmatic down after minutes of doing that continuously.
No. First, hold on. I think you're being a bit unfair. I invited him to let you carry on, and he continued to interject, and then I set him to the backstage. So
okay, now see the point.
Be fair.
I don't know if you're the person that stepped me down twice. It got me
really
angry.
I wasn't the one.
It got me really angry because it was uncalled for. What I did, somebody was talking. A lot of people were entering. I didn't enter. When I saw his piece, I just opened my mic and said, and demanded. I didn't even go ahead. I said, "Can I ask you a question?" So that the person can say yes, you can, or no, let me finish. And immediately I just asked, "Can I ask you a question?" I was stepped down. I was like, really? It was really insulting, and it's good that you said it's not you. Whoever that is doing that, if the person do it again, that's the last time I'll come to this platform. The very last time.
It can't be the last. Hold on. Settle down. Settle down. Up now. You're part of the. You're part of the funny. You're part of the furniture. You're part of. Hold on. Uptown. You're part of the furniture here. If you don't come to the platform will. You know. I know where you live in Lekki. So if you don't come to the platform will come to you. So you're part of the furniture here. You know it spills over often instances here, and we try to keep a lead on it. So don't be upset. I know you don't lose your cool.
Look, I am not indispensable, not even close. I'm just some growing boy that doesn't know anything.
No, you're a golden voice. You're a golden voice on the platform.
But one man, let's
just move on.
The last statement I made, one man, I mean it. Let it not happen again. I'm talking to
you. It's okay. We understand.
One man. Hold on, everybody. Hold on.
I need to bounce.
We're not going to miss you. We are not going to miss you, brother.
No. Don't say that.
Hold on, one man, please. I mean, this guy is expressing what happened, that he's not happy about. We don't have to joke over it. If it is Thomas that did it, I think what he did is wrong. And he's not the first person to complain about this kind of thing. Several other people have been treated like that before, and they are not happy that something like that happened to them. Why should they be stepped behind? What happened? Why should they be taken out of the stage? If Thomas is doing this, I think we have to caution you. You don't treat people like this. He's not happy. He's not the first person. Even Ola complained. There was one day Ola was very bitter. I never heard Ola bitter like that before. Ola talk in anger. I never Ola talk, and he said he will not come back. If the same thing that the same warning that Uptown is giving now is the same statement that Ola made that day, that if that should happen to him next time, he will never come back to this platform. Do we have to be losing people? Why? I think we have to be very careful, and we have to treat ourselves with respect. So I think if Thomas is the one doing this, it's not good. You should stop it. So that's my take.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. We're going to move on from that space, but Uptown, be assured that you are going nowhere. If you don't come to the platform will come to you. Yeah, you've been long with it. No, please don't respond.
Please.
No, don't respond. I want to wrap this up. Sorry, Thomas, but I want to wrap this up. Just let me wrap it up. Just indulge me this one. Uptown, you are one of the golden voices on the platform. Not many voices would I hunt down. So tomorrow you'll be here, and until we get Nigeria right, you will be here because you are one of the golden voices. So don't be upset if you are stepped down, but that's just part of the process of the thing sometimes. I'm happy to leave it there. If you're happy to leave it there, Uptown, I have the final word on that space. Uptown.
Yeah, well, woman. It's really very simple. When we come to this platform, we've seen people argue for or against, and that is the beauty of this platform. This is the only platform in the entire YouTube space I have ever gone to. If anybody has ever seen me on any other platform, apart from OVS platform sometime last year, the person should speak out. I've not gone to one. Why? Because this is the only platform, and I've gotten testimonies. One man, I get it every day. This is the only platform we bring the balance, we bring the views from different angle. And it takes a lot, because there's places you can go to where you feel your views are even more appreciated. But people like us do not like to be pampered. People like us do not want to be. I don't want everything I say to be agreed. I want people to push back, and that's why I'm in this kind of platform. So you need people to push back, because that's the only way you grow in your head. That's the only way you go back and get your facts better. Not to go to where everybody's pandering to you. Everybody is saying, hey, our Messiah, yes, I like what you said. No, I don't want that kind of thing. And that's what keeps some of us in this platform, because of the pushback. But when we are doing it, people need to understand that they have to keep their emotions by the side and respect each other. A lot of time people talk in the platform. I am tempted to push back. I have a lot to push back at, but I understand that let them flow. At least let them even let's make a meaning. Sometimes somebody's even repeating themselves, just saying something, but I don't have to be rude or just keep pushing back. I might push back 1 or 2 times, but I restrict myself again. People need to accord people that respect, and a lot of people are overstepping their boundaries. But people like us, we don't talk because of the excess respect we usually have. But once in a while, if they don't call themselves out, we're going to call them out. One man, I don't have a problem with anybody. The point is,
right.
Hello, woman,
don't interject. He is having the final word on that space. Yeah,
but that really got angry. Let me make that point again.
All right. Don't worry. I'll phone you tomorrow, Uptown. I'll just say this and then we go back to our conversation. I like to imagine that the unique selling point of this platform is the interjections, interrogating opinions expressed and not letting it flow. So that's the unique selling point. But maybe it's down to Thomas, myself, and the other moderators to manage those interjections, because sometimes it can get a bit rowdy. And I think that's why people get set to the back sometimes. So and because it's a high octane sort of a topic that we discussed as well, and people here, there are strong personalities in their individual spaces. So if you have strong personalities discussing high octane topics, then it will spill over. But hopefully we have the maturity to handle it. But certainly we have Ajanle Koko to guide us through. But let's move the conversation on and take it in the direction of Rational Mind. Rational Mind, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, one
Yeah, so a little bit of Tinubu flogging. Tinubu considering temporary subsidy on petrol as landing cost rises. So fill your boots. Give him a kicking.
Well, I think it's been speculated that they said he's going to suspend it. I don't know if he's going to suspend it or I don't know. Then,
Rational Mind, Baba. I feel craving indulgence for to just say maybe a second before I leave. One man, thanks for the opportunity. Ekene and Uptown, away from them, nothing they happen. We are just talking politics. So make everybody calm down. I was trying to give my Abia report, but I'll leave it alone. So emotion. So I'll leave it. Maybe I'll
bring it tomorrow.
He wants to
do the tomorrow.
Something.
but you know why we always fight on this platform, one man. You know, when you have a multitude of multifaceted opinion coming from hot heads, not hot heads of dust, right? But substance and intelligence, and then you know you always see this. It's like when you see yourself in a boardroom of almost A plus individuals, you can as well imagine what will happen. So, and then a lot of us may not really know. Like I say, we all have familial connection to almost every part of the country. So when we are speaking, we are not speaking, and I always make it a point. I always put it as a proviso on this platform. I'm not directly speaking to anybody or attacking anyone. We are just speaking to the politician. But of course, once again, to Capitol, it's unfortunate I can't give my report from Aroshuku today, but I hope maybe during the week I'll be able to do that. But everybody, let's Jojo and enjoy. Thank you, one man.
Hello, please.
All right. Back to you, Rational Mind.
No, I want to say something enigmatic, please.
Back to you, Rational Mind. Rational Mind.
Enigmatic is my friend. I want to.
But you have to cooperate. Look, guys, you have to cooperate with me. You know, somebody has to coordinate the space. I'm not inviting that you respect me, but respect the space and the audience. So when I say back to Rational Mind, just indulge me.
Please,
back to you, Rational.
Okay, please, because we need some kind of order here. You know, please. I'm not saying. Please just bear with us. Let me just because I have to go very soon because I have a 7 o'clock appointment here. So anyway, yeah. So So woman, you see, I think we've said it. I mean, during my interjection, I've said a little bit about this very topic. For me, I just think. Do I think it should go back? That's a very difficult one because Tinubu doesn't want people to look at him as somebody who just like this man said, this pastor Bakari said, he just says things on impulse. He does things on impulse, and then that's what we've been seeing ever since he has become. Even during his campaign, the certain things he said, he just veer off script, you know, and then just says things on impulse the way he comes into his head. Maybe because he feels that because people worship him like a strategy, like some people worship him, talk about him like a strategist and blah, 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 you know. I mean, this guy has already been unraveled. I mean, it's unraveling before our very eyes. Like this guy is not the genius that we think he was. He was just oversold the way he oversell. He has always overselling himself over the years and making himself look like he's some sort of genius. That is for me. But I think should he go back? I don't know how that would make people to see him like somebody who is not consistent. You said one thing and then you're going back on it. The same thing you said about invading Niger, and then you're going back on it. It's like you are retracting. You are still like, it's like a tiger paper, as people say. It's not really
a paper tiger, you mean?
Paper tiger,
Look at this guy.
paper tiger, right? And so on. Woman is very hot here. I mean, it's giving us a lot of mental confusion here because we're almost like in the 108 today. Yeah, 108 Fahrenheit. It's insane. As I'm talking to you right now, I turned on fan. It's just still hot. I'm dressed up to go to somewhere, but then still I'm just feeling hot. So anyway, yeah. So I just think for me, I just can't see clarity as to what's going to happen if he ever reverts back to, or like you people said. I mean, this is what I was arguing about the other time. So if he is to revert back to how it used to be, is that what the article was all about? Right? That is going to reinstate the subsidy, right? Is that what the article is about?
No, they're giving consideration to it as part of the mix of how to handle the spiraling out of control cost of living in Nigeria. So what they are saying is that they're telling us that the price of petrol is not going to increase. So if they are able to give that guarantee, and they are also saying that the free marketing of the petroleum space is also coming to stay. So if you are free marketing and you have given licenses to people to import PMS, but you are guaranteeing price, then that infers subsidy.
Yeah, it sounds like it, but I don't. You see, that's the problem we're talking about here. This policy somersault that we just see here and here. Just this confusion of us. I don't even understand. What I wouldn't want to say is there's some sort of subsidy. Is it trying to tell us that? I think it's just like when he was talking about. So people were saying this here that said he said was going to our refineries are going to be functional before December. December? Did this guy even think about what he was talking about before? Whoever made that pronouncement, or maybe himself made that pronouncement, that they will get as part of the promise he made to the NLC that I'll make sure that the refineries are working by December. Something that they could not even do under Buhari. You want to get it done? Where are you even going to get the money from? I mean, are you going to borrow money? Are you going to withdraw money from your excess crude account or what? I don't just know. So it's like it does just make his policy on impulse. It doesn't do wider consultation with his whoever his Aswaro cabals or the people working in the presidency with him. I just don't know. Maybe because he doesn't have his cabinet yet. Maybe that's why he's just making all this blunder. I don't know. But then we just have to wait and see. Because for me, what you just said now, if it is that you are going to like guarantee price, how can you guarantee price when the arbitrage you remove already is also already driving dollar into like almost like in the 1000s? Imagine that. So I don't know what he's talking about. So we begs the question, like, what is this man up to? What does this man even know what he was about? Because this is what he sold to us when he was campaigning. I know the problem. I can fix it. The same way he sold Buhari to us, that if when the French people needed a person to solve their problem, they went to go look for General Charles de Gaulle to come and solve their problem. We have a general here in Buhari, and look at what Buhari did. The same way he sold himself now too. That he's saying, I'm the strategist. I can put up the best. I mean, come on. So if you see, like what I was saying, you just have to wait and see how this guy is. Because for me, I don't even know what to think about him right now. That's why I'm refraining from saying certain things. But for me, so far, like I say,
rational mind. Are we being unnecessarily hard on this guy? So the first subsidy had to go. I don't think there's any dispute in that. But then, the things work perfectly in modeling. But then when you put them into real life situations, there are intrinsics that are no matter how much you condense, that will come to life organically, which you then have to respond to. So he was right to remove the first subsidy, whether the manner he did it, etc., etc. But removing it was something necessarily that had to be done. So having now removed it, intrinsic auxiliary factors that were not computed into, he had to respond to real life situations, and is responding to real life situations in the manner that you'd expect him to. So I mean, where is the quibble?
Okay, you see, woman, for me, I think it's just that he met a rot on ground. I won't shy away from saying that for him. That It met a rot on ground, which I think partly himself is responsible for it, for bringing us Buhari. But let's just leave that. Inherited a very, very bad situation. I don't think he understands the magnitude of what he was coming in to do when he was making these promises, which I think every other, but they see, what I'm trying to say is this. For me, I've said it on your platform many times, is that if I were him, even after I announced that fuel subsidy has gone, I will put the arbitrage in place. I will not let that dollar to like a free market. I will not let it do that. So that way it will not, these idiots, marketers, will not use that as an opportunity to start jacking up the price. I will make sure I'll make dollar accessible to them. Maybe give them priority. And on the one ground, I'll start looking for investors that will go and take over that refineries, or maybe even give out licenses to people that will build modular refineries and make it speed it up so fast that they'll be able to get access to whatever they need just to build up these refineries. So that way, we can show up our own production of our own locally made petroleum products. At least if we cut it down to like almost like 80% of our used petroleum gas and whatever we use, petroleum products is made in Nigeria. Maybe 20% from at least would have at least by the time they will make all those modular refineries and other refineries start working, and then by then we know we would have at least solved the problem of this whole issue with gas. I mean this petrol issue in Nigeria to at least about 80%. But you announced it, fine. That is what has been signed into law. But then arbitrage, you can make that policy. Okay, I'm not going to remove arbitrage. Arbitrage will remain in place for some time. I just want to see so that these guys can have access to forex.
Do you think it would be right to introduce some sort of subsidy to just to ease the space as a temporary measure? Do you think it'd be right to do that?
One man. The thing is this: how long is this going to take? The $800 million dollars they took from World Bank. How long is that going to last, people? That's the question you should be asking. How long?
No, the 800 million is not really a factor. Nigeria is a multi-billion economy, so the 800 million is just is nothing.
He just needs to sit down and put in place a very, very good economic team that will help him to navigate this stormy times, this stormy water that he finds himself. I'm not saying that he's totally responsible to be blamed for it, but I blame him because he's brought double to us. That I will never forgive him for that. The only way I will ever consider whatever forgiving him is if he ever works for the people and he turn around the fortunes of Nigerians and he bring that real succor to Nigerians. That's the only way I can look at it. He works for the people, not for those people that were expecting to use him as an opportunity to also enrich themselves, like Buhari and his minions all enrich themselves, which I doubt. So you see, it's for me when I say this every time, man, the future looks so bleak for Nigeria. I don't even know the way out for us. It's going to be by some genius, some very good economic team, really dedicated, not for their own pockets and for the pocket of some greedy Nigerians who are in powerful position, who wants to use them to formulate some policies that would still be like detrimental to the Nigerian people. If these people, this economic team comes in place and they really work for the people and not for these powerful people in government or whatever they be in the private sector, if they do not do that, they listen to the people and work for the people. Well, maybe I can see a way out for us. Well, as long as these people are still under the paycheck of these powerful people, I don't know if that's going to be possible. But then, one man, it's so bleak for me. But for me, if he does what he wants to do, like you just explained, subsidize it in some ways. How are you going to subsidize it? That means you still be paying this guy in some ways. You still be like, I don't know, woman. It's just so confusing for me right now to even think about it.
Can I help you a little with your feedback?
All right, go.
Okay. Good evening once again, everyone. I think what I wanted to say, one man said it earlier on, that we are somehow being unfair. I just want to say, I believe that the future is not bleak. There are challenges down the road, and we will overcome. You have said the future is bleak. The future is bleak. I was counting. I counted like 4 times. The future is not bleak. There are challenges which we will overcome, but I think we are not being very fair. It's been 75 days. just 75 days, and we know the enormity of the challenges on ground. Sometimes, the way we escalate things and only concentrate on the downside, like we are already pessimistic, very pessimistic that nothing is going to work, so that we'll be justified that, oh, we told you so. That's the attitude we put up most time. I love objective criticism that adds value. We can criticize. I do my own bit of criticism. I believe in Nigeria. Sometimes I see physically what I've seen might not be really too good, but I still want to put a little bit of faith that, look, yes, the substance of seeing things not seen, or the idea of things hope for. But I want to look at the positive side of things and see the cup as half full rather than half empty. This government is just 75 days. That's what it is. It's been 75 days. I would not even really have a full complement of government in place. Yeah, maybe there have been some policies that the way I see it is that there are certain things that will be done no matter where you want to dice it. People that want to see the flip side of it will concentrate on that flip side of it, and they will blow you to the high heavens. We had this conversation about the fuel subsidy when it was removed, whether it was properly. There is no amount of dressing you want to dress it. If you give 5 years that we are going to remove subsidy in 5 years, the eve of that 5 years, there will still be an outcry. There will still be people that will still, because some people have been benefiting from this rot, and they are not going to give up easily. In everything, even the Naira, every pundit that came on television for several years have been talking, one of the biggest challenges we had under Jonathan's previous government was that we were spending too much money in defending the Naira. But it is not ordinary people that are benefiting from it. Some people will just sit in their room. They were getting millions of dollars every day without importing anything. And people know it. They were saying it. But where is the courage to stop it? Now they are stopping. They are sabotaging. Just give me a minute, please. I don't know if you ever get to me. So for me, yeah, I know there are challenges. But are the future is bleak? No. The future is very bright. And we will get there. Thank you.
Yeah, you see, one man, let me say just this. I remember one day call. He sang, I think he sang. I will quote two of these Nigerian musicians. There's one of them is called I think One Day Call. It says, "Shena like this we go day."
God Almighty, don't give up the day job, eh?
You see. Ever since that country has existed.
Do you remember Abdul Karim too that said Nigeria jaga jaga?
Yeah. So
everything. You remember that one too?
Hold on. So there's a reason why I'm quoting these guys. Then there's another guy called that Green. That's his name. He says for Nigeria.
Are you still trying to be down with the kids? Is this what is going on?
I was once a kid now,
Look at that. All right.
They listen to music too. I listen to their music. So anyway, all right. That Green said, Nigeria, Nigeria. Now, why am I quoting these two people? Ever since that country has existed, it has been one problem after the other. Nigerians has never had respite. It is always hope. Hope. They keep selling us false hope, this hope, that hope, renew hope, the whatever hope. God. And you say people should not be pessimistic. I'm not saying that one should just go about and mopping up all day long and looking like, life is going to be, it should be, maybe on your own. Don't be optimistic. Say someday maybe you go jack over that country, or you just see one person who just carry good dollar can give you for Nigeria, you go move on. I don't see that ever happening in Nigeria. I don't know. Is it because of Tinubu? Is that why suddenly we just have to have this, just find this sudden renewed hope or whatever crap hope that is sold to us? Come on. You see, even despite we have to be optimistic. We have to look at the future with that hope that something better might happen. Forget it. I'm pessimistic about these people, but even the way he became the president and all of that. So you see, I understand you, Bishop, but I understand the area you're coming from. But for me, if Nigerians are pessimistic, those people don't. Nigeria people don't suffer originally. Let me go to that one. Yalagbaja. Like I say, did we come to this? Did we come to Nigeria just to call every day? Always talk on one man's platform here. We've always been talking about Nigeria. When Bubu was there, we talk about it. You see, why? What hope do we have that it's going to be better? Suddenly, because Tinubu comes there, is that why it's going to be better? They say, you know, how Sunday is going to be or Saturday is going to be from the day before. We are only seeing a tip of the iceberg now. We don't know what is even in store for us. And if you look at it, it looks like it's so bleak. You just talk about it now that some people, like Kulada was asking the question in the comment section, says, where are all the dollars going to? All the remittances from abroad. And if you listen to what they said, the CBN governor said today, he said he was threatening people that if you people don't bring out your dollar, we will make sure that you will lose on that dollar. By the time we pump money into where are they going to find that dollar to pump into circulation? Just want to just to cause panic in the system so that people will start bringing out their money or start buying more. You see, we have a lot of problems facing us in that country. That's why I say it looks so bleak for me. What should I be optimistic? Maybe in my own way, I'm optimistic. I won't be go around every day mopping around like, oh, the life is bad, I'm going to die. No, that's what I'm saying. But I do not have faith in these politicians to change anything for Nigerians because Nigerians have suffered too much. My parents, they were in this mess. Their parents were in this mess. I was born, my own kids, maybe my own kids are all here. I mean, they are all born into all this mess in Nigeria. I mean, she want to be I want to I'm so sick right now. I don't even know what I'm going to say right now. So my point is this, Bishop. Yes, we can be optimistic, but I do not have I don't have that hope that whatever crap they're selling to us, you need hope, whatever. I don't have the belief that Tinubu can do anything. But if he does it, let him prove me wrong. Woman, are you still there?
Sorry, my system kicked me out for a micro moment. Let me take you to another space. Actually, let me take you to a space that let me take you to a space that I did not read out, but came to my attention. So it looks as though love doesn't live here anymore, is how I'm going to present this. Love does not live here anymore. As I read Dokubo, Tinubu bars Niger Delta agitator, others from Aso Rock. So enough is enough seems to be the language from trying to distance himself from all these sort of elements, rational mind.
Well, I think I understand if he does that. It needs to do that because you cannot give a wrong impression to the people of Nigeria that you are condoning some certain elements. And not even the way this guy has been going on different media, on different platforms, even on his own personal platform, using that to talk the way he talks, you know. I mean, Nigeria is not Nigeria is a banana republic. Let me just say Nigeria is not a banana republic. And when I say that, I'm not saying that to demarcate our country. It's just sometimes you just have to say the way as it is. Yesterday we're arguing here. There are some people somebody went on the platform and was talking about Martin Tinubu. Why won't he do that? Did Tinubu not say that about Abacha? They did not use radio Kudirat to badmouth Abacha. You see, like I said, I used to say on this platform, what goes around comes around. Be careful of what you wish for. Like somebody was saying, which I've also said before, he was one of those people that spearheaded, oh, no, remove first subsidy. They were all there campaigning in K2 there. They were all the old Lagos places were blocked. He was one of those people that spearheaded it there. Now it's his own turn now. People are doing that to him now. And you say we should not protest.
Should they have opened that window for that association to have been formed in the first place, allowing somebody like Asare Dokubo into Aso Rock?
So for me, I don't think he allowed it. I think it was under Bubu because, like Asare said that he has been operating, he has been getting contracts. Like he said, certain bandits or terrorists were taken down by his men, and he was even naming them. I don't know whether it was true or he was just making them up. But you will understand that he said he has been working under Buhari for the Nigerian government under Buhari. So it's not his own making. It's not Tinubu's making. He met him, and he needs an ally. Just like even here in America, we have some lobbyists, some defense contractors. They will just go lobby the Congress just so that they can get contract, or they can even lobby the White House. You know, it's one of those things. Yeah, which is, you see, if it's, I didn't mean the guy. I didn't mean the Sasari is a guy who is well educated, who is I'm not saying what he's doing is bad. I mean, some countries we can have mercenaries too. I mean, what prevents Nigeria from having mercenaries? Private contractors, we can do that. But people like Asari, who is a known terrorist from our, I mean, that's what Nigeria state called him back then. He was a terrorist and an agitator of some sort of whereby he was fighting against the Nigerian state and all of that. You know, he's a repentant person or whatever they call him now. But for me, that kind of lousy kind of person who just talks anyhow, who doesn't have that. Even though if you run a business, you don't just go like talk the way you talk. It's just like an empty barrel talking. Like he's trying to like inflate his trying to put himself like bigger than how he is. Oh, we have this, we have that. Don't try also that kind of a thing. You don't talk. You don't just go talk and even single out a particular ethnic group. You see, I have to tell you that if Tinubu is distancing himself from him, I think he's doing the right thing. Who wants to be associated with that kind of person who is lousy, loud-mouthed, and he also even know when to even stop and restrain himself from saying certain things. Just talk anyhow. So if I won't be surprised if Tinubu go as far as even getting his license from him, canceling that license from him, taking it from him, and disbanding his militia group or whatever he calls them. So I want Tinubu to even do extra. Take those licenses from him, disband them, ask those boys, you want to join Nigerian army? Like he didn't talk now. He did not say it during his campaign. Employ 50 million youths. He did not say that. These are jobs for the boys, right? You can cock gun, you can clean gun, you can whatever gun. So whatever. So call those guys. Say, Asadi, listen, those are your boys. Nigerian army is going to absorb them. Nigerian police is going to absorb them.
A bit like the repentant Boko Haram, Sabi.
Well, I mean, if you call them, it's not about orientation, one man. I don't believe everybody's a lost cause, but I know some people are so fanatic that those guys are not really that fanaticism. It's not about their own causes. You see, the only problem is if some kind of ideology is based on religion. That is where I find it very, very almost impossible to reform such people. But if it's some people who say they're just fighting for a cause because they feel they are being cheated, their area is, I can understand. That is understandable. If Boko Haram is just about people in Borno State they are being neglected, I can understand that. But if it's about religion, oh my goodness, forget it. It's terrorism based on religion. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry of its own. So you cannot defeat it totally. So let them integrate those guys, take them, absorb them into Nigerian army, or give them orientation, and then put them into Nigerian police or civil defense or whatever, or Nigerian Navy. Just absorb those guys. All these Tompolo guys, take them off. I mean, just give the whole, use drones. I mean, they say they have drones now. So they have some Turkish drones. Let them use those Turkish drones and just map those all our oil well around that around this Atlantic Ocean there, by the sea or inshore or on land. Let them map all of them. Use drone and always monitor them. I don't know. It's just so for me. Let him distance himself from Asari. But these are just reports. We don't know how true it is. Because they can say one thing.
No, I think you don't really want you don't want an element like Asari to around the presidency of a prestige nation like Nigeria.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't.
Yeah, not that we don't want some people who you see. I would you see, it's how do you call it in economics? Division of labor or whatever. I mean, the guy is employing people. He really is employing people because the guy, looking at the way he even talks, it tells you like it's not somebody who is well read, who is that really.
So those
kind of thuggery and all of that. That's the kind of person. That's how I see it. So for me, if he's the kind of man that is well educated, I mean, even though he's well educated, I don't know if he is, but if it's somebody who is cool-headed, who knows, who doesn't talk anyhow. I mean, why not go to Absolute? Because that's how they do it in most countries. They lobby the president, they lobby the House of the National Assembly. Yeah, you can get contracts from them because it's employing guys. These guys in turn also they are feeding their family because they get salary. So if that's it, that's okay for me. But just the guy who is the head of the whole mercenary group or whatever he calls himself, it's just the only thing about for me that I don't like. Guy talks anyhow. So I think if Tinubu distance himself from him, or anybody that gets into the Aso Rock, I think they are justified. That's what I would say about that.
All right. So when Emefiele was first charged, I think I said somewhere once that the gun and 23 cartridges, those were just placeholder charges just to hold him. So it looks as though now, in the course of their investigations, they've now found sufficient enough footing to hold him. Federal government files 20 charges against Emefiele in Abuja, seeks to withdraw Lagos case. So this guy, a lot of people want him to spend the rest of his living days in custody.
Woman, you see, if Tinubu wants to do right, I don't think Emefiele is the only person that should go down for this. But I can understand. If the whole thing is just the searchlight was just on him and him alone, I can understand. But if they really want to do justice, allow this guy present his case, which of course I expect them to do that. And whoever he names that are also accessory to all of this, so economic terrorism that was done under him, whereby the CBN was used by some few Nigerians to enrich themselves, and they plunged a country about over 200 million people into this serious. I mean, a lot of people are dying. I know people who could not pay their hospital bills, not because they could not afford it. They don't have the means. Their husbands are not working. Their wives nobody's working. And nobody can help them. They died from this because they could not pay. Not even when they had that naira swap or naira change they were trying to do. And some people who lost their life because they could not get access to money to be able to pay off some bills. So that's terrorism in some ways. So if Emefiele and Dangote, all of them, are part of this scheme, because they borrow so much money from international banks, from other banks, international banks, US banks, and all of that. And they keep falsifying documents, falsifying ledger for us, giving us the illusion that Nigeria is healthy. Central bank has balanced their ledger, books, and in the actual fact, we now see after Tinubu got in there, another person got in there, and I was saying how healthy the Nigerian Central Bank is. It tells us a lot that, I mean, if they investigate him, all this money that were missing or whatever that were done, is it only him that took that money? Who are the people also? I know. What's his name? This guy that owns this refinery is part of them.
Dangote.
Yeah, it's part of them because it gave money to Dangote to go and build that refinery. Dangote was getting dollar at subsidized rates, and he was round tripping it again. You get it? So these are the people that causes that. Those are one of the people that cause this economic terrorism that we see in Nigeria, whereby a lot of people are dying because their purchasing power is just not no more. Somebody collecting 30,000 naira from salary. How can he survive in Nigeria today? Even my dad that does not even work, I know how much I send to him every month. Not even a salary person even gets what I get. I mean, some salary people get that kind of amount. So what I'm trying to say is this, woman, is that for me, I just believe that Emefiele should not go down only by himself for this. But you see, I doubt if they just want to distract the whole nation, get him out of the office, because if they were able to prove that case, then Tinubu will have a reason to remove him and put him in his own person there, because he has been found guilty of some kind of fraud or whatever. And at the end of the day, I know they'll prosecute him, and maybe Buhari, because if they prosecute him, Buhari and other people will have to go for it too. And so that other people will not go, maybe they just sweep it under the carpet and just release them, and like they did to this former NSA and all of the people that were under Jonathan, that were said Dasuki and the rest of them that were said to have looted money, but how many of them were in jail today? Daria that went to jail, did they not release him? They did not pardon him. So you see, woman, this is just Nigeria. When I say to our friend here, Bishop, that Nigeria is just so bleak today. It's just so bleak. I just see it. I don't see a way forward for us, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too pessimistic, but we shall see. But for me, woman, yeah, for me, Emefiele should not go down only for this. If it's really there are other people with it, which I believe, because I don't think we're talking about almost over $20 billion, if not more than that were mismanaged under this guy. So where did he have this money in his bank account, or where in the foreign bank account did he have $20 billion that he stole by himself? If they can't find only him having that $20 billion, if they only find maybe $1 billion, so what are the money like 19 billion? Who are the people who have that? So everybody have to go for it, including Buhari. If Buhari is part of them, his family, any of his family, they should Malami, all of them should all go for it. That's what I want to say on that.
All right, brilliant. So, rational mind, you are or be inclined, as you like to put it, not an obedient, but to be inclined. But even you must recoil from this. ARCON dissolves advertising standard panel over all eyes on judiciary billboard. So now this is something, and this was in Abuja, by the way, but there have been sightings of it in Edo State, all over the country. The obedience space now at just the level of intimidation against the judiciary. I'm sure you saw the picture of the lead judge in the on the tribunal. I'm sure you saw the picture of him with his grandchildren published all over the obedience space. So I mean, this must stop. Let me show you one thing as well that somebody sent in to me. I think I showed it in the earlier phase, but let me show you this. It's something that must stop. They've actually managed to track down. Yes, let me show you this. They've actually managed to track down the shop of the daughter. It says Justice Samini's daughter owns a clothing line in Wuse, Abuja. Those are really nice pieces. And I thought to go shopping this morning, but I talked myself out of it. I said, Oluchi, it is too early to go shopping, and Obedience might want to join you too. So why not wait until ... So, I mean, even you must recoil at this, surely, the level of intimidation of the judiciary, rational mind.
Yeah, you see, one man, for me, again, I won't put this, but look, let me come from this angle first of all. I condemn it, intimidating our judiciary, the judges. They've done nothing in this case. They've done nothing wrong so far. All they've just done is to listen to the cases, and they've been studying, no doubt, they've been studying all the evidence produced or provided, and I want to believe that they're writing their judgment as we speak, based on what they have before them. All I hope is that they will do what is right. If Tinubu really won that election, and I'm wrong as a person, if I'm wrong, I will take it. But like I said, I'll never take it because I don't believe Tinubu won that election. But if they say, well, he is declaring president, none of those things that were presented stock or stick on it. Why not? I would accept it and I'll just move on. But I would never see him as, for me, within my heart, my very, very heart, I would never see him as a legitimate person. That's just that. So intimidating the judges, I don't think is right. It's not right. But another thing I'm looking at is that I don't know, because from what we gathered, that this is a billboard that were being erected everywhere. There were some people going by the name of something diaspora, I don't know, whatever they call themselves. They were the one financing this. One man, most of us on this platform here, we live abroad. And most of us who speak with passion, I can hear somebody call peace on them. I know maybe the same word peace in the comment section, saying that one might be negative. What is it? Don't get me wrong, I'm not one of those people. I don't even know this group of people. I don't belong to them that sponsor that advert. I will never do that because of my kind of job and what kind of I do here. I cannot do that. It will violate certain things of my job ethics or whatever. So yeah, I can only come and express my political views like I do here or whatnot. However extreme you might see them, I will defend my view. But my point is that these people from the diaspora, the ones they allegedly said that the people sponsoring these adverts and billboards everywhere that we see. Now, if these are the ones, so the question I want to ask you, one man, and every other people is, are these people obedient? That's the question, because not only some of us, like Bishop.
Do you want to answer that question yourself?
Hold on.
Who is likely to sponsor this? Is this coming from Emeka or Bayo? These are judiciary.
Yeah,
Is
see,
it coming from Emeka or
let's
Bayo?
let's not say the way you say. I'm a Yoruba man. I am part of, like you said, I'm obedient client. I'm not obedient, but I support Obi. But that does not make me an Igbo person. Does not make me an Okoro, as we will say. Does not make it like that. I am a full Yoruba man. Like two Yoruba man and woman I was born. Maybe their parents might be different from different. I don't know, but I was born a Yoruba person. So my point is this: that this billboard was by these people from the diaspora. That's what I gathered. And these people from diaspora, who are they? Who are they? What was it they said to Femi Fani-Kayode? Who is bankrolling them? Who are the people bankrolling these people with diaspora? So I want to believe that these diasporans can be either obedient, like you were saying, you are trying to say, it could be departified, it could be even within the Nigerian people that are trying to like give a dog a bad name and so they can hang it. I believe that no sense anybody who is an obedient person and harasses our judges is a senseless person. I will call you out if you are an obedient and you go about harassing these judges, putting those pictures of their family outside. You are an idiot. You should not be doing that. They've not done you any wrong. All we're waiting for now is just we're waiting for their judgment to be delivered. So don't harass their parents. I mean, don't harass their kids, their grandkids, their whatever, their wives, or their cousins or whoever family member. Do not do that. It doesn't make sense. But you see, the extremism that I see among the obedience, I won't call it totally an extremism by the obedience. There are some infiltrators within the obedience. I've seen that with my eyes. I've seen it how it plays out in this election, this election. So this make believe obedience people, they go by obedient label, and then they're working for APC and the party-fied people. I won't put it past them because another thing to ask is the AMCON or whatever people that were responsible for advertisements in Abuja, FCT territory or whatever territory. How did they allow this to go through them? They did not scrutinize it. And were they not government officials? So, and then I'm seeing that this is an opportunity for the government to start stifling free speech now because I mean I can express my view that judiciary we're looking on you to do what is right. I can say it, but when I go about harassing people, that is when I know it is wrong. I should not.
Hey, Rashtam, sorry. It mean your example isn't you mean like the J6 protesters that had the liberal people infiltrate them. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, well, there are things like that. Yeah, I know Nigeria is right with that. No, you see, Baba Prince Daddy, in 2015, I was on ground in Nigeria. I saw a lot of things. I was on ground. I just went there for some time to spend, just to cool off my head for some things over there that I have to. I saw everything during the heat of the election. I was there for over a year. I was on ground in Nigeria. So what am I trying to say here is that I saw how the campaign, the campaign of calumny, the campaign. I mean, we saw how Jonathan's casket was not really Jonathan's casket, but some casket were carrying and said, "This is how we're going to bury Jonathan." But nobody ever said, "Oh, APC people needs to be sanctioned or this kind of thing." Why would you?
But that was satire. Now that was satire.
Oh God! You see, this is what you do. You
will
embellish.
Please, can I interject?
Hold on. You embellish it when it comes to Tinubu. You see, you need to start talking about this issue, about this Tinubu thing of the thing that everybody just look at him like it's somebody we cannot criticize or whatever. I don't know. It's okay. Let me not say. You go on. I mean, interject, please. Can you interject? Are you still there? You want to interject or you want me to continue? All right. So
Hello, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I hear you.
There is another dimension to this whole issue of obedience via the social media. There is a monetary inducement to this whole thing. Make an obedient video, and before you say Jack Robinson, you already have 500,000 views. 500,000 views is getting close to $1,000. That is a lot of money. So they are racking up money from this whole thing, all these social media activists. So that's another angle we're not really understanding this whole issue from. Thank you.
You have a point. Yeah, I agree with you on that. You see, there are so many platforms that are saying that they're obedient. You see, it's a mess of it. It's a mess. It's a total mess that they've created in that country. And I mean, we saw it here in America too during the election. I mean, the election that brought in Trump back then.
So Obi is the golden goose that lays the golden egg on social media.
So yeah, so
Just,
let me just wrap up so that other people can talk. So because I know you
yes.
are actually almost late, already I'm late actually. So yeah, so the thing is this, guys, I thank you for giving me time to talk without even targeting me much. So my point is this, yeah, I believe is give a dog a bad name so that you can hang it rather. Um, for me, I'm not totally putting it on the Batified alone that they're the one doing this to make it look like, oh, the obedience are just belligerent people, they are violent people. I'm not saying it's all about about people, but I know they too are also pretending to be one of them and making it look so hard for them so that people can look at them in a bad light and we can come on platforms like this and criticize them and DSS can haunt them and kind of make other people to shudder because everybody's afraid of not being arrested. Because if you criticize anybody or if you just express any view like, oh, judiciary, do the right thing, then you'll be looked as an enemy of the state. That you are threatening it. You see, this is one of those things I'm afraid of that they could use this as a means of clamping down on dissenting voices because when people are being silent just because they express a view that it looks like, oh, they are like obedient, the violent people. They're trying to, you see, this is what it is. So, oh man, I just want to rest it there. It's a dark time we're going into. I've said it before. We're already entering a dark time, and it's going to get dark. The more as we go deep and deep into it. I rest my case here, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Rational Mind. I know you have to dash off. I know you like that word dash. You have to dash off and do things. But thank you, Rational Mind. Let me go from you to Ekene. Now, Ekene, sorry I stopped you from
One man,
having.
let me go. One man, let me go. We started together. Let me go.
All right. Okay. You come first, then Ajan Lekoko. So, sorry, can I get to you after Ajan Lekoko? So, Ajan Lekoko, yes. I pick it off from where Rational Mind stopped it off. This all eyes on the judiciary poster in Abuja. So they are taking it down, and they are also dissolving the board that approved it. Do you agree with that action, Ajan Lekoko?
What did you say they did? I can't hear you well.
There is a billboard that is in Abuja. It's on the screen now. It's saying all eyes on the election tribunal judges. So it's a huge billboard pasted in a prominent place in Abuja, but they are also citing it all over in Edo State, everywhere. So now the body in charge of people that approve advertising, they've dissolved the organization that are approved of this advertising to be put up. They've dissolved the body. But the wider question is this an attempt to intimidate the judiciary? Well, what does even all eyes on the judiciary mean? Does that mean that if they don't give the verdict in the direction of the Labour Party, that they're going to... is this that step too far, and are they trying to intimidate the judiciary?
Yeah, thank you, woman, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. In the first place, the city, maybe the state or whoever that is responsible for this kind of billboard, I think they shouldn't have approved it in the first place. I don't know why they have to approve this kind of message that appears threatening and intimidating the judiciary, particularly at this time when we have election matter being handled by judiciary in our country. They should be allowed to do their job diligently and honestly in accordance to the law, and not be threatened by any person or group of people by hanging billboard at every corner, to bully them. To me, it appeared to me that some people, the people that are responsible for this, are bullying the judiciary, and we as citizens should not tolerate this. So I approve the taking down of this billboard, and I think the government agency that is responsible for approving the billboard messages and stuff like that should stand up to their responsibility of not allowing this kind of message to be carried on the billboard around the city. We are in a country that should be working on the unity of the country and not carrying out anything that will divide us the more or threaten any organ of government whatsoever. So I'm approve of it. It should be taken down. It should not be allowed, not this time or in the future. So that's my take on that.
All right, brilliant. So Ajanle Kokona, it looks as though proper charges are about to be leveled against or even levied against Emefiele. Federal government files 20 charges against Emefiele in Abuja, seeks to withdraw Lagos case. So they've not given us the details of the charges, but what they seem to have done was to first capture him, then use whatever excuse to hold on to him. So that illegal possession of gun, that was just a placeholder charge. So now in the course of their investigation, I think they've now found substance, and they are confident now that at least within these 20 charges, I think it actually gives us a hint at one of them. It says, speaking with journalists after the proceedings, Mr. Abubakar said the fresh charges with 20 counts were filed at the Federal High Court Territory High Court, the Federal Capital Territory High Court. One of the counts accuses Emefiele of conferring unlawful advantages. So conferring unlawful advantages, that speaks to that space of round tripping money. So what are you then making then of this set of fresh charges now being leveled against this guy that ruined the economy?
You see, I think Emefiele arrest all this while, and the charges against him for unlawful possession of firearm show that our police and what do you call them? Is it DSS or what do they call them that were holding him back then?
DSS, yes.
Yeah, DSS. It just showed that they were not doing their job well. If Emefiele is carrying firearm, I think that should have been a police issue, because it's the police that is responsible for approval of firearm for citizens to carry. So police should have handled that. It is not the duty of DSS to have kept this guy for firearm, for in possession of firearm. So his right as citizen there have been violated. We should not treat ourselves in our country this way. That is totally wrong. But for these charges, 21 count charges against him now, is it as a result of investigation being carried out against him by newly constituted investigation team by the president, or what? Where is that
Yes, I think it is. Let me actually, it's a very short read, so let me just represent it. It says, the federal government Tuesday applied to withdraw the illegal possession of firearms case it filed against the suspended Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Godwin Emefiele at the Federal High Court sitting in Lagos. Director of Public Prosecution at the Federal Ministry of Justice, Mohammed Bakodo Abubakar, told Justice Nicholas that the application followed the result of further investigation. So yes, they used the firearms to hold him as they went to dig through the files. And remember, they've appointed a special investigator to do a forensic audit of CBN. So it looks as though they're starting to get something to nail this guy with.
So the investigative team to audit the account, I don't think they have completed their job. This one, where is it coming from? Is it from who? Is it by the police or by the Ministry of?
It's short on details because it's just breaking now. So what they've told us is that 20 charges to be filed, but the details of them, they are not. They've only teased out with the little bits that are conferring advantages on others, which is those dollar deals that he has been doing. So, well, I suspect that they will have something even more egregious.
Oh, this is totally wrong. I mean, if they are filing...
Sorry to disturb you. Please just borrow me 1 minute from your time, and I'd like to talk to you, so you talk to your man, one man. You know, I'm a highly controversial person in this platform.
No, we've already had one controversy today, so please don't open up another.
No, it's for you. I just wanted to talk to you.
Right.
You know, yeah. I don't do my things behind the door. I'll do it openly. For the past 3 days now, I keep hearing you talking about the big board in Edo. And I understand people have been publishing judges' kids, their family pictures. So which give that word undertone or underlining of like the smear campaign. But anytime they're talking about obedience, people are a bit too frontal about big board. When you're quick to bring Edo in, you call Edo and bring Edo in. And you forgot that Edo State is a PDP state. PDP can put any big board on there. You classify that PDP state. Don't make Edo as Edo people. This is a case of naming a dog a bad name and kill it. When El-Rufai went to court, you call El-Rufai, went to court to stop the dollar inflation. When Paseke went to court, you call it Edo State. I don't understand this other thing you always want to paint with the Edo with. The PDP G5, hold on, Awama, listen, hold on. The PDP G5 Wahala started from Obaseki and Weekend Edo State, which led to the PDP action. Yesterday, I heard you talking about big board. You're talking about this obedient printed the judge's pictures, family pictures name. And the next thing you said that there's a big board in Edo, say all eyes on judiciary. But what's wrong with that big board to start with? Isn't everybody eyes on the judiciary? The party eyes on the judiciary. The articulator is on the judiciary. The obedience on the judiciary. The world eyes on the judiciary to see what would be the verdict. Because the way the obedience is so frontal, that's why we are reading on the tune to it. Same eye here, Wapis. You know, that tune to anytime you always bring out Edo when you have anything not to write about the government.
But he mentioned Abuja as well now. He mentioned Abuja.
He started since yesterday. I don't know where that's coming from. When he said Abuja today, and the next thing he says Edo and other places. Why is it that Edo is always be out?
But there is a billboard. I can search for it and show
Yes,
it.
I'm not saying there's not. I'm not saying there's not. It's a PDP state.
What offense? What offense in that?
So what's the offense there? Why people are saying it's a threat that's really on that message? Actually, what's offense on billboard? That's what I'm saying. What is really the offense of billboard other than judiciary? There's nothing really offensive there.
So you don't see that message as offensive?
No, why is it offensive? Because listen, why is it offensive? Because the obedience are too frontal now, threatening people's families. So anybody can read on our tweet. So that was my statement. Because now judges, which I do not support. So anything that is supposed to be okay, people will read on our tweet to it. Just the way I'm reading to it to one every time. Yesterday. Listen, Wama. Yesterday you said it. When they were planting obedience bad, the next thing you said is a big board that somebody sent to you. That's all eyes in from Edo. The big board in the center of Edo. Yeah, you said that. The other thing I'm reading to you.
I did say that, but I'm wondering why that riles anybody up.
You said that it's rousing me up because the way it rouses you people up about what obedience did, it rouses me because you painted as Edo. Notice you said the government. It's a PDP state. They can put anything there. The people they put it there.
What does it matter about all of that? It's just a simple.
It matters to me.
Can you hold on? Well, it may matter to you, but it doesn't really matter. Just hold on 1 second. Can you hold on? There was a billboard in Edo State that says "All eyes on the judiciary," which we know. There's another billboard that's now emerged in Abuja to say all eyes on the judiciary, which we know, which is all wrapped around the obedience space. So what are you inviting? What conversation are you inviting?
You just answered the question, which is around the obedience space. Meaning the obedience, that means Edo people, the obedience put the big board there in Edo State.
But there are many. But hold on. But there are many in your state now. They defeated you people in presidential election.
Let me answer.
Don't please. We've had Uptown. We've had Pansat. Let's do it tomorrow. You're my dear friend, but enough of all of that. Adanle Koko, just speak to us about Emefiele and what's going on?
So Emefiele, I think the government is not handling this Emefiele matter well. Now they are saying 21 charges. They should publish those charges in details. They should let us see it. We citizens deserve to see it. They can't hide it under the carpet and just say it blankly. Just blankly like that. Oh yeah, 21 charges. What does that mean? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. Why are they handling this Emefiele case like this? Are they trying to, deceive us, the people? Are they trying to play game so that they can, create a leeway for him to use instrumentation of the law, to defeat them or have his way, have his freedom back? Or why are they handling it in such a shady, like everything is shrouded with what is secret? It's been charged. What are the charges? Let us know them.
Okay. Can I push 1 minute?
Okay.
I just wanted to know the fulcrum of your question. Is it that they are not told us the 20 or the 21 charges they are holding him for, or that they are taking too long in telling us the 21, or that it is illegal, it is wrong that they are coming up with these new 21 charges? I just want to understand the focus of your argument.
Okay, I will repeat it again. My point is that why saying, oh, we have 21 charges against him and not publishing it in details for us to see what is the secret?
Hold on. Let me respond to that.
Yeah.
Number one, they have just gone to say they have not. I'm sure the charges are going to be published. That's what I'm saying. That are you saying that they are wasting time in publishing it? The first step is they went to Abuja, to Lagos, to withdraw the case, which we all know does not make any really sense. of the illegal possession of gun or firearm. They have gone to withdraw that one. And so now, why are you withdrawing it? We are filing a new set of charges in an Abuja High Court. They have not filed it. They want to close out the one in Abuja, in Lagos first. When they go to Abuja and they appear in court, the charges they are going to file against him is not going to be a secret. And they are not going to first publish those charges on the pages of newspaper before they take him to court. So they will take him to court, they will read the charges to him, he will take a plea. But the case in Lagos is being closed out first, which is simply and completely procedural, so that there will be no conflict of abuse of judicial process. So when they finish that one, they will now go to Abuja and then say, we have 20 count charge. We are ready now with 20 count charge. The question is, was it okay to have held him? Maybe it was a flight risk. On whose advice or on which order was he held for that period where they were completing the investigation? That's a different question. But to say that because they have not mentioned the charges, the 20 charges they are charging him for, it's illegal, I don't think I agree with you on that.
Okay, fine. That's okay. But this is a matter of common sense. Common sense in the sense that this guy has been kept in their detention for several days.
Actually, several weeks.
Yes, for illegal possession of arms. What changed for them to say, okay, we are withdrawing it? What is the waste of time flying this guy with helicopter, allowing the media bombardment and the nation and shaking and making it look as if they have anything against him, only to say, oh, we are withdrawing it. Oh my God, that is ridiculous.
But it's not ridiculous.
It's very ridiculous.
It's not.
What is this? This is even telling us these 21 charges they said they're coming up with. They could do the same thing. They could withdraw the whole 21 charges against him. So if they don't have a case in the first place against him, why arrested him and detained him for several days? For several weeks.
Sorry, let me just respond quickly to that. You see, we are looking at pragmatism now. This guy, they have issues against him. We have seen in the past where government agencies just rush to the court and make a messy case, and then the person who is actually committed an offense is just let loose. Yeah. So what they have done is, let's use something to detain him. Let's withdraw that case, and now by then would have firmed up our case and bring it before the court. Whereas if they had not done that in the first place, that guy would have left the country. There would have been another Desiani now.
Why would he have left the country? They could just take his passport. Hold on. They could just invite him, take his passport, let him go back home. How would he leave the country?
You thought Desiani travel with passport?
Okay, hold on.
When has that ever stopped anybody taking their passport? When has that ever stopped anybody?
Hold on.
When Tinubu went to US and ran away from Abacha, did he use passports?
Look.
Did they use passports?
Look, we are practicing democracy. If you are practicing democracy that give citizens their rights, and then you violate the right of citizens, that is totally wrong.
No, Ajale,
whether we like it or not. Hold on.
Pragmatism. We will have a Desiani in our hand. Is it right for Desiani to be running from justice?
Hold on. Look. What I'm saying is, I'm talking about his constitutional right. The Constitution gives us the right to live, to move, to do whatever we can do, as long as it's within the confinement of the law. So if this guy have really done anything wrong, and they have cases against him, they should, the ones they arrest, if arrest is effected, they should take him to court immediately, present all these charges against him, and prosecute him. And not just detain,
may I come in, please?
just arrest somebody and just detain him for nothing. For why? Why are we doing that?
May
So
I come in,
tomorrow
Ajale
now,
Nkoko, please?
okay, hold on, gentlemen. Tomorrow now, same thing could be done on Tinubu. Another government can win, Labour Party can win tomorrow, or Atiku win, or let me say PDP win. They will say, oh, let us punish these people. Let's go and arrest them. We can't continue to do that in a democracy.
Number one.
Bishop, let me come in, please. Let me come in.
Okay, all right.
It is classical procedural procedure, standard all over the world. You understand? It's like you committed a murder. While they are investigating it, they can charge you for manslaughter. It's called holding charge while they do the real investigation. Now, once they conclude the investigation to charge you properly for murder, they will withdraw the manslaughter case. Now, in Emefiele's case, they've withdrawn this thing. I know, like every other person know, that the gun charge was just holding charge. Now, even the 20 point charge they are giving him, don't be surprised if they bring him to court, it could rise up to 25. You understand? And he may not be the only one coming to court, because there is going to be conspiracy as part of the charges, definitely. So it's normal. Everywhere it's done. It's a procedural thing. It's a procedure. So there is nothing new here. Even don't be surprised when they bring him, they will still tell the judge that we are still investigating. Let's adjourn for 60 days while these accused people remain in custody because they are flight risk. That's how it works. Thank you.
Okay. Well, to me, as far as I'm concerned, I think it is not right. The nation should institute this thing against him, get their fact right as quick as possible, and prosecute him instead of detaining him for so long. That is not fair. It's not fair to his right as a citizen. It's not fair to his family. It's not fair. It's not fair.
Hello, Baba Koko. Can I say something?
Hold on, please.
The law does not allow that. It is just, a show of power with impunity. And, though they are serving it on him now, he and some other people have done it on some other people as well before. But what I'm saying, how long will we continue to treat ourselves this way?
Ajale Koko, we've had you, but I want you to hear my own part too, very quickly. Number one, when this gentleman was arrested, there was a court order that granted them permission to hold him for certain days. Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Can anybody hear me? Hello?
Yeah, Bishop, we can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. I'm hearing somebody trying to stop on that. So there was a court order. They got a court permission. Somebody's mic is on. So they got a court permission to hold him for certain days. I can't remember exactly. Then after that, woman, can you mute that person, please?
Who is that laughing? Can you mute yourself? Everybody should mute their microphone so that we can remove it. That is Thomas. Thomas. That sounds like Thomas. Or who is that?
What can mute you now?
Look at.
But ready. Maybe one might not there.
Thomas.
Yeah.
Thomas, you are the one disturbing. No.
The system.
Oh yeah, mute.
Yeah. Yeah, Motiri. Yeah. You
don't even know that you are talking to him.
Thomas.
Okay, let's continue. Don't worry.
Continue.
So as I was saying, now
No, the Thomas leak trade secret as usual. Yes. Thomas said that. Carry on. Hopefully we didn't implicate ourselves too much. Carry on.
So as I was saying, so they held him. Then when that one elapsed, they now arraigned him on that gun. I believe it was purely a tactic to just hold him from fleeing. Now let's look at the flip side of it. In the midst of a throw, as in THROE throw, that's the death clutch that Emefiele threw all of us into, that people were dying, they burnt people's businesses, they burnt a number of banks because of the cash confiscation, which was supposed to be a cash swap. Emefiele did the most brazen thing. He actually went on leave to the UK, and we saw him smiling in the midst of that madness that pushed Nigeria to the precipice. That was at a certain day there were riots in about 5 cities, including Shagamu, Ibadan, some parts of Lagos, Benin, Warri, Port Harcourt. Real riots that they burnt banks. That bank officials, including women, were scaling fence because they were trying to run away from irate mob customers that were angry. People lost money. The gentleman chose that time to go on leave. He showed so much disdain for the generality of Nigerians. And I come to the conclusion, he does not deserve any pity. Now, the Supreme Court of the land then said, the court said, you know what? This thing is inflicting too much pain on people. Reverse. And immediately stood his gun against the law of the land that we are now saying should defend him. Yeah, human rights is very important and essential. There is a saying, to whom much is given, much is expected. What did he show to show that he deserves the leniency or the consideration of that same law if he treated the law with so much disdain? The day they were interviewing him, he was laughing. And there were pictures everywhere how people were suffering. So the state, the security apparatus, which I believe, have enough reason to know that he was a flight risk. In fact, there was a day they said he was going to go through Cotonou. And so they know they have enough reason, enough ground to suspect very well that he was a flight risk. And that was why they took the action they took to keep him. Now that they have completed the investigation, perhaps it might not have been right not to finish the investigation before arresting him and arraigning him. But it's a peculiar situation. Because if he went away, there's nothing anyone could have done about it. All we need to wait and do now is wait for those 20 charges to be counted against him. Then we can come to the conclusion whether they did well or they did not well, or they did something illegal. I'm sure then we'll be able to decide. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's see what they're going to do about the most important investigation on him that will reveal to us a lot of mismanagement of monetary policy and possibly corrupt practices that he carried out when he was central bank governor. I believe will be revealed by this investigation team set up by the president to investigate, to audit the account of central bank. That is, can you imagine for the whole 8 years, central bank never published its annual report. So this will be thoroughly investigated. That is where they will get in, and that will take some time. So that is what I am waiting for. It's not all this kangaroo, jamsoke, jamsodo that they are doing. So one man, I think Emefiele, you guys are saying that he should be hanged.
He's
Let's
in for
leave
a
it like
long ride.
let's move on.
In for a long
Eh?
ride. I
Eh?
think Emefiele is in for a long ride.
You know what?
It's like
On
the
my film, on my film, for free. What I go
it's
back
like the
to the
Dasuki
pastor.
of this.
He's now a pastor now. You know that he's carrying Bible on
Is
his
it not
chest.
ridiculous the way he's carrying Bible all over the place? I mean, well, look, it's
Man,
unbelievable. What
one
people
man,
doing that? Yeah,
Hello,
yeah.
one man.
You see him carrying passports and he's wearing this
Rosary.
jalabia. He's wearing jalabia. This
No boy,
he's
no
Hello,
wearing
boy.
one
I
man.
mean,
jalabia.
all angles. The prime,
All
yeah.
that go. He's
Yeah.
wearing jalabia and he's carrying Bible on his chest.
I
This
think
in
they are trying
Nigeria.
to
Hello,
push.
one man. Please, I want to say something quick.
Yeah, go on.
I don't know if you can impute this suggestion where, regardless of how eloquent and brilliant our ideas are, there should be a time restriction so that others can also express their thoughts within, reasonable hours, so that people would not have to just leave. And when you cannot really express your thoughts after 2 3 hours, it gets frustrating. Sometimes we have people that are extremely brilliant in their ideas and are eloquent, but please, you should be more mindful of the time for others. Thank you.
All right. So, Ajan Lekoko, I think that's your cue to hurry up. That's the hurry up from the prime. So, but I do take your point to the prime, but I'm very conscious of that yes, it can be quite grueling sometimes. But I think people on the studio, I sometimes wonder if they listen along anyway, and then when it gets to them, yes, I take your point though. I take that point. Yeah, but back to Ajan Lekoko.
Well, I think done on that. So on Asari Dokubo, I don't believe this article, or what is this headline saying. Asari Dokubo and Tinubu, they are friends, and they can always see him anytime. It is not everybody that go to White House. I mean, to what do you call it, Aso Rock, that the media will carry. Sometimes it's in the dead of the night that some people will visit there. So a lot of so those people are all this report that Atadiko Bubo is banned from. I don't believe that. It's very, very close to Tinubu, and Tinubu is not a person that throw people away like that. So that's so. But let me mention Tinubu's statement on what do you call it?
The subsidy.
Subsidy is a yeah.
Yeah.
I think that is very, very laughable that that man can make such statement, and his media spokesperson cannot give a second thought to it before coming to the media to say it. It's a total embarrassment. It's total embarrassment, and it just shows that they are very, very confused.
No, I
They
think
don't
this
know.
is fake news, Baba Jan Lekoko. It's
It's
fake
not
news.
fake news. We saw that guy. No, this guy really,
Not
really
fake
talk.
news.
It's not fake news.
What did he say about subsidy?
No, what it didn't say it or subsidy. It didn't say anything about so. What he said is that the price of the petrol will
Will
not
remain
increase
the
further.
same. Will not go
Will
further.
remain the
Exactly.
same.
So
Yeah,
that he didn't say he will remove subsidy.
yes, but
No, they are trying to say that you will introduce some
Measures.
measures in the subsidy. Not that they will put it, they will bring it back in full. Just maybe just to cushion it so that the price will
Removing
not go
some
up.
taxes and VATs.
Yeah.
That's it. I think
But,
people taking cue from Kenya. Kenya has removed their subsidy.
I think that doesn't even make sense, considering its liberalization policy, its open market policy. This where's the theory of I mean the market forces, demand and supply. How would that happen? How would you stop the increase when you already liberalize the market. Marketers can import this thing on their own, and I mean, what do you call it? The dollar, I mean, our currency depreciates every day. So how are you going to do it? There's no way. There's no. It's going to resort to subsidy. If you don't want this price to go up than this, but you allow your currency to continue to fall against the dollar every day, how would you stop the increase? I mean, they talk sometimes as if we are dumb and we cannot understand what they are really saying. So it just shows that either they don't have solution to this problem, they are too overwhelmed by this problem, they don't understand it, and they are facing too much pressure, and they are just desperate to say something. Just let us say something, just the usual way that we can say anything to Nigerian people, and they just take it. Just the usual way of saying something to them, and Nigeria, we just believe them, and we not ask questions. So over here now, we're asking questions. I mean, how is that achievable? How is it achievable when you won't pay subsidy? You have to pay something to stop the
something.
Something must be paid for that price not to increase. Something must be paid for it, and the government, we have to pay something to stop the increase on that.
Adali Koko, if you don't mind, let me ask you this: do you think people still talking about subsidy? They are not the enemies of Nigeria. This thing has been removed, and it is been removed. Nigeria should adjust their life. Well, Adali Koko, we can't afford continue paying subsidy. We can. I know you are a socialist. You always talk about people. No, we can't afford. We can. What Adali Koko, you know this. We can't continue to pay subsidy, and some few Nigerians are pocketing the money.
It's obvious you are not listening. You've not been listening to me,
No. I'm not accusing you. I'm just
saying you've not been listening to me. If you listen to me, you know that I am not saying that you pay subsidy, but it is Tinubu that make a statement that could note he will pay subsidy again. You understand? Because he's saying that the price of fuel, I will not allow the price of fuel to go up further than what it is today. What the price today, say will not let it go up more than that. So how is that going to be possible?
Please, can I say something about that?
There are so many creative
There are so many ways to do it.
There are so many
ways. Tell us, economist.
Okay. Okay, answer. Go first, my brother.
Okay. First of all, when those products land, the government gets certain taxes, puts certain taxes on those products. If you import those products in the country, the government can seize or reduce their taxation. That's one. The facilities, some of the facilities for storage of these products, like the Moss Cement Tank Farm, the government can give some benefits to importers to use those things. The third one is the government can decide to give a longer period for demurrage for those vessels coming in.
Very good. My thoughts too.
So those are basic things the government can do. And to cap it up, when government gives you a contract, sometimes they give you a price cap. Like whatsoever you want to do in this business, you cannot bring above this price. That is
but this is dollarized. This is a dollarized product now. And
Since if it's a dollarized product, sir.
yes, so if the price, so hold on, if the price of the oil go to like $150 or $200 tomorrow, so the government will still keep it at the same price, and you say you're
So
not
the
there.
government can
No,
shift
sir. This is what
car
I'm saying.
then.
This is what I'm saying. The cost of transporting these products back to Nigeria plays a lot of part in how much it goes around. So within the territory of Nigeria, those are kinds of measures government can put. And when you have importers who there's an agreement like at this point you cannot bring it beyond 600. So if you cannot go and find that product and put in all your cost within certain amount, you might leave it. And others can go source for other places
My
they can
brother,
bring their own.
would that lead to scarcity? Would that lead to
How would you get it?
It brings
Even, let
in
me tell
new
you
players
the
into the
latest
field.
information now.
Sorry, Ajanle Koko, just give me 1 microsecond. I think I'm going to have to bail out and hand over to Thomas. Let me acknowledge Ayo for the super chat. Thank you, Ayo. Alexander Gomez joins him. Thank you, Alexander. Kulata reels off a couple, and then Rotimi joins them in that space. Kulata comes back in. And then Okweton TV rounds it up, but not fully rounded up. The session's still ongoing. Whoever wants to join that space. So Ajanle Koko, sorry, I have to bail because I have something to do early. So I have to hand over to Thomas now.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah, so let me hand over to Thomas. Should I hand over to him properly or just hand over to him? Do you want
hand over to him properly? Hand over to him properly.
Thank you, everyone. It was a bit of a session today, but thankfully, Ajanle Koko was here to guide us through. There was a time it nearly ran out of control. But at the prime, I take on board what you said, and we look to make those improvements. Join us tomorrow as the conversation carries on. The civilian regime is over. The jack boots.
Oh man, so not speak.
So sorry. Thomas, Ekene is after Ajanle Koko, so go to Ekene after Ajanle Koko.
Oh yes, I'll go to Ekene. Oh, thank you, everyone. Yeah, General Thomas on. Let's keep the conversation moving. Yeah, if you
no woman right, no woman right,
no woman right. There's no woman right.
I'm overthrow you.
Let me just say this before we continue. Yes, Ajanle Koko, Ekene wants something for you. Yeah, continue.
So, even there's the latest information now that the marketers that giving that what do you call it? The right to import this thing. A lot of them are abandoning that responsibility because of the rate of dollar. That there's no way they will make money. It's not profitable for them. So I don't know how the government is going to do this by not paying something to keep it at this current rate. So paying those something can be interpreted as subsidy as well. That's what I'm saying. There's no way they can do it. You can say the cost of storage, how much will that one cost? That won't cost so much. And the transportation, that will not cost so much. They have to pay something for it. And that's the way I see it. But I might be wrong. Maybe they have the strategy. They want to put in place that will make it work as they have promised us now. But let's just wait and see. But as a layman, I'm just looking at it that you know, we don't know how it's going to work out.
Obadanle,
Yes, sir.
I think the federal government is going to descend on the Bureau de Change people heavily because they are one of the what do you call them, speculators. And I also think that they are going to, if they don't descend on them, they are going to regulate that area really, really with iron fist, so that at least they'll be able to control. And I think also they will give the bank much control, you know, to have to be able to be in charge of currency exchange than this bureau de change sort of people. But to me, I just think that they need to do something about it. But I think the government is also, without mentioning them, I think government is also descending on them heavily.
Yeah, thank you, Adewale. Before we go to Ekene, Ajale Koko, Patrick is trying to put a position to you as well. So, Patrick,
okay,
yeah,
okay, Francisco.
Yeah, from what my brother have said now, you understand that government will eventually make sure
can you
that
mute your Patrick? Hold on, can you mute yourself when you are not talking, please? We are having a feedback. Yeah, go on.
yeah, so the prices will go down. But my challenge with prices going down in that manner is, okay, are we still going to be able to keep it within the country? If government is the one paying something, you understand? Are we going to be able to keep it within the country so that it doesn't go to all these foreign countries? Because at the end of the day, if the prices go down, you will discover that the petrol will be scarce in Nigeria. If the price goes down and I can take it to maybe Cameroon or Benin and get a higher price for what I'm selling, some people will see, some marketer will go and sell it there. So that's the constraint that I have. But the only reason why I think that one of the things that government can do is to leverage on opportunities or technology, though that will be in the long run, that will reduce the demand for it. You understand? Dependence on it. For example, if we have an improvement in power, you will agree with me that the petroleum consumption in Nigeria will drop. You understand? The demand will drop. If we start using alternative energy for some things, you understand? Start building infrastructures for alternative energy, the demand for petroleum as a source of energy, for petrol as a source of energy will drop. You understand? So if they can put those measures, but those will be in the longer term, I believe that we might be able to have a reduction in a way that is relatively meaningful without government parting with money. You understand? For example, government reduce the number of private vehicles on the road. We have transportation, electric buses, all those things. All those things will reduce the dependence on petrol, the demand relative to the supply. And I know that a lot of oil marketers will still want to bring petrol into the country because that's their business. So I think they must have something that is how do I put it now? That a creative approach or a creative solution to it. But it's unfortunate that we can't trust them. That's the point, because of our experience, and you can't blame Nigerians for not trusting them. That's the truth. I submit my case, Ekene. You can continue.
Okay.
You say, can they fly?
Okay. I think Angelico is still has the floor. So.
Let me make this statement, and then I will yield to you, Ekene. I think the concern raised by Patostic, I think it's very, very legitimate, particularly on on the is concerned that how would government stop the flow of this product or transport of this product from Nigeria to neighboring country. So that is number one problem, because according to information that the presidential spokesperson revealed today, petrol is more, the price is more higher in some of our neighboring country than Nigeria, like in Senegal. I think he mentioned that it's 1,000 naira per liter, and some other country 800, and some 1,000 to us. So if we still have it cheaper in Nigeria, according to them, with the current price, and they don't want it to go further up, they want to keep it at that price. That means the opportunity is still there for the tankers to take it out from Nigeria to neighboring countries to still make their money. So what are they going to do to make sure that is not possible? What are they going to do well to I mean, I don't know, because it's just, but let's wait and see. I hope it doesn't go up though. I even go down. That is my own.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
One second, Patoski, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to say, don't mind that jury. When a jury was showing out those datas, and he did not factor in the standard of living of those countries, of the people living in those countries. Some
you
of
are
them
right.
are able to afford it even at a higher price. But come to think about the effect of this removal of subsidy in Nigeria, makes standard of living even worse than before. So even though we are selling lower price considered to all those countries, we still could not have. Nigerians are unable to afford it because inflation one, and secondly, standard of living is completely dropped. So those are also good factors.
Adewale, finish up. I'm going to come after you real quick, if you don't mind.
Go ahead. I'm just interjecting about.
Yeah, I think I've. Yeah, sorry, Angelica. I think I heard the argument before that a Toyota in America or in England is the same amount in Nigeria. Does that argument is that a valid argument? That's nice in the background. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hello?
Oh, you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm asking the question that the argument that a Toyota in America or England is the same price in Nigeria argument for the price of fuel. Is that a valid argument? Because okay, well, because what in a jury and everybody else, they try to standardize the price of fuel across the world. It doesn't matter where it's sold. If it's not subsidized, the price should be relatively the same across the board. So and the point is valid somewhat. Okay, if you want to use that, which is true. If the cost of making a vehicle in a Toyota in Japan is fixed, and they sell it in the US or England for the same price, unless they want to cut out of their profit, then the same price, because the same parts go into making that Toyota. So the same applies for crude oil. So it doesn't matter what the standard of living is in Nigeria and other places. In other places, the price should remain the same. But of course, I do have an argument against that. I mean, I think there's a way we can reduce the price of fuel at the pump. But what do you think?
Before you answer that, Adewale, and let me just ask you guys, is there anyone in the West, maybe they are subsidizing in your country for fuel? Is there any country in the West subsidizing fuel?
Thomas, where
I mean, he has a
no, no.
valid.
Let's.
You
Yeah,
ask
the
That's
genuine
a
question.
valid
Thomas.
question.
The
You
genuine
ask a
question. Yeah.
valid question.
Yeah,
Where
where rational mind lives, they subsidize. Yeah.
And where
where
Gani
does it?
Koko lives, they
Where
subsidize.
They subsidizing in
no, no,
Canada.
no,
In
no, no, no,
Canada.
no,
They
no,
are
no,
not
no.
subsidizing
Thomas,
nothing here.
Thomas. There was a time, Thomas. There was a time.
I'm hearing
I
you.
think
Go
the
on. Yeah.
average price of fuel in America, oh no, in Texas generally, I think it's around $3 plus. Now, before now, when I came to this country, fuel was selling at $1 plus,
Per
but
gallon.
yes. So $1, I remember then somebody was saying I was in Jebu when I first got here, and I was like, no, 25 cent counts, towards putting gas in this fuel in this tank. So, and the person was laughing then. But no, there was an incident when Biden took over. There was at a time where there was an uproar when the prices of fuel was actually climbing really rapidly, and they intervened by releasing fuel
Adewale,
from
please give
the
credit to Trump, please.
hey, there we go. Here we go. Here we go. Please, 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 please. It was during COVID, and after COVID, the price of fuel was rising, and federal government had no choice than to
Adewale,
open.
if you don't mind,
Please, I'm going
hold
to be
on.
very rude.
Everybody,
Give
please hold
credit
on.
to Trump.
Hold
We
on,
are not
please.
going through
I
this
think
route. I'm not going through this rabbit hole with you guys tonight.
Adewale, please
Yeah.
hold on. Ekene wanted to interject earlier on. I've forgotten. Ekene, let's hear from
Okay.
Ekene. Then we continue the conversation. Do we see how Ekene?
Okay, Thomas, thank you.
Yes, yeah. Sorry, I nearly forgot.
I've already exhausted. I don't know what. A lot of thoughts has come to my mind and left, but I will still have to recall some.
I'm sorry. It just came to my thoughts just now that I think you want to interject earlier on. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah. Adewale, let's continue.
I'm only.
Something?
Yeah, I'm only
go on.
concerned about this our economy operating, because that is where my mind is already. I don't have any issue. I don't have things to say about other topic. But you see, our president made two important policies.
But Ekene, you still continue calling Tinubu your president. Your people in your space, they don't call him their president. Your obedience.
As far as I'm concerned, he is the president of this country now. So it's left for the tribunal to do otherwise. So if they do otherwise, we follow the otherwise. All we are doing here is to obey the law. That's the thing.
Hello,
So
Ekene.
yeah.
Yeah, I sent a message in the comment that I want to have an engagement with you. I don't know if you're really up for it now.
Okay.
During the course of the program, you said something which was a bit, controversial to me.
Yeah.
I could have easily let it go, but it is the third time you're referring to that statement. You might be a very successful businessman in Nigeria, but you mentioned something like after the big grammar, it is still the businessman that is still going to employ. Over time, there is something called Abraham Maestro hierarchy of needs. What that thing says simply is we at different levels in life. What people seek at different points, what matters to them differs. Some people, money matters. Some people, power matters. Some people, influence matters. However, each of those things, we are all trying to seek self-recognition in one form or the other. Because at the end of the day, we live in a complex world where you would need the service of the other person. No matter how rich you are in business, you will need the service of a doctor. You will submit yourself to a doctor one day, you submit yourself to an engineer one day. So for those people that see things differently, it's a bit sad when some of us that have committed our lives to another angle and another endeavor of life, and we've worked towards it, but just because of the level of decency we've acquired, we will not want to start a kind of rumble. But when you said it, it was really contentious. So I tried to come in. I had to okay, when I had my time, I'm going to talk to you about it. At some point
Okay.
in life, money is not what determines people's achievement.
Okay. For me, I agree what you said in totally. Money is not what determines people's achievement. That's me. I believe that totally. Not that not that I have achieved my level of goal in terms of business. I've not gone half of it, but I believe I will still meet up with it. So, but my point, why I said all I said is because why I try to force myself in this platform, because I know that I'm qualified to be here. A lot of people have a certificate
No,
and all that and all that.
you're qualified.
Yeah, no, I know the angle I'm coming from. You understand? In terms of a certificate of a self going to school, I personally made that decision after my secondary school not to go that direction because of some certain reasons best known to me. And so for me, I never wanted to work for somebody throughout the end of my life, and that is my policy. You understand? So, and I'm keeping to that. So other people, they might still want to go to school, have a good grade, earn a job, and be earning a salary. It's okay for them. I'm not questioning that. But you see, when it comes to national building, you now have to bring down those because what I see in governance, me personally, what I see in governance is not a rocket science. It's something that you have to keep some things aside. Governance has to do with sympathy. Governance has to do with self-denial, a lot of things. But those things I'm not seeing it in our space, in our governance. And that is why we're getting the results we're getting today. So coming here, meeting all these intellectuals, enigmatic, very intelligent guys, speak eloquently. I love him so much. I want to have a one-on-one with him at a particular point in time. But I'm not getting what I want. It's my thoughts. I'm not getting what I want, especially from enigmatic. The way I see him, the way I look up to him. Enigmatic, he can teach me English if I desire. I want to learn English tomorrow. I can call enigmatic and say, enigmatic, I see you are a professional in this area. Come and teach me English. It's a different thing. Come and teach me mathematics. It's a different thing. But for me, unlike what we are talking about this hour, economy and all that, see, as a businessman, I understand at least some things, not everything, but some things that you need to do to build capital. Adam Soshomolo was on TV today, still trying to blame Buhari, passing on a failed economy to Tinubu. I have a problem with that. The same APC. But what is there? It's not a rocket science. You are using 96% of your revenue to service your debt, left with only 4% to pay salaries and all that. How can you succeed? So I will now be angry when I have intellectuals here that will gather and iron it out. We try to use glamour to defend it. That is why I begin to be offended.
Okay, you know what? Let me put it like this. You see, um, I believe most of us on this platform right now we're men. and we probably enjoy the game of football. The angle a striker is seeing the game from is different from the angle a goalkeeper is seeing it. It's also different from the angle a coach is seeing it. Now, you do business. Business is a very small subset of the economy. The economy is a more complicated situation than business because the economy, just policies, just comment can bring down the stock exchange. Just single policies can wreck businesses. So sometimes when people that have studied the whole program, they tend to weigh from both sides. It's not only from that burning side. When issues happens to people, there's a place, there's this way that you feel it the most. Economy is a bit more complex than that. That is why it appears as if you're not getting the desired tone or the desired chorus from everybody.
Well, my point still remains that building an economy is not a rocket science. You see, even during this time of removal of fuel subsidy, I've already adjusted myself and I'm moving fine. It didn't take me up to few weeks to just do that because I know the implication if I continue to live the way I used to live before. Do you understand? And that is how you build economy. So for me to maintain my capital, I have to drop some certain levels. You understand what I mean? So, and I'm okay with it. So when people are complaining about removal of fuel subsidy, this and that, the only problem I'm having now is inflation, which I'm still, I know that I will still overcome. Do you understand what I mean? But the issue of buying fuel, I for the past a month and a half, I've never go to the fuel station. Doesn't bother me anymore, and it's already part of me. Do you understand what I mean? So when it comes to governance, for you to maintain your revenue, build your revenue, you need to reduce some certain costs in that space.
You know what? You're
not going to start to maintain those fat bellies in the registrators and the executive in every arms of government, even in the arms of many. Bring people that are ready to work, to develop, even if they are two. Keep others behind. And that is where the political will come from. Because these guys are still maintaining their standard of living, and you still want to develop this economy. It will not work. Let's tell ourselves the truth. It cannot work. No matter how we want to spin it, no matter how we want to put it, no matter that is my point. No matter the grammar you want to speak about it, it will never work.
The issue is not the grammar. The issue is not the issue is more of the people. Are the Nigerian people really willing to make the sacrifice to build the economy? You said you've adjusted. How many percentage of the society even understands that they need to make serious adjustment in their lifestyle? So those are things that comes together to build economy. It goes beyond you making an adjustment why the millions around don't seem to understand the times they are living in.
The prime. Do you know Nigerians now, they don't go anywhere anyhow anymore? At least I don't know, maybe you have many family in Nigeria.
Obviously, yes.
My sister told me it doesn't go anyhow. Some places we just go anyhow. We just jump in our car. Nigerians are very, 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 very mindful of where they are going now.
I heard that Lagos Street is not as before now with
as
traffic.
busy
I
as
don't
it
know how
used
far
to be.
it's true.
Lagos is not as busy as it used to be before, especially on Sundays. If you go out on Sunday, it will not take you time to come back. No hold up anymore.
You know, those are the typical adjustments most of us made many years ago when we moved to the Western world, because you start to understand that every cent counts. You know, there's always this analysis where people in Nigeria say, yeah, but you are making a lot of money. They don't put what percentage of your income goes to your rent, what percentage goes to feeding and other things for you to pay expensive gas price. So you are very mindful of where you're going. If it's not necessary, you're not going. Except you probably want to use
Abra, can I
public
give you one
transport.
thing that people are overlooking now with this statement you are making? You are not looking at that on the economic activity of Lagos. You see, when there are no activities in a system, the system does not create value and money. The cities that are making money in the world are the busy cities. If your own busy city is suddenly becoming less busy, then you need to watch. Before, Lagos was called a 24-hour city, a city that never goes to sleep, because even in the night, there are activities. You are now telling me that there are no night activity again, and even the day now, we're having less activity. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, my brother, the issue is this.
Wait, my
Activities
brother.
and values.
Wait, my brother. Is the nightclubs shut down?
No.
When I say night activity,
Is Ashewu quarters shut down?
no.
How many people are going to that club?
Answer me now.
No.
I don't know. I'm not in Lagos.
Okay, so if those businesses are still open, they're still open for Nigeria. So don't say because shops are closed down, it can't be 24/7 when it's not on Igbo market. So if those that I mentioned are still ongoing, my brother, Nigeria, I mean, they just had to do their part, right? So don't worry about it. Nigeria will survive it. It's just a matter of we like to
But
whine and complain.
it's not a good sign, no.
Yeah,
It's
but
not a good sign.
if you
but
consider
the
the
issue,
security issues and all that, you don't expect a city like
And
Lagos to
that's still
continue
not a
24
good
hours.
sign too, because if things are okay, it shouldn't be. It should be. I'll give you a good example.
Okay.
I will sound a bit technical now, but Ekene, who is a business person, will understand what I'm trying to say. Ekene, for example, if somebody goes store and somebody carry money now as a businessman, you take your money to store, you go and buy something. Maybe you buy material, you bring it to your store, you sell. Maybe you sell on credit too. Maybe you give your good buyers, you give them like 1 week to pay you. You understand? So maybe on the first, now you buy. So 1 week to pay you, and then you get the people you are buying from, they give you 1 week for you to also pay. You know, that's 2 weeks now, right? And then when you sell, it takes 1 week to pay. Within a month, that person pays you, and you're able to do your cycle maybe 2 times in a month. You understand? That money, it go round like that. You know, say the number of times that you can do that cycle in a month, now they make business, they do well. You
Yeah,
understand what I
Patoski,
talk?
you're speaking like a businessman. Talk, yeah, I'm
Yes.
understanding.
You know, if for example, you open your shop now, you run. I know my Igbo friends, very early. Why do you think they come to store? There are people who still buy in the morning. They want to capture their market. They will be the last to also leave their shop, because there are people who are closing and they are buying the night.
Let me give you an instance. Like in our market, early in the morning, if you have like a Cotonou customer or Niger customer, you're expecting that person to come to your shop as early as 8 o'clock. So if you don't meet up
you go
to catch that person, you have already lost that customer. Because once you allow him to enter another shop, they will have some 1% decrease in the price, and they have captured that customer. So you might not have the opportunity to regain it. So you need to be at your shop as early as 8. If you are the kind that have that kind of Cotonou, all these African countries
because
surrounding,
you have to do and load early. and go to
Yes, early in the morning, they don't spend out. They don't spend more than 1 hour in the market. So once it's 8 o'clock, they're in the market. Once it's 9 o'clock, they're leaving the market so that they will still go back that day.
Now, Ekene, this is what I want to ask you. If, for example, there is so much night activity such that even Alaba, there's security, there's everything. Even Alaba can operate around 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Won't you divide your boys to say, okay, Nnamdi, now you go start work by 5 p.m., you go close by 3. Emeka, you start from 3. So that your business will just be running like that. Won't you prefer that?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay that way. But you know, right from Alaba policy is different because Alaba right from the time they have time frame 8 to 5. That is a time frame.
Okay.
So,
You know
but
one thing,
outside the Alaba, you still have many hustlers outside the market. Many millions of thousands of them. Yeah. Even you can also maybe if most of the big men in Alaba, their wives have shop outside Alaba, so that after the market, they will now go and sit down with the woman. The woman will be making sales. Maybe around the 12 o'clock, 1:30, they will now close and go back and go.
So you
But
can
now you don't
imagine
see those things again. Those things are
Exactly.
not there like that.
okay, you know one thing, my brother. You see, when we should not conflict certain things. When they say I'm a Lagos boy, when they say Lagos never sleeps, they were really talking of the hospitality segment of Lagos. It was far gone those days where real economic value adding economy was happening at night. It was, and the hospitality sector is also a very critical economy. So I understand the security aspect, but we were talking of that illegal movement. When I mean illegal movement is people just jumping into the car. I'm over lucky Yashokura. I want to go say hello to Mama Shukude. For what? You don't think we are seeing. Those are the kinds of movement that has really reduced. Those are the kind of movement people are talking. If you have a business to pursue, you will definitely go. Ekene, am I lying? Is that not right?
It depends on the kind of business now. Maybe all those are nice business,
Yeah,
but
but if you
something
have
like
a
that.
serious business to do, by then you will not consider if you have to want to struck a business of 2 million in Alaba.
By night?
You would no during the day. No, we're not talking of at night. We're not talking of night
During
alone.
the day now. During the day, that's how it's supposed to
During the day, regardless of the price of fuel, you would like, okay, I need to go and make a business. But that luxury jolly ride visit that is common, that rush movement in Lagos, that is not really geared towards economic activity.
Ade, sorry
Yeah.
to cut you again. Challenge that is there. Let me tell you. You see the idea of going to say, I want to see Ade, I want to see this. That is our culture as a people. That's what makes us Nigerian. I'll give you a good example. In my church here, before you go and somebody, you will call the person, you will do this. I discovered that so we only see ourselves during service and maybe occasionally. So I was not talking to my pastor, say, in the country where I come from, if I'm going to see you, I will even call you yourself. When I'm in your area, I'll say, Matt, I'm in your area, what's happening? I will just bounce in. He now told me that was the way he was raised in the US, that the environment where he grew up in the US was like that. So that promoted the bonding. And mind you, all those activities, you are going on the road, you meet your friend, they say, where we go? Okay, let us go to this place. Let us go and hang out here. We are sitting down, we are eating. Those things are also creating economy activities.
But
That's
we're
what we
not
are bringing.
creating. But the issue is this: those
You
things.
know, during those night activities, you will see some most women roasting plantain.
Yeah.
Those are
Those
the
are
time they make
economic.
a big sales.
Those ones
Roasting
are
plantain,
economic.
roasting meat, and all that. A lot of business guy that want to relax used to enjoy those things in the night, and it's helping those women. But those things are not. They are no
Again,
more. So
that
yeah,
way, now some students take go school. All those money where
yeah,
now some of
yeah.
us say we
So
speak grammar here, take go school.
Those things is not there again. You can see it nowhere.
Yeah, I
Before
understand.
highest 10 o'clock. 10
I was
o'clock,
in
those things
Lagos
are
few months ago. Okay, I was
yeah.
really sad when shops were locked by 10 o'clock. I'm like, what is happening here? I understand that. But however, our people, we need to engage more in proper economic activities. We need some level of orientation. I understand there's no country that is going to progress if they deal only on daytime economy. The night economy is equally important, but it has to be geared towards
Do you know?
productive
Do you know
activity.
that as a nation, you see, the amount we are owing is not a problem. Whether 100 trillion, 700 trillion, whatever the amount may be, it's not the problem of our nation. The problem is the foreign reserve, the revenue. Because when you now, because I still bring down my idea of a businessman, what business is all about. When you can be owing like 10 million naira and they have a property, what you know that you can discount with about 20 million or 30 million. So that money you are owing is not shaking you because you have something that makes you to say yes, whatever that happen, I will still pay this money.
Ekene,
You understand how it works?
you just mentioned something. You just mentioned something I tried to speak about a few weeks ago. What's your stand about Tinubu fighting Niger?
Well, for me, I really don't have much to say in that area because you know, Tinubu, I'm not, I'm not supporting him in that move. Reason because we are losing a lot of things in our space, and we have a lot of things to fix. Because that period they were having the inauguration of the ministers and all that, so I was expecting some portfolios. I'm still expecting. Let these guys get to work.
Okay.
I'm still expecting it up till today. So those time we are wasting in those Niger really angered me personally. That I don't care what they're saying there. So if that is the so for me, I don't really care about that Niger stuff.
Okay, let me explain something quick. The whole Niger move, I said it sometimes ago on this platform, is about money. Nigeria is looking at about possibility of $80 billion from that Niger move with our gas pipeline. The whole money we are owing since 1960 is about 110 billion. So in 2-3 years, if we can get our pipe through Niger to Europe, Nigeria will find its feet again. So as a businessman, you should understand where I'm coming from and what I'm trying to say. Russia sells in 2021 sold $160 billion worth of gas to Europe. Europe don't want to buy gas again from Russia. They want to buy from Nigeria. Russia has decided to block Nigeria through Chad, Niger, and Burkina Mali and Co. So that is why they are fighting. What do you think about it as a businessman?
It's a very good move. It's a very good move. But we should not endanger the life of some Nigerians. That is why some people are coming up with the diplomacy move and all that. So if you can achieve it through diplomacy, it's very nice. But if it is about people going down for it, Niger is still our brothers. We cannot deny that. So the issue
Oh, sorry, Ekene. So what if diplomacy fails?
Well, for me, I don't think that the diplomacy will fail. I don't think so.
I'm asking you a question. Let us assume without foreseeing that diplomacy fails. Diplomacy can fail. It has failed previously.
But at least now Niger have accepted to dialogue. So it's left for the ECOWAS to do the right thing.
You have not answered my question. I said,
They have accepted
what
to dialogue.
if diplomacy fails?
If diplomacy fail, we cannot waste the life of citizens because of the money that is involved. That is my point.
Okay.
I value life more than money.
Okay.
But if we can do that, through diplomacy, it's very nice. But for me to say, go and execute war because of 80 billion or whatsoever,
Ekene, do you know the countries
don't buy
that
it.
fought First World War and Second World War, they are neighbors, they have historical ties. Germany and Britain, do you know they have the ruling class in England has its root in Germany? Do you know Poland and Russia? They are supposed to be brothers. Do you know Ukraine and Russia? So fight between brothers over something, over resources, is not new in this world. We just hope diplomacy works in this matter.
Let me time you. Who said that right now? Is that Diwali? Who's that?
No, it's the prime.
The prime.
Okay, good point that you made. So this guy came on television like a couple of days ago. I heard him say, it was regarding the Niger and Nigeria, the war or whatever, the coup there, and it was trying to make a point that close neighbors don't fight, or that was his argument, which of course was false. And that's a good example that you made right there. Even in Africa, even in Nigeria, I think there've been neighbors that fought wars, especially in the southwestern part of Nigeria that we know. So that argument doesn't always work. That because you're neighbors, you don't fight war over resources or whatever the reason may be. People fight. Many of these European nations, just like you said, they're close neighbors. They share a lot of common ancestors. But at the same time, they went to war and killed each other. Yeah. Thanks.
Well, for me, people are not
does
ready.
not justify the war now. The fact that somebody made a mistake does not justify the mistake now.
I don't know.
All of us, you agree that with the World War, the Germans killing the Jews and people fighting, throwing the whole of Europe into chaos, and Africans are dragged into it. The whole world is in trouble. It's not a justification for say, okay, if German and Poland are neighbors and they can fight, there's nothing wrong in Nigeria and Niger fighting.
That's not the argument.
That is just a statement you made, and it doesn't support any.
Well, it's always good to state historical facts, and it's quite common that we actually think that neighbors or close brothers, so to speak, do fight. No, the guy on television I was referring to made a categorical statement that it never happens. I'm not saying because you're close they should fight. That's not the point. The point is that things can sometimes get really bad that it results to war. Nobody's advocating for war, not me especially.
Yeah, things can get so bad that it reveals the devil in us and in the form of war. You understand? The brothers and sisters fighting is different from when countries fight. When countries fight, the people who are not involved in the fight are the ones that really suffer and die. You understand? Look at Biafra war. All those old men who die. Wait to concern them with Gawan. Wait to concern them with Ojuku. They probably were just living their lives in their village, eating ukobi and trying to make life work for them. You understand? And then they have to fight because some people come up with information that the Igbos don't like the Hausa, so the Hausas don't like Igbo. People just fight. So I don't know why we should fight.
Just two people will come out and make a decision. Create something.
No.
And Patrick, also, let me say this. Big Shop, hold on. Let me say this. There you coming. And also, I discover in many instances, the fight we normally went into, at the long run, they will come to the round table.
God bless
you. So why don't you come on the round table before going into the war?
No, it doesn't happen like that, my brother. In human history.
But why don't we go into the round table?
No, it doesn't happen like that.
It doesn't happen like that. Just like you say, if that was the case, there would not be war in this world. There'd never be any problem in this world. We're human beings. That's why these shenanigans do happen.
Yeah, you are right, but in my own philosophy, Second World War, this Second World War, even Biafran War and Nigerian War, they finally come into a round table. So why can't they come into the round table, not commencing the war at the first instance? That's just my thing. So, but you are right. Yes, please. Yeah.
Thomas, please, can I say something?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, coming. Yeah.
See, for me, this Niger and Nigeria war stuff, I think most of us Nigerians
Why
are
we even call
missing
it? Why are we calling it war? It's not war now. Let us call
Okay,
it
let me
war.
say the conflict now. See, I think for we Nigerians, we are missing the big picture, what the West and the Russia are trying to play. You know, in the game of chess, you try as much as possible to hide your end goal and let your opponent think that you are winning you. I think Russia and the West, they are trying to lure Nigeria into a war that we, at the end, will be the one to lose. If you shake this uranium that France is bent on getting from Niger, do you know that in Nigeria we have 9 states that have commercial quantity of uranium, and we have not even touched 1% of it. Do you know? And Niger only have two locations where they have uranium. And we in Nigeria, we have 8 states, not location, 9 states. We have Adamawa, Bauchi, Bayelsa, Benue, Cross River, Gombe, Imo, Kano, and Sokoto that have uranium in commercial quantity. So I think this whole drama they are playing between the Russia and the West the target is Nigeria, but they are trying as much as possible to fool we to go into a battle that at the end of the day the war will come into Nigeria and they will fix on what
And then
we
they can
have.
steal uranium and go.
Yes, that's what for me. That's just what that keep running on my head. I don't know how
Yeah,
am I being.
yeah, you may be right, but let's hear from Bishop. Yeah, Bishop.
Well, I think someone corrected what I wanted to correct. I think we have allowed propaganda and I don't know what they call them to blow this issue of Nigeria, I mean ECOWAS and Niger out of proportion. Number one, the start with war. I have said here repeatedly, Nigeria is not going to war against Niger. No, there is an intervention force that ECOWAS has established. In early 80s, if I'm not mistaken, we were in Lebanon, Unibas. There was another one, United Nations Force, UNIFIL. We were in Congo. We were in how many places do we want to before ECOMOG? Those were even before the days of ECOMOG, which was West African led. We have participated in United Nations intervention in several other places. All of a sudden, people that wanted to benefit from it and think a very dangerous and selfish, self-centered, self-serving scenario, tag this intervention as a war against the people of Niger. I have said here repeatedly, I spoke with some people personally, and they just laugh. But of course, they are not allowed to come into the public space and engage in this political gerrymandering. Nigeria is not going to war against Niger. ECOWAS is intervening to restore civil order because people that are there, they know more than us outside. That look, if you allow that space to fall into different rebel hands, it's going to be a problem. We have not recovered from the fallout of what happened in Libya. So if we keep joining them to help spread that, Nigeria wants to go to war against Niger, we are spreading falsehood. Nigeria is not, I've said it yet, tired, in fact, I should be tired of saying it. We are not going to war against Niger.
What do you mean by intervention force? What intervention? How would intervention force give ultimatum that government should be returned to
How did the intervention
another?
force? How did the ECOWAS intervention force give ultimatum in Gambia, and we even flew our afterjet and dispatched our warship?
So what is going to happen if after that 7 days, let's say that they didn't chicken out the way they did, as those people refuse, to leave?
Now. If
So
Yahya
Jammeh
had not stepped down, they would have picked him.
Exactly. Let's make a scenario.
What did you say, Patisco?
They would have picked Yahya Jammeh.
No.
They would have
I'm
picked
talking
him.
about the case of Niger. The delay of Niger.
Sincerely, between you and me, do you think if they want to pick this guy, they can't pick them?
If they want to pick them up,
yeah, they will pick them.
Yes.
It's going to be that means we are waging without. They're going to wage war against them now.
No,
they have to kill them. They hold on. They can't. They have to.
Bartowski, that is a war. You have to wage war.
They have to kill them. You think they will surrender? You think they will surrender easily?
They can pick them. If they fail, they kill them.
How would they pick them?
If they can pick them successfully without killing them. If they resist, that's for the military strategists now.
Which military are they not military as well?
Okay.
Are they not military?
If they send Navy SEAL to that place, can they pick them? If they send Navy SEAL to that place,
do you know that those guys ascended most courses, military courses with Nigerian army? Do you know that?
If they send American Navy SEAL there,
you say they just go and pick them, but let them pick one as if they are baby that will surrender. Mommy, yes, here is me, mommy. Give me my food.
Now they will kill them.
Yeah.
Can we get serious a little bit, please?
They can kill them.
I am
Nothing is wrong with that.
Number one, if it don't, and ECOWAS decided to take a military action, what would have happened first is that we have the capacity to they don't even have an existing air force. That's number one. And when we encircle the government house, their presidential palace, they will just tell them to give themselves up. Now, you are saying that they will kill them.
Why didn't they do that? Why didn't they do that?
It's because they can't do that now because those guys they still have Bazoum. Because
people are saying that we did not use diplomacy. On the second day of the coup, they sent a president of the republic to go there. Is that not diplomacy? They sent several people to go there. They tried to talk to them. They report everything that they're just apologizing. Look, we are making this up. So let's be very sincere with ourselves. It was just based on personal thing, and it was a Tinubu thing. I said here a couple of days or weeks ago that if Tinubu had not been the president of Ghana, I mean of ECOWAS, that it is the Ghanaian president that under his leadership as the chairman of ECOWAS that issued that statement. Majority of the Nigerians that are opposing Tinubu now, 90% of them will support him. They live, that is action for president. That is the way I am telling you. And
that's not true. That's not true. It is not a Tinubu issue. It is.
Bishop, why do you think
not
that Nigeria will
it is not a
be
Tinubu issue. It's just that we oppose it. We oppose it because we don't want.
Not objective. No, you're opposing it. You and your others like you. It's not from the point of patriotism or objectivity. That is too clear. It was a class. So
patriotism.
The emphasis I want to make. Nigeria is not. There was nothing about Nigeria going to war with Niger. Nigeria has only one vote in the committee of ECOWAS. So if there was no veto vote in ECOWAS, United Nations there is veto vote. There is no veto vote in ECOWAS. So Tinubu's vote alone couldn't have overturned the vote or the decision of the ECOWAS. So people painting it like it was like in Nigeria versus the JP. It was completely out of misinformation. disinformation, self-serving. That's just the truth. And personal beef with the Tinubu leadership. Because nothing that he ever does can ever be right. So, but the idea, the argument of going to war, using that language alone is offensive. Nigeria is not going to war with Niger. If the era of colonization was to be open today, Nigeria has the capacity to take on Cameroon, Niger, Chad, and the Republic at the same time.
So all those APC political leaders in the north that are against Tinubu to go to war, or ECOWAS to go to war against those people, so they are unpatriotic to Nigeria. They are unpatriotic.
I don't know what you mean by saying APC.
There are a lot of APC political leaders that are against. So they are not patriotic like Ajane.
Do you just because belonging to APC confer on you the toga of patriotism? I don't understand that argument.
Has Tinubu ever done anything wrong?
Yes.
Has Tinubu ever done anything wrong to you?
Bishop, please, I want to know, are you the spokesperson of the Nigerian government or ECOWAS?
I don't know what you're speaking.
It's Israel. Because now you are here trying to prove a point, or trying to make us understand what the government is not saying. You are just here trying to speak for the government. So I'm asking you, are you working for the government, or you are just a concerned Nigeria like us?
Tell me the part of my English that you don't understand, so that we interpret in your language.
Now you are saying the Nigerian government or ECOWAS is not going to war, and those in government those APC people in government from the north are saying that Nigeria should not go to war. Are you trying to tell us now that those people don't know what they are talking about, that they don't have information?
I actually don't know what you are talking about. That's the fact. I don't do it because I'm sorry, but you're not making sense. That's the truth. Because my position is based on available information on the outside. And I'm not going to use APC or PDP or something. That's not my fault. I'm not using party partisanship. I'm basing it on a fact that is out in the public place. So if you chose or you chose to believe that it is Nigeria that is waging a war against the J for whatever reason, then that's left to you. But the fact outside there,
the fact outside is pointing towards only one direction, that ECOWAS is going to war with Niger. But you are here trying to spin everything as if you are the only one that knows the facts.
Listen, don't personalize it. Don't get all worked up. If it is too much for you to comprehend what I have, my position, ask. And if you are so fixated on your own point, then keep it to yourself. I did say, and I'm saying, today, Nigeria is not going to war against Niger. I have said that again. If you want me to say it in your language, tell me your language, I will repeat it. Nigeria is not going to war. So it was the first narrative that been painted out there. ECOWAS is not even going to war against Niger. They are going on intervention against the coupists. The coupists does not represent the entirety of Nigerians.
And what kind of argument is that? The coupists, you are going for the government of a particular country. You say you are not going to war.
No, it's just like
it's just like the Bush was saying that he's going after Saddam, and he's not waging war against Iran.
It is not a government of the people. It is not.
Okay.
It is not. So forget your sentiments for once.
Who had the leaders, the mullahs, and the government delegate, the emir? Hold on. Who were they in? Hold on now.
I've had what you're saying. Let me answer you.
Their journey to Niger was for what? Wasn't not to go and meet those juntas, the government of the country, to negotiate with them?
Not the government.
Eh?
So meet the coup is not the government.
Now, we have had more than 10, I can quote more than 10 hostage situations. When people hold a place hostage and kidnap people and they hold them hostage, and you send government representatives to go and negotiate with them to release those people, are you saying they are lawfully holding those people? These people have hijacked a state and they are holding the state.
So who is in
ransom.
control of the Niger now? Who are the people in control of Niger today?
Holding a place.
No, hold on. Who are the people in control of Niger today? As a government.
Let me answer that, Mike. You see, somebody who stole something does not make that person automatically the owner, because the person has custody of something that does not belong to him. It does not make it. It does not make the person the owner. That's what you are. That's what you are just simply saying now. They are saying those people are illegal. That's the argument. That's why we are making that noise. That they are not supposed to be there.
Patoski, every military government that ever existed in this world are illegal governments.
Yes,
but
that's why we should fight
But the
them.
world deal with them, right? They engage with them. They engages with them. They do things with them. They represent their country on so many levels. So what do you mean?
We are saying in ECOWAS it is no longer acceptable. Simple as that. Why is it that you people that are trained, that are posturing to be Democrats, and all of a sudden, the day has become a beautiful. Hold on, Adaleko, you to hold on. You to hold on. You to hold on. You to hold on, please. Why is it that suddenly the Niger that is so abhorred that everybody wants to cut the neck of Buhari for building rail lines? Everything about Niger was all of a sudden it's become a beautiful prize that you are so interested with them that our brothers and sisters are there. Whose brothers and sisters? All of a sudden, look, ECOWAS made a statement, not Tinubu, that coup is not longer allowed. That they made a mistake, they allowed it in the previous time. And somebody said, look, under my watch as the chairman, we are not going to allow it to happen again. We do everything to stop it because it has not brought about anything good. Let us learn from our mistake. And some people say, oh, they were being foreign sponsored. It's okay, whether it's foreign sponsored or local sponsored. They were doing and the talk that bringing the of people is more than over 2.5 million people. I don't understand. So don't let us speak this up. One, who makes you that are two,
We can't hear you. Your phone, your connection is not good. Your connection is not good. We can't hear you, Bishop.
All right,
I think you sound better now. You sound better now. Continue. Continue. You sound better now. Okay, drop. Okay. Patoski, my question is this. You and Bishop. My question is Bishop drop. Patoski is there. So who are the people in charge of the administration of that country today? Who are the people?
So the best way to put that question is this: who are
your people,
who are the people
your
controlling the question? The question should be put this way. Are you following me? Let me answer now.
Okay.
The question should be put in this way: who are the people controlling that country, not in charge? Because nobody put them in charge of the country. They took over the control of that country.
But they are in charge now. They are in control.
They are not in charge.
Yeah?
They are not in charge. They are not responsible to anybody. That's the point.
They still govern the people, whether you
they
can
are not responsible to the people
by force or this thing. They still
they
govern
are not
the
responsible to the people. And that's what we are saying. It's dehumanizing for them to take over people and control them.
That's a valid point. But that's a valid point. You
but
make
they
a
need to
valid
still
point
negotiate with them or take them out or whichever way or do both.
Patoski,
Yeah.
see, one thing with all this Niger stuff, Nigeria and ECOWAS will they rush into something they say we never study well. We never know the angle where the West and Russia
Ajale
will come
Oko.
from.
Ajale Oko. I can hear you. Ajale Oko.
Yes.
You see, there's one thing that you have been saying that I've not really been supporting. But yesterday I reflected on it and I felt that you were saying the truth. You see, when we're talking about cost of governance and this and that, I saw the guy in Burkina and I listened to him. That guy looks like ordinary Burkinabe guy. He looks like his people, his lifestyle, his way of living, his approach is just like any other person. And my challenge is the disparity between Nigerians and average Nigerian and the people that are ruling Nigeria is too wide. It's too wide. I think we must do something about it. These people are just there to get themselves better. I'm beginning to just think back and see. It's too much. An average Nigerian cannot be using maybe a Toyota, and then somebody else letting them is using the latest Mercedes Benz. Not because he has worked and done well for himself, just simply because he's occupying an office. I think we need to look into that. We need to. Life is not like that. Life is not like that. How to put you? You will see somebody was poor yesterday just because he's a common now.
But Ajale Koko,
go to I went to CPN. One of my friends, one of my
What
friends in
are they
NDIC.
talking about?
One of my friends in
hold on.
NDIC told me their children are the ones working all those places.
Patoski, can you hear me?
I can hear you, sorry.
Yes. Shebi, you Agbalagba, you always tell us Ika or Dogba. So why are you? Ika is not Dogba now.
It's not when you cut the other fingers to make them short.
But there's no how.
No.
There's no
Thomas,
how you cut
when
finger,
they say Ika or
you
Dogba,
amend finger,
it
Ika or
means that
Dogba now.
you will allow the fingers to grow at their own pace. It's not by cutting the other ones that is growing to outgrow you and say, let me cut it because Ika or Dogba go good or good you. That's what they are doing. They are cutting the fingers, not making them to grow. One of my friends was telling me that do I know that some of these agencies, NDIC, do I know how much they get paid? And it is the children of those governors, all those people that are there. They don't publicize them, but when they want to recruit somebody to do army or recruit somebody to do all those interim forces that will be fighting vigilante, they will recruit their own children. They will recruit ordinary people. They will say the form is out, though. But the form of central bank does not come out. The form of NNPC and NDIC does not come out. We need to just look at these things. Actually,
I don't get what you're saying.
You still don't get it?
I don't.
Okay, maybe because it's coming from me. Ajayoko, do you understand what I'm saying?
Don't mind me. Why won't you get what you are saying?
Why won't you get it?
Yesterday, I just listened to that Burkina. I looked at that guy.
I'm doing something on the
This guy
computer.
looks like ordinary human being. Those are the kind of people that we need to govern us. Ordinary people that are like us. You see, let me go spiritual, and I will. The Bible says your leaders must come from among your people. They must be your people. The ordinary men among you should be your leaders. That's the way the Bible put it. These people that are governing us, they are like foreigners. Their lifestyle, the total abandonment with which they look at us suggests that they are not even Nigerians. Even foreigners look at us better than these people. Look at what Bill Gates is doing in Nigeria now. How many Nigerian leaders are doing that? They even took the pot and went away.
Patisco, did you remember this time? Maybe I think it was before COVID, maybe immediately after COVID, that Bill Gates went to Nigeria and went to deliver a speech among those leaders, and he was lambasting them. He was talking of the way they have neglected the health care and a lot of things. You know, he was not too direct, but he was raising some some concern about the bad state of our healthcare infrastructure and some other things. Man, I said, look at them. Look at this man talking to all of them. Look at in their own country. Look at the way he's yapping them. It's very shameful. Yeah, Mungbo.
Oh, nice to save face. You should come to these poor rural areas in America and go and establish hospitals and help them. The way he was lambasting the government in Africa, he should go and lambast government in his own country here. Is everything being shown on TV make America the great? There are poverty everywhere.
Let's not do that.
Why would we do that?
On the
That's
average,
hypocrisy.
no, it's not. The average American still enjoys better healthcare than we do in Nigeria.
Have you been to rural area in America before?
Yes, the rural area in America is not even as critical as our own.
Have you been to rural area before?
I've seen where they, you know what they do? They do their business here in
okay, hold on.
But I'm alone compared to what we're doing in Nigeria. Oh, if you win now, the numbers are just off.
No. What I'm saying is that is hypocritical.
Did you see their schools?
Hey.
Did you see their schools in the rural area?
You guys live in the city, and living in the city sometimes makes people think America is the way, you know, your immediate environment. I know places.
They wait. Let's focus on ourselves. Leave America alone.
No. I'm just making reference that it's hypocritical.
No.
Come to Africa to chastise the government official. When his own government.
That's distraction.
It's not distraction.
Your argument,
holding their nose and sparking. Listen,
this is what I'm saying. If I'm going to benefit from what he's saying, I don't care what happens in his own country. Let's focus on what's happening in ours. That's my point.
Yeah, but why making reference to Brigade then?
No, because of what he's saying. Don't forget the man. Focus of the point he's making is the issue.
I just have to disagree about Jale Koko one way or the other. It doesn't matter whether the argument is...
Oti Mutiabi. Oti Mutiabi.
You see, when you make your kusi, it's sure that man.
But
never carry
they hold on. This is where I find it hypocritical on your side. Everybody knows this guy is not a lone actor. Why?
Listen, no.
This guy was sent by Buhari and his boys to do.
I do not care what I was saying.
Why are they not picking up Buhari and his boys?
Listen,
why is this Emefiele?
You see, you know one
thing. Dash any.
No. Babati, let's make something clear. Ignorance of the law does not exonerate you. Okay. And at the height of his career, he can't tell me that he's doing things blindly. Even you, as a military officer under the command of your supervisor or under the command of any other superior military officer, if you are given unlawful order, you have a right to disobey that order as long as it's going to impact life and property. You have the right to decline. Now, you may be, put in a security guard or whatever, but you have a right, because if your case can be taken to the law court and you will be justified or exonerated. Now, whether there are some other principal actors that were involved in what Nigeria is currently going through now, that is abstract. The fact that this man was put in that position in trust on behalf of the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, he has mouth to decline any directive that is going to bring hardship or any negative impact to Nigeria. So he was at the pleasure, not necessarily at the pleasure of Mr. President, because he report to the executive does not subject him to any arbitrary directive. So Whether Buhari was involved, whether the chief of staff was involved, whether any actors were involved at the Aso, him being the arrowhead and the poster boy, he has the choice to decline, to say no, not to be used as a tool. Now, who is helping him to nurture his pain now? He is in the security detention, while those people who are pushing him to do that are gallivanting around the globe. So my take is this: whether he's the one paying the price, it's none of my business. As far as he chose not to speak or not to decline those orders being given to him by the executive, he will pay that price, and he's paying it. I don't care how many charges being filed against him.
Wow.
The fact that he subject Nigerians to that hardship, unnecessary hardship, he will pay. I don't care if the fact Burukiru Fagbo, where Buhari is going to be subject to the same condition. I don't care. But as long as he is the one that the law is able to catch up, let him burn and burn.
And I agree with you. I agree with your point. And see, I said Emefiele is the underboss, right? See, he knows he has a lot to gain. Also, he wasn't stupid. I mean, the people that gave him the permission to roam around freely, they know, and he also knows he's getting paid. That guy's got a lot of money. That Emefiele guy. I remember one time a few years ago, they talk about some money being transmitted to Dubai, and somehow, some way, that story just died away. It just went away. Okay, this guy has been stealing money for a very long time. He's gained a lot out of it. It was counted. We saw what happened, right? During the Buhari's few months or few weeks left, when the DSS wanted to arrest this guy, it was untouchable. Emefiele was untouchable as long as Buhari was in power. We all knew that. And he didn't know how quickly Tinubu was going to get on his case. He wanted to escape. Emefiele is not stupid. He wanted to escape. But the DSS or whichever agency, they had to actually the fact that Emefiele did not escape, which is still almost like mind-boggling, shows that something works in Nigeria. Actually,
Prince. I think this is what I'm getting. Nobody's saying that it should not be picked up or persecuted. What I'm saying is that let's not make it look like it was a lone actor in this whole saga.
I get your point, but let's face reality. See, sometimes when we have the numbers, when we have everything we need, at the end of the day, we have to subject ourselves to reality. Do you think I would support if they said Buhari stole $10 billion? Do you think I would support them going after Buhari? That's not the reality. Why model the whole thing and make a mess of it when you can go after Emefiele and the underbosses? And punish those people. There's no need to try to racial or ethnic tension in the country, trying to go after Buhari. It's not necessary. That is life. That is life.
Praise Daddy.
Yeah.
You hear this Yoruba phrase that said, "Yorumi to ndolori omi, onilu to nlu fun wa labe odo." So the person that is drumming for those people that are drumming for Emefiele now, why are they not coming out now and speaking for him or fighting for him?
To defend him?
Are they use him and dump him?
Of course. Oh, come on now. Emefiele was the most disposable guy out of them all. You don't know that? Emefiele is so disposable. He was meant to be thrown in the trash. Yeah. Yes.
It's funny that, let me say this, it's funny that most Nigeria don't understand the Nigeria system. Do you think that anything will come out from this Emefiele stuff? Nothing will come out because the system will protect him. At the end of the day, you will find out that all this drama they are acting, at the end of the day, no charge will be filed against Emefiele.
Well,
The system will always protect the corrupt people.
I see your point. If Tinubu was not in charge, so to speak, I would totally agree with you. But I'm optimistic that something's going to happen. It has to happen. I mean, but the question is, just like people have been saying, how far do you want to go? How far do you want to throw the net? How many of them do you want to catch? Is the question. So catch what you can catch. Emefiele is the underboss. He knows where all the monies are. Are you kidding me? The chairman or the boss of the CBN.
Wait. You just said catch. Maybe it should not go wide enough. But I refuse to believe that is just going to be the only person. That's what I don't like. There has to be more people, even if it's a Buhari. But there has to be more people that go down, not just him. I'm not buying.
But see, it's not the person that knows where the bodies are buried that you have to go after.
Then we help them hide those bodies. I need to know those people too.
Well, if those people are going to cause, my point, if they're going to cause trouble, ethnic tension, let it go. Get what you can get. And trust me, I think Emefiele is not only a big fish, it's a good fish. It's a good fish. Come on. If you go arrest somebody that just looted a bunch of money that has no connection to central bank, who knows where the money in Nigeria is? Emefiele is the one that knows. Come on. Let's get him. Let him cough out as much as it can.
So we should just absorb the big dogs and just let it go, right?
But see, we live in a real world.
So much
we live in a real world.
No, so much for fighting corruption. Taking to the man. I'm sure. No. I'm sure if it was show it would not give it them, right? But if it was show it would not give it them. It would take a bunch of everybody. Everybody's going to jail.
See, one thing, the system. That Nigerian system is very complicated. We just talk from the outside, man. That system is so complicated. It's so complicated. I don't even know how complicated it is. That's the reality of it. See, everything is so intertwined. I mean, people come on the television. They talk about the bosses, the underbosses when it comes to this oil subsidy. Everything's so. Man, the corruption is deep. So when Prince Adewale says he's going to get rid of corruption, I'm not even in the government, don't know anything. I was just laughing. Sir, how is that possible? Corruption in Nigeria, going to fight it? How many years is it going to take you to do that? How many years? It's almost impossible. It's doable in the next 100, 1,000 years. Who knows? But get what we can get right now and make the best of it. And Emefiele knows where the monies are. he knows where all those monies are. Come on, this guy is so crooked. And again, it was working at the behest of the bosses, Buhari and co.
Then, please, Daddy, do you know what angers me most? This money policy of the nonsense we are talking about. The money has disappeared in the circulation.
It was non-existent. Is it not clear right now? The whole purpose was to defeat.
God, please, Daddy, I be like say I get like Shakabula just pointing to this guy head, and they should draw him in a forerunner. They should draw a rope on him, tie a rope on him, and just drag him from Inewi to Ghana.
You are in the public platform.
General Thomas, that's military style, though.
No, now, do you know how many people that die on this stupid policy? I said on this platform, guys, you don't know. My mom was taking food in credit for 3 months. The money was lying fallow in the bank. She couldn't get the money. Can you imagine? I'm eating here. My mom is getting credit food in Nigeria. It's not that there's no money.
Right.
Do you know how many people that die?
Well, this is what the FBI or the CIA calls blowback. See, they miscalculated. I mean, really, I think if they hadn't done that, maybe the votes would have would have had a large turnout, whereby a large number of people would have voted for Obi or Atiku. They miscalculated. They kept a lot of people away from the polling booths because of their calculation, and they miscalculated. Okay, the old monetary policy was just a joke. We saw everything.
It's just a charade, my brother.
We saw everything unfolding. We know it was of no value. We saw it. Everybody saw what was going on. It was meant to defeat Tinubu and punish the common people. That's what it was about. It didn't serve no. I mean, it was the dumbest policy ever at that point in time. And people, the opposition were trying to justify. They did it in India and all this other stuff. Not at even though you're gonna do it, not at this point in time. There was no reason for him to have done it. For Buhari to have done it with Emefiele. But anyways, they went ahead and did it for whatever reason, and we all know the reason. This is the corruption we're talking about. And today, how much did they spend on this money? This new money, billions of naira.
It's wastage, my brother. Wastage.
They wasted the money. They wasted everything.
Prince Daddy, just
Yeah.
mark my word. Emefiele, the federal government will grant him B. The court will grant him B, and he will pay money, and that will be the end of his case. That's how Nigeria operates.
I know, but I think again, somebody has to go, and I think Emefiele is the sacrifice. They're gonna sacrifice him. I mean, at the end of the day, maybe Tinubu and some other people are gonna go behind the behind the doors and talk about it. Say, hey, no, give us Emefiele and a couple more people, and we call it good. Something got to give. Emefiele is not to me. He's not going to go anywhere. It will be a big example to Nigerians when it comes to corruption. But guess what? The people that have all the money in their pockets, they're going to end up walking away. What can we do? What can we do, really? That's the system we live in. It's a tough deal, but I think, but Emefiele to me is still a good catch. He knows where the money's at. He was the head of central bank. One more do you need? Who knows where the money is? I mean,
Prince Daddy, what I'm suspecting in Emefiele is that those people that gave him that job to do, they know his own corrupt practices as well. So maybe they just limp him as using as, well, we know this, we know this, we know this, we know this. Go ahead and do this. Maybe it's like Babangida that said, Babangida told us last time that the June job that was annoyed is there's some power that belongs him. Don't you think that? Because I don't see what is the importance? What is the rush of changing money in 3 months to election? What is the rush? What is the end game? What is the end game? It's amount to total nonsense.
Thomas, and some clowns came on this platform defending Emefiele's policy because of elections.
Come on, them now.
You remember now? They were like, yes, I'm like, guys, people are dying, people are suffering, and you defended this nonsense because you want your guy to win. It backfired. They didn't win still. But it takes this. It bothers me when people go to this extreme end to get what they want at the expense of the country. The same people will tell you that the military should take over the country. Those extremist views. If you don't get what you want, and it bothers me. But
that's the most dangerous. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
go ahead, man. But it bothers me that if you don't get what you want, you should allow the country to just burn and people die and suffer. That bothers me in our so-called democracy. And I've always said that, Prince Daddy, that we need to terraform our democracy. I think it was a mistake for us to accept democracy.
But let me just say this. I saw a guy that had a poultry because people don't have money to buy the eggs in their thousands. They are burying the eggs.
I want layer chickens.
Yes.
Wow.
I'm talking about eggs. They are burying the eggs because no money to buy the eggs. Yes.
That one is even old one. The one Babati is talking about is recent now. The guy is about to lose millions of naira to invest in poultry because of the economy now. He's crying on social media looking for help. Like a lot, Nigerians are going through a lot. Nigerians are going really through a lot. And I don't know when the government will start amending things. Our people are going through a
lot. I just don't feel like this accepting democracy in the purest form has done any good to Nigeria. I think we need to find our way back. Thomas, you're from Oyo State, right? I have talked about maybe perhaps you should bring back the House of Chiefs in Oyo State for starters, because it works for your culture over there, and we need to find a way to, because this what we're practicing right now, this pure democracy is not working. We can lie to ourselves, but
are we really practicing pure democracy? Are we really doing that?
No. I mean, in terms of election, I'm saying the purest form in terms of the politics of it, the elections, where majority carries the vote. There's no protection for minority groups. There's no recognition of their own concerns. We always glaze over what the Egun people feel. When last did you hear from the Nupe people? When we discuss democracy or politics, it's always Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa people, forgetting that we have other people. There's no consideration for those minorities in the group because democracy says it's about numbers. Well, there's more to numbers. There's more to democracy. There's more to the people than just voting. But unfortunately, when I say the purest form of democracy, that means when we focus solely on numbers as the asset for electing people, and not
just like the electoral college in America. What about the 25% that's required in 24 states? You don't think that's inclusive enough?
No, it's inclusive enough for the top 3 to 4 majority groups. It favors them because they have a wider spread. So if I say you must get 24 out of 36, right? Yorubas will still get about 67, 8 states. That is their base. So these big groups, they have 8 to 9 states already that they can work with. Now imagine somebody that is Egun is also running, and you say, "Oh, you must have 24 states." How many places do you have Egun people? There's no consideration for his own people in that.
Well, I get your point. That is true, but
he has to appeal to more people as opposed to a Fulani person or a person running, because they already have. Look at Obi, for instance. Now he's running now. He already has about 5 states guaranteed already from the jump. But if you're from the Nukwe or Baggy people, where is your base? You pretty much have one local government and that's it. So that does not really favor him. And let's say he's running against your own person and you like him. You know he has no chance. He has no chance. Yeah. Yes.
Don't you think that this Tinubu of our president now that is always clamoring for restructure, don't you think it's time for we Nigerians to start pushing the agenda of restructuring?
Yes, but I think maybe a year or 2 into his government, he needs to settle down first. But we should, of course, start to use his own words against him or in favor of that proposition, because he's always been a champion of states' rights, people's rights. That's what since the Nadeko days. So we have to hold his feet to the fire and say, listen, this is what you claim to have stood for, since standing for all these years.
Babati, before you escape my mind, check. Did anybody hear about Shore? Are you sure Shore has now been passed the Benin Republic to America?
No,
still in Nigeria?
I saw him today talking about revolution as usual. The usual. I mean, the video was released today, but I'm not sure. But he's still in Nigeria. I don't see anything. I've not heard anything to the contrary. So. But to answer your question, Sukuru, that's the thing. If we're going to hold his feet to fire, it has to be based on what he said in the past about states' rights, state policing, resource control, which I think is the biggest of them all. Resource control and security, I think, are the biggest. And luckily for him, he has somebody from the South as the Senate president. Would that part of that they also favor some form of restructuring. So that would be something that I agree that we should push, but at least maybe a year or 2 into his administration would be a good starting point for Nigerians to start clamoring for restructuring. And that would be a good starting point for that.
Because for me, I believe if the country is restructured, all this complaining and all the suffering in Nigeria will reduce. Because every state will have to generate their own revenue and use it for their people.
But how do you? But in that restructuring, this is my concern: protection for the minority of the minority. That is not been addressed in the history of the country. We've always addressed, because people don't even remember that even there are, because we talk about people in one local government. In that South, for instance, you have one local government that have about 5 or 10 to 20 tribes. It is. We think we are diverse in the Southwest. Go to that South. Go and look at their diversity. It is insane.
Yeah, even my state,
you can go for so many tribes. You can drive for like 3 minutes and it's completely different people entirely in that part of Nigeria. It's crazy. So, but we don't address their own concern as the people. There's no constitution for what they believe. So
But are we able to truly address every minority group's interest in the democracy or even in any form of government? Let's say socialism, for example. Even in socialism, the larger groups are the ones that tend to get the most of the benefit the state offers.
okay,
If you have a small,
Prince, let me give you a scenario so you see where I'm coming from. Just stay with me here. So let's say in local government, let's say for the sake of argument, a group of people are just in one local government area and they have a culture and tradition and they have a way of life and they are in a democratic dispensation like we have right now. Okay, beautiful. How about we say when it comes to waste management, you have the control. Water resources, you have the control. For housing taxation, you have control. Policing, you have control. A sense of belonging in that democracy. Like you give some of those powers, they feel like they have control over something. That way, they will not be worried too much about who becomes the governor or who becomes the president, because they control almost everything at their own disposal. That is true democracy, where they feel like, okay, I'm going to do my thing, but I can also join you up there to do more things. But if doing the main thing itself requires me to come up to Abuja or to Abeokuta, the capital, I, as a minority group, I have no chance against the Egba people or Ijebu people in Ogun State. I have no chance. So that's what I'm saying. They still have to vote, they still have to support you, but at least they have some kind of control, governance over their own lives. That is true democracy, in my opinion. Not just relying on just numbers to determine everything for a state or for a country. That is the way we can address those disparities in the local government councils and state level. I hope that kind of addresses my questions to you. Like, I hope am I getting to you?
yeah, I get your point. So I'm trying to think how to live with that kind of a democracy. That sounds like a what, selection or selective democracy, because if we have to use numbers, just like you say, democracy is the tenor, is the I can't remember how to put it, but the majority always overwhelm the minority.
Right.
In any democracy.
Let me give an example. Let me shock you. Maybe you already know. In Ethiopia, what you see right now, the Ethiopian Airways is actually owned by a local government in Ethiopia, not the country. I hope you know that. What you see right now,
I didn't know that.
That is owned that is controlled by local government, not Ethiopia country, by a local government controls that airline. And they own it.
So no, it's owned by the country now.
No,
what
they
do you
don't.
mean?
Go and look it up. Go and look it up. The kind of democracy they have in Ethiopia is what I think we should adopt in Nigeria. The level of autonomy they have for local government council.
So okay, do you know how this? So it sounds like they are assigning.
They are independent. They're like the ATL airport, where it's how ATL airport is controlled by their own county. They have that control over their own airports. It's not really state airports. That's the way they adopted that in Ethiopia. The control the counties have in Ethiopia, they are almost like a country on their own.
Okay.
But they're still part of the country.
Are you talking about the region?
Yeah,
the region,
maybe
not local government.
I keep using county, local government. It depends on it's a different country, different names we use. America will say county, America will say local government. They say maybe region in their country. But I'm saying that those people in those regions, they have a sense of belonging. Like, man, we control something here. We own something here. We control our own destiny here. But in Nigeria, if you're a minority of the minority, you don't feel like you control anything. You are pretty much helpless.
Now you are supporting my argument the other day that a lot of you
but that's not socialism, though. That's not socialism.
No, not socialism. I said he's supporting my argument the other day that democracy, even under the military, function well under the military, under the
like the one we had
administration.
The one why we ran in the 80s, right? In the 80s, right?
Even in the 80s.
They were doing roads now.
Local government were building road. They are building bridges they are building. I mean, they supported the farmer. They give them what do you call it? Fertilizer,
seedlings and tractors to come and help them with the farms. I
yes.
remember those days now. Yeah.
And now they say nothing.
Back then, Prince, even in my own local government back then, even for paperwork, you didn't even go to the state. You went to your local government council office.
It's your local government
everything.
that handle everything.
You didn't even go to the state government. You just ignored them.
No.
Council only.
No.
That worked.
So, but
so why do you guys think all they took all the power from the local government and pretty much centralized the power with the state?
I don't. I remember. If you remember,
yeah, that's what they did.
If you remember, the first
it's
time
not supposed to be so though.
And so the first time of this new dispensation from 1999 to 03, we still had control. If you remember, it was 03 that the governors took away that power from them. The first time of those guys, the first 4 years, they had that power. They were still the same thing. But
yes.
03 was when the Wala burst.
That was when they started the Wala that the constitution did not even everything have to come to them, to the local government through them, and that was how they were able to put the local government autonomy under their control. Yeah.
If local governments are not working, are we not deceiving ourselves?
Because
it's the local government that there's no governance anywhere. There's local governance. Local government is as dead as dodo in Nigeria. Dead.
Thomas, can I contribute?
That is
yes,
right.
Of course, yeah. Ajalikoko is what did I say? Dead. They can't even construct a borehole.
You know
they
what,
were doing
Thomas?
all of that before. Look,
Thomas.
That is why you don't see. That is why it's because the local government is dead, as you are saying, as you are calling it, Thomas. It's because they are dead. That is why you don't see.
When and why did they lose their autonomy or their power?
Corrupt governors across the country hijack
who caused that
their power. Huh?
So let me quickly interject. The major problem that time, I'm sorry to say, that it started from Obasanjo, the luckiest Nigerian to leave.
Hold on, you are now twisting it. It is not Obasanjo. Hold on.
Okay.
Don't paint.
It was the governors. It was the governors that began the war.
Yes, it's not Obasanjo.
Let me say.
Don't paint Obasanjo as the problem. In Conteman, it is not Obasanjo.
When you hear me out there, you can now counter me with your own narrative. Obasanjo is the luckiest Nigerian to have ever lived, in my own opinion. And when they chose him and he became the president in 1999. And 4 years down the line, everything changes. Because first, he is so egoistic. He wants control of everything. And he will do whatever he likes. So because he has some governor in his pocket, if you are in a good book of ease, you can do whatever you want. And if he does not like you, he will kick you out whether you like it or not, even with a so-called 4 or 5 lawmaker. Maybe not even in your state, they will impeach you. So when this governor became so powerful under him, and he gave them the leeway to do whatever they want, that's how it started, why some governors started to control the resources of the local government. I remember very well in 1999, when we first have this dispensation, this particular democracy, that we have councillors and chairmen that time. And one of my friends, although he's an older friend, became a councillor at that particular moment. So down the line, after 4 years, those governments became so powerful that when resources are channeled to the local government, they control it. He didn't say nothing because he needs them to support some of his action, and he also have his own ulterior motive in the long run. which he want to. So yeah, he has a lot of things on his shelf because he really wants that third term because he loves power and he loves the way people worship him. To be frank, Obasanjo is the only president highly idolized and worshipped in Nigeria, like a semi-god, compared to the rest that follow. So when you now down the line, the governor also used the opportunity to also bargain with the presidency because they can control the local government. Now, as I always say, the follower in Nigeria are also dormant or docile. Look at the last 4 years of Buhari when they are doing constitutional review. And the states, about 10 or 11 states, if my memory serves me right, refused that local government autonomy. I don't know what the lawmakers are doing in every state. So they refuse. If they have accepted that review, the local government would have been collecting their money directly today, and we have our local government chairman. For me, I personally think that
Remy, hold on, let me ask you a question. Remember in 1999 to OTD, they were receiving their money. So did they change the law? Yes. No, did the law change, or what changed in the law that barred them from receiving the money? What changed? Something had to change in the law for that.
Nothing did not change.
So what happened?
Under the Nigerian constitution, they're supposed to collect their money directly.
Right.
Nobody tamper with any. I don't know whether it is a written constitution, but that's how it is.
Right.
They just wire the money to the local
government.
But
what changed? How did the governors then hijack that, even though it's not constitutional?
No, let me explain.
How it was hijacked at various ways. Most of these governors refused to conduct local government election. So when they refuse to conduct local government election, that resources going to the money going to the local government. Of course, they have what they call joint accounts. They started what they call joint accounts. State and local government have a joint account. So that means the money goes to them. Whereas the money is supposed to go to the local government directly. And then later, I don't know how joint account came into being. That the money would not go to the money that
Remy, sorry for cutting you. So why are we always blaming federal government? That means our state governors are the problem.
Our problem from the state. That is the truth. But Nigerian people, they don't care sometimes who their governor is.
No,
Any
Remy,
little problem.
No, Remy, hold on. No, hold on. Just hold on. Okay. What changed is my question. Kilo change that.
Okay, let me tell you what changed.
Okay.
Look, when the military handed over power in 1999 to civilian, the constitution, nobody saw the constitution. Nobody knew how the constitution, every provision of the constitution, nobody knows how or what is in it. Even the Obasanjo, the president, did not see the constitution until after being sworn in. So what happened is that Abacha, as crooked, he wrote that constitution we are writing, and he have crooked a lot of things inside there to favor, because he was trying to transition himself into civilian president. So he has written the constitution to favor the political class that will back him, and when he becomes the president, we continue to back him till that the kingdom come. So he has put so many benefits, right, for the governors and all the rest into that constitution that, that we give them sense of belonging in supporting him. So what happened is this: when the government in 1999, when president, governors, and all of them were sworn in, so that military era of democracy, the way local government operate, that was the way everybody took it. That was normal. We should be going like that. So local government was operating independently without the control of the state. So because under the military, they were giving them their money directly. So their funding, everything goes to the local government directly. It doesn't go through the state. So, but in the constitution is that it has to go through them. The new constitution. It was later the governors, they saw it. You know, the governors, they do their meeting and all this in this governor forum and all this thing. And they are able to establish in the constitution that this is our right now. We should be controlling these people. So they now gang up. They came up together and met Atiku, who Obasanjo gave the restaurant. You know, when Obasanjo started, he gave so much. Atiku was the most powerful vice president ever in the history of that country.
Because it was traveling a lot back. It was traveling a lot back then.
Obasanjo was traveling a lot.
Not in the country. So
Yes, Obasanjo was traveling a lot. Even Obasanjo did not. There wasn't law that when he's leaving, he has to send a note to the president. I mean, to the Senate,
or relinquish the power to the president,
or relinquish the power to. No, he was just look. Let me go. You continue this thing. So there wasn't any law to that effect. Everything was.
And if you remember, the governors were even pushing Atiku to even take over from him.
To take over. So that was when the law changed. They brought the idea of except if the president is going after 6 months or number of days, you can. So the governors saw this their power that they should control the local government, that the funding to the local government have to come through them. That's why they went to Atiku that, look, you can't be sending money to these people again. It has to come through us. And Atiku refused, and they started, and they opened the pages of the law, constitution to him, and then they handicapped the federal government. That was how they handicapped, and the federal government have to comply with the constitution. That was when the idea of joint account started, that the money should, and that was when they were able to amass so much power to themselves that Baba,
so that law
money
was
in my hand.
That law was
whatever.
That law was the law changed.
That was how the law changed.
Okay.
That the money more, because that was what the
But,
constitution
sorry,
says.
Baba Jericho, sorry. What you just said now is, to me, is not consistent. I'm very sorry to say that. Because if you said you said Abacha was one that wrote the constitution, and you are now saying it was later on during the Obasanjo administration that the law changed. What is the law? What is the constitution? If the constitution has changed even before they resumed in 1999, then why are you not saying it was later on that it changed when it has already changed even before they came in as a military, as a civilian, as civilian president?
I think if my memory serves me right, sorry to interject.
Because I want to say, sorry, Remy, the reason why I'm saying this, I served in Edo State. Excuse me, Remy, just hold on. I served in Edo State in 1999, between 1999 and 2000, and I worked in a local government. Even as at that time, they were not even conducting local government, and that was during what's the name of this Oba of Benin's child, Igbinedon governorship. Even as at that time, the local government already crying for lack of funds from the states, as at 1999. So it's not true that it was a negotiation between.
No. I don't know how that won't happen.
Simba,
I'm telling you, I'm telling you.
No,
look at
Simba, hold on, Babati, hold on. Let Ajaliku clarify. Ajaliku clarify what he said.
They were receiving money now for that.
They were receiving money directly from the local government. They were from the federal. They were not under the control of the state.
Let me. I'm telling you what is on the ground. You are telling us what you read in your America on the page of newspaper.
Oh,
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I was in the local government. I was a doctor in the local government, and I can tell you the local government precisely.
Simba.
I work.
Oh God.
Simba, hold on. I'm telling you, as somebody that I was. No, listen. That Igbela was our local government chairman.
Babati. Let me explain to you. Let me explain to you. It is worse. Let me tell you.
This thing.
No,
problem is Edo, but I'm telling you, like on the.
No, I'm telling you. I'm just telling you. It varies. It you know. Let me even situation now with the local government. It's worse in some states. It's worse in some states than. Okay, Babati, continue.
Listen, I'm saying that overall, on the average.
Babati, let's Simba run through. Let's hear from me. Yeah, let's hear. Then we'll come back to you. Simba, clarify.
Okay, I'm telling you that it varies from state.
Afghanistan, then maybe it's not Nigeria. Then
I will tell you. I was in. Let me tell you. There is a town. You should go and confirm for people from Edo. I was in Sabongida Ora, and 01 West local government. That is where I served. I was the doctor in the local government then, and I worked directly with the chairman, and they were chosen, and the secretary from people from their party. And even that time, my hospital where I was supposed to work was closed because they said we requested for some equipment for them to get for us. They didn't get because they said there was no fund, that the state government was not releasing money for them. What I'm saying, in the West, you cannot use what happened in Lagos, Ogun. You know, let me tell you, if you are talking about Nigeria and you want to use Southwest state as a template, you are not getting a true reflection of what is happening in Nigeria. That's what I. So at that time, in our own area, it's still functioning. Even if you go there now, there are still local government. Even now, that's what I'm saying. Local governments still function to some extent in southwestern states. But if you go to the east, you go to the south, you go to the north, they are just, in fact, it's only when they are receiving salary that you see people coming to the local government.
Simba, if truly we have representative in House of Assembly and House of Senate, why can't this representative fight for this total autonomous for the local government?
No, let me tell you.
They are really working for people.
Thomas.
Yes?
Listen carefully. In 3 years ago, under the constitutional review, under the Senate leadership of who is the former Ahmed Lawan, this autonomy for the local government was there. But there must be 24 states must agree to it out of Nigeria. Do you know that more than 10 or 11 states refused? That was why we don't have local government autonomy. And remember that there was a time that Buhari signed an order. What do you call it?
But Remy, I'm sorry. The
people refuse.
Why will somebody refuse? Why will the state refuse autonomous?
I'm telling you, 11 or 12 states.
Can you tell us where those states? No. I mean, can you tell us where those states are from? Were they mostly not?
I can't remember some of.
Please, no. Can you find it? No. Remy, wait.
So, Babati, if you know there, you go and beat them, eh?
No. Wait. Hold on, guys.
You want to know whether Ogun is there, right?
No. Ask him. But I'm saying that we need to know.
No.
Guys, wait now. We need to know where they said no.
Those states, you seem bad to serve
one bear.
That is why the local government did not have that financial autonomy.
I'm saying solution, guys. You said solution, so let's know where the problem is. We can find.
Babati. Babati, let me tell you this. If Obasanjo that some of us are trying to exonerate from the problem of Nigeria is actually very truthful to us and is actually wanted to help Nigeria as a nation, he has all the goodwill, all the right apparatus for him to have changed that thing. Obasanjo was like a lord in Nigeria. Anything he does, he goes away with it. In fact, he was like a military ruler, I'm very sorry to say. So but the only thing that was in his mind is third-term agenda. And he traded a lot of things
You are not right. You are not right.
I know you come for me.
Spreading propaganda against Obasanjo. You are spreading propaganda against him. You knew what Obasanjo fought during his time. Obasanjo never had breathing space. The politician did not give him breathing space. It was fight. Before they passed the law for anti-corruption, it was hell. Before they passed the law for what do you call this? Police Affairs Commission, that he wanted Police Affairs Commission separate from the police. He wanted the regular police to face the operation and the police affairs to face the recruitment, training, and retraining, and all those administrative affairs. It was hell. Everything that Obasanjo did in that country, it was hell that man went through.
This same Obasanjo that went through hell was removing governors all over the place.
Wait now, let me counter Abanjale Koko. You guys
hell. Even though it was his party, even though that it was his party that was in majority, they didn't want it because a lot of reform he wanted to make.
Is a good propagandist. He's a propagandist.
This same Obasanjo that wasn't this same Obasanjo that was not given a chance was the same person that controlling National Assembly, installing
and removing them
principal
senators.
officers
every 7
who's got to
every
be
7
who.
months.
And yet the politicians won't let him go. They won't let him. Babanyale Koko.
And he removed Ladoja in Osun. I mean, just with five honorables. And he removed Fayoshi. He was removing everybody, and he said he was finding. The guy traded a lot of things for his service ambition. That's just it. But they will not agree to. The guy, he can change a lot. He will have set us on a very good pedestal. They refused because of his service ambition.
Ẹ̀yin Yorùbá gan fi lọ́sọ̀rùn sílẹ̀, ẹ fọ̀rùn ẹ̀ sílẹ̀. Kò ń ṣe ogun lẹ́gbẹ́ tí ẹ̀yin Yorùbá gidi, ẹ̀yin Yorùbá. Àwọn Yorùbá fẹ́ pa Ọbásanjọ́ lórí táìmù yẹn.
Kí ni ipa ìdìbò fóun jàre? Ipa ìdìbò fóun wá ń bínú sí wa. I will remember now. Not vote for me.
Ìgbà yẹn kọ́ ni Yorùbá were calling for sovereign national conference. This constitution does not fit for postholes. We have to rewrite the constitution. We want sovereign national.
If it really meant good? Well, if it really meant good for us, why can't he rewrite the constitution? But he was busy carrying money to National Assembly for third-term agenda, giving them Ghana must go.
Simba, there was a conference now. Have you forgotten? The guy had a conference now. Didn't they have a conference during about your time?
I think Jonathan had a conference.
He had one too towards the end.
Okay, 2007.
Yes, he had one too. He had one.
But that was for.
But did they approve it before he left?
No, because his third damn thing failed. That was the main thing that they wanted. Once that one failed, he just said, "To us with this thing, Jare. He didn't give me my own share, so I'm not going to follow through with the other recommendations." But they had good recommendations, though. But what he wanted was that third term.
That man,
even looked at our treasury. Obasanjo does not have his shishi. That does not have shishi. From prison, 1999, suddenly became a billionaire.
Simba,
and he will come here.
Simba, what I've noticed is that in this life, history is always subjected to distortion. People will live through it, but they will want to find a way to make it, paint it in such a way that even you yourself that never lived through it will like, oh, really? Oh, that's what happened. But
Baba Ajay Koko is worse than Lai Mohammed. You can see what he's telling us now.
Simba kò lè tó yẹn now.
Nígbà tí mo ṣe ara APC, nígbà tí mo ṣe APC, ṣé ilé APC, ẹ̀yin ni propaganda machine ọmọọṣẹ́ baba Lai Mohammed.
Can I ask about? Sorry, can I ask a question to Baba Koko? You know, Falaye was a socialist, right?
Yes,
right?
yes.
Were you when it was running against OBJ? Who are you supporting?
I supported Falaye.
Oh, you supported the socialists, but now you don't want socialists, right?
See, it's not even about the ideology. It's the fact that I can't stand Obasanjo because I knew it was a stooge at that moment. The northern people want an ally from the southwest, but the fact that he came from Abeokuta, the same person that he was fighting,
sorry,
Dewale,
please, it's from a war. Technically,
well,
okay.
Whatever it is, whether it's his name
is
whether his name is Chukwuemeka or not the Yoruba man. You know, they said it's not the Yoruba man, right? So I don't care whether it's you know, one man was even interviewed.
No. Igbo ni Daddy Obasanjo. Igbo ni Daddy Obasanjo.
Really?
From the southeast.
Dewale, do you know why? Is it because of the way he behaves? Even in his government, it was the Igbos that were enjoying the most now. They were the ones getting the juicy. Go and look it up now. They were the ones getting the juicy positions now.
The Southeast and South enjoyed this.
Yes, but so if you have okay,
I mean, they voted for him though.
No, the man balanced everything. No, it's not that.
Balance
there.
Balance. Yoruba ti like
that man. That man supposed to he refused to die.
No, the guy came to my school in UT back then to give a speech about democracy, and he was lamenting on how his own people did not vote for him. That it's unheard of in Africa for your own tribe to vote for you. I'm telling you, Commander
sorry, I have the states now. I will read it out. So everybody should listen.
This man went to
now. Go ahead.
The state of assembly that sent the refuse are Benue, Borno, Ebonyi, Ekiti, Kaduna, Lagos, Ondo, Rivers, Yobe, and Imo State.
Lagos voted, how?
Yes, voted against financial.
Tẹ̀rí àwọn ọlọ́tẹ̀ Èkìtì, tẹ̀rí àwọn Adéwálé ọlọ́tẹ̀, tẹ̀rí àwọn ọlọ́tẹ̀ Adéwálé. Táàdì bá fẹ́nu bí báyìí.
Local government implementation in the ongoing
wait. If Lagos that was fighting OBJ that time for more local government council.
Àní olè ni wọ́n ṣe bá ń sọ fún yín. À ń sọ fún yín pé olè ni wọ́n.
Wow, that's crazy.
What of Ekiti, my mother's town? What of Ekiti?
Ekiti. No,
Remy, can you repeat it? Remy, can you repeat it? I didn't hear it, please.
Okay, the House of Assembly that voted against financial autonomy for local government are as follows: Benue, Lagos, Ondo, Rivers, Yobe, and Imo State. But there are some states that, according to this report, there are some states that have not put in their vote at this report in 2023. Those who have yet to vote and forward the amendment bill to the National Assembly as of Thursday were Gombe, Jigawa, Kebbi, Kwara, Oyo, Plateau, Sokoto, Taraba, and Zamfara.
So Ogun State vote.
Okay, yes.
Ogun vote.
Okay. You see, don't mind when Lagos State one on.
Àwọn ọlọ́tẹ̀ àti sọ fún wọn ti pẹ́ wọn.
So àwọn Adéwálé náà àwọn náà ṣe. Àwọn fẹ́ máa fowó wa mẹ́mú àtògbòrò.
Records, sorry guys.
Who was the governor at that time?
By the state legislature, which our cousin obtained on Saturday, showed that 11 states rejected financial autonomy for the local government. So, and I've already told you the state.
Àwọn Èkìtì ṣayó, àwọn Èkìtì ṣayó.
No, listen, 15 states voted for the proposal, namely Abia, Akwa Ibom, Anambra, Bauchi, Cross River, Delta, Edo, Enugu, Simba Yobiafe, Babati you also Biafe, Kano, Katsina, Kogi, Nasarawa, Niger, Ogun, and Osun. Adamawa and Bayelsa.
Awada Losun.
Yoruba. Okay, Remy. So out of 6 states in Yoruba, in Southwest, 3 voted against it. No, yes, 3 voted against, 1 abstained.
No one abstained. No,
Oyo State. Oyo is yet to sign.
Yes, Oyo is yet to sign.
Oyo is yet to assign.
Thomas, that's sign you. Thomas, why are you not signing Oyo State?
Àwọn Ọ̀yọ́, tí àwọn Ọ̀yọ́, ayọ̀ nílẹ̀ ni wọ́n. Àwọn Ọ̀yọ́ lè rè jẹ́lé ogúngún.
Thomas quiet needs to go sort of.
Àwọn Ọ̀yọ́ lè rè jẹ́lé ogúngún.
No. We are thinking about it.
So, what of the East?
To be honest, let me say this. To be honest, why can't we be asking?
No, Adewale is not allowed. Why should we go and sleep?
My brother, Lola.
Excuse me, Mr. Remy is.
At a disgrace here.
Mr. Remy is very right.
What am I saying? At the disgrace,
Adewale. Kò lè rọrùn sùn, bàbá Jálẹ̀ kò tiẹ̀ lè rọrùn sùn gan. Kò lè rọrùn sùn.
Adewale, give us that whiskey sound before you go.
Okay, Remy.
Yes, sir.
Do us a favor. How many states in the East?
Why are you so interested in those states? Why are you so interested in the states? The circumstances around that time was different from now, so that might be a considering factor. So don't just say, "Oh, Ekiti rejected it."
Only
Baba Jale Koko, only Enugu State voted for the proposal. And those that did not vote for I'm talking about the East now. And against that proposal is, I do not see for now, sorry.
Against
the proposal, Ebonyi voted against it.
Remy, you should balance this thing. Why not look at what was the reason they rejected autonomy, financial autonomy for the state? You should look at that too, instead of just having a blanket.
Which reason are you looking for, Adewale? Which reason? Is there any reason that is telling you?
Do we need to check any reason? Is there any reason for somebody to reject autonomy for this? Come on now.
Ó tún fẹ́ defend there. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ bojú ẹ̀. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ bojú. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ wà lórí ìdọ̀bálẹ̀ kó máa dọ̀bálẹ̀ fún gbogbo wa.
We have to check. Because you see, sometimes federal government will have.
Ó fẹ́ máa làgídí Èkìtì lọ́dọ̀ wa ń bí. Ó yẹ kó wà lórí ìdọ̀bálẹ̀ ni. Kó máa bẹ gbogbo wa pẹ́ má bí.
And who was the governor during that time, sir?
Kí ló ń bá ta?
Does that one matter?
Miami was your governor.
Can you imagine?
It doesn't matter who is the governor. It doesn't matter.
Simba.
Yes, Baba.
Simba, can you hear these people? Look at Fayemi was the one there, and these are the people say they are fighting for democracy. We are democracy people. Look at the Tinubu, Lagos State. We are democracy. We are fighting for democracy.
That Fayemi, that guy is a total failure. That Fayemi is a total failure in all ramifications. I'm very sorry to say. He's a total failure. The only thing he knows how to do is just to to talk in English and just make all
I
those
beg,
derivatives.
I beg your pardon,
If
Simba.
look
I
at
beg your
all of
pardon.
them that were
Look,
deceiving us, how
look,
we have democracy, we are fighting for democracy. All
Joe,
they have said
please.
did not vote for.
I beg your pardon.
Lérí mímú
Look.
ní jẹ́ kẹ́ rí mú mi ẹ̀yin ọlọ́tẹ̀ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá yìí.
Look, if I tell you
ẹ̀yin
this,
agbẹ̀yìn gbẹbọ jẹ́.
what Fayemi has done for Ekiti State, at least there's nothing. He restored the, integrity of that state. When we had a tout called Fayoshe, as a matter of fact, yes, he is. He's an educated tout, yes. Yeah, it does not represent what Ekiti State, is known for. That man came and he was, apart from the fact that he was being ambitious and he was like educated
Fayose tó build gbogbo bridge tó wà ní Èkìtì lọ sọ pé kò sí.
beg your pardon.
Ẹ̀yin tẹ̀ ní bridge kankan tẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀.
How many vehicles flying those bridges? See, to me, you can't compare someone who planned for future or somebody who think so much infrastructure should take precedence, should be the number one priority. And that is, to me, that is very, very shameful for a state that was supposed to be full of knowledgeable people. So when Fayemi came, he put that state on the pedestal. He repositioned that state to the point that he knew that in the next couple of years down the road, Ekiti State will be, in terms of agricultural produce, we will be making, we too will be Bulgaria. And look,
òyìnbó tó máa ń sọ òyìnbó ńlá tó máa fi parọ́ fáwọn èèyàn.
This man felt if we need to compete in this century, we also have to reposition ourselves, and we have to bring ourselves close, not just to neighboring state, but globally. And he decided to build.
What does that got to do with not
airport.
voting for local government autonomy? All this one,
but we should also have it at the back of our mind that this.
But Adewale, can we say any state that vote against this thing, the enemy of people?
No. You can't see. That's a general.
Thank you, Thomas.
No.
Thank you, Thomas.
They are the enemy of people.
See, let's get this thing right. When this proposal was made, right, every state will look at what they have, and they also look at the prevalent circumstances there, and they decide to make that decision. Look,
Papa,
yes.
Sorry to cut you. Sorry.
They won't let me talk.
I just want to clarify something. The financial autonomy is the money from the federal government to the local government, not they are looking for money anywhere. The federal government is trying to say the money at federal allocation that is in
goes
the joint
directly
account
to them.
Go directly to them. So we are not talking about local government generating their own
But
revenue.
there's no way we will have such in provision that we will also change the constitution, because it gives.
So that is why it's a constitutional review, and that is the outcome of the constitutional review, in which they must have 24 states must say yes. But unfortunately, more than 11 states said no, and 2 states abstained, and the rest voted for it. So they cannot have that number.
I'm thinking that maybe the reason why the states, some states rejected is because of the fact that they know that politically they are going to lose out. So the best option.
For what? What are you saying? For God's sake!
Let's look at this from different prisms.
It was the state governors.
Who is talking?
Wait now, let me see. Let everybody have right to his own perspective, but let me just start, please. You see, the state governors were the one that stopped that restructuring of the state of the local government. The reason is this.
You should also understand that they didn't take that decision.
When you restructure the reason is this why they took it. If you create local government and you restructure them and they become autonomous, it doesn't mean they are completely autonomous that they can no longer account to the state. They will definitely account to the state, and the state as well in distribution of the wealth of the state will also account to them. So that will be genesis of accountability. Sometimes It will require both external and external auditor to have a proper balance sheet. So the state governor don't want it. And that is why this democracy is not producing anything good. And again, the federal government is not serious. They're not supposed to consult the state. What concern the state? Are the state created to make law? What do I have the House of Senate for? They are the one that's supposed to pass a law and look, things are not working. We want it this way. And it will become laws.
With Midwest,
So
Midwest is not,
yeah.
Don't raise your, let me tell you, they've already passed it. Senate have already passed it. House of Representatives has passed it. There is something that concerns the state. So the state, they don't have power. They cannot outlaw the state. The state must agree to what they send to them. So you cannot be blaming the Senate and the rep for this. That's how it works.
Well, listen, no, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know whether the Senate. I don't know whether the Senate
just wait. This is the way it works. They passed it. The Senate passed it. They passed it, and that was okay. Explain to Midwest.
Yes, Mr. Remy, can you clarify me on that?
Yeah, that's what I want to do. Under constitutional review, and when the senators and the rep have done their work, 24 states of the federation must say yes to all the the resolution that the Senate and the House of Rep agree on. If the 24 states, if it's 23 states, that particular law will not come into being. So the states are very powerful in this. Whatever you do in your senator or rep under constitutional review, go back to the state. So the states are very powerful, and when the states are powerful, that means the governors are powerful. So you can see that is why local government financial autonomy was rejected by some of the states. So all those laws all those laws must be say yes to by the 24 states. If 23 is not
Remy, should we go to those states, Midwest? Hold on, please. Should we go to those governors in that state and go and stone the house? Maybe just teach them some lesson.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that under federal constitution. Listen. The reason why we have state assemblies that states can also promulgate their own law under the Nigerian constitution. So far, it does not have any conflict with the federal law. And if there is a conflict, I think the federal law supersedes. So the state assemblies are also there. That is why what the president do, the governor also do by tabling his budget to the state assembly, making new law, asking for allocation. The state assembly must also say yes. But unfortunately for most Nigerian states, most of the lawmakers are just yes man. They don't even do nothing. Anything the governor send there is yes, because they were appointed.
Remy, you see these governors, they are so criminal. They are criminal of the highest order. Do you know that even the legislators, they don't let them operate freely, and even the judiciary in their state?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to say, because Nigeria play money politics, and then we also call man who know man. If you are the godfather or you are very influential in a state, you can select or choose people. You go for this. You are going to come out from this local government as a state lawmaker. You. The problem we are having in that country, I'm telling you the truth, is the state. Because an average Nigeria does not know that their governor is so powerful. Their governor is so powerful that they should hold their governor accountable. A lot of Nigeria just anything that happens is the president. Everybody is shouting the president. The president does not have any power over how the governor of the state spends his money. He doesn't have that power. He cannot control the state lawmakers. He cannot control how they spend the money. That is why they have the EFCC.
Despite the fact they produce the money, they don't have the power.
Please let me ask this question before I round up. I want to ask this question, please. What stop the federal government not to subject the state to an external auditors and internal auditors? How they spend their money? What stop the federal? Because they have that power. That's what
Midwest. You think you are in a military regime? The way you are talking as if you are in a military regime. You are. Is that how democracy
works? Wait, my brother. I understand. We are not in a military regime, but every democracy that is succeeding worldwide, they don't play with accountability. And two, they don't play with their local government. There's no country that is succeeding without
Okay,
the local
can I
government.
answer your
Just go and find
question?
out. If you have anyone in the world,
Can I answer your question?
Why
This is
can't
a
they
federal system.
subject them to
This
an
is a
external auditor, please? Just answer down.
We copy American democracy, where the local state and federal have their autonomy. The federal government cannot supersede the states to have an auditor to audit their book. Do you know why people like President, even Buhari, Obasanjo, and the rest of them, they always kowtow to the governor? Because the governors are so powerful. They can instigate impeachment against you in the assembly, because most of the senators or rep, you find out that 70% of them were sponsored or maybe were chosen by governors. So they have their hand in full. They control everything. Do you see how Rufai and the governor fought with Buhari at the last before the election? Do you see how the governors come together to support Atiku against Obasanjo? Do you now see why Obasanjo continued to impeach some governor with 3 or 4 lawmakers? So that is the point. And what Obasanjo was doing that time was totally illegal. But he was able to, because this is the first dispensation. So look at where we are today. And if we want to review the Constitution entirely, there's so many interests at stake here. So that is why the politics playing that Abuja when it comes to continual review is a high wire politics. It's not so easy. The only thing I can say is that if we can have a government or a president that can find a way to review some of our constitution so that financial autonomy should go to the local government, and then probably INEC should be the one conducting local government election, not the state INEC. Because state INEC, forget it, the ruling party will always win. But if it's INEC, we can have like it used to be before in 1999. It was INEC that conducted the federal INEC. And that's why we have a good local government councillors and chairman that time. Since that time, no election.
No, there was no local government election.
I think the first one.
There was none.
In 1999, I thought it was.
There was no local government election.
Mr. Remy.
There was no local government election in
1999. Please, I want to put this one in.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Remy, can I put this one? See, my brother, you see, when I talk about auditing is not something that, how will I put it? Let's take country like we had of United States, I've not been there. Or maybe I will not take like Spain, Germany, Sweden, for example. They are more or less like federal to some level or unitary to some level, but they still operate that federal. But at the end of it, or when it comes to finance of a country, everything still boils down to one umbrella, which is the federal government. Whether you enjoy autonomy as a local government does not mean you cannot find in the accurate paperwork that explain how you spend that local government money to the state and the federal. So this is what is missing in our country.
That is why EFCC came into being. The EFCC, if they are doing their work very well, but when you are operating in a highly corrupt country, when the EFCC have a case against some of these governors after they have left office because they cannot prosecute them because of immunity, the state governor, what they used to do is just to get a very good sign. And you know, a lot of Nigerians are very intelligent when it comes to law. They look for technicality, and judges will be bribed, things will go their way, and they will walk free. So that is the problem. So the issue here is that we have multifaceted problem in Nigeria. That in fact, a governor
Remy, before you go on, that is why Peter Obi can have the audacity to say, if you have anything against me, bring it up. Let me finish, please. As thief, as we know that Fayose is a thief, he said the same thing on national TV. If you have anything against me, bring it out. And he's still working on the street of Nigeria, gallivanting with the corruption allegation with him, because he know he will fight the federal government.
The thing is very sad, you know. The federal government will be popping money to the state, and there is no accountability to the federal. I don't understand this. How are we going to progress? Like I told people, I'm not a supporter of Tinubu. But I don't see Tinubu as a bad person.
Look,
but the chances for Nigeria is suffering to double more than 3 times is very obvious. The way I'm seeing things, with the reality of global economy,
it's a corrupt system. There is no accountability. Everything goes. Everything goes. They distribute money from the top to the ground and no accountability. Nobody check. Okay, this money that we are giving to you, what did you use it for? What did you do with the money? Nothing like that. It just goes. Like, forget it. Forget. Don't worry your head.
Do you know how I had that they pay the salary of ministries? Like Ministry of Earth, they will just make budget and give them, this is your money. Ministry of Work and Housing, federal level, this is your money. Now it is left for the ministry to go and be paying salary and be employ people, and they don't even account to anybody.
Is what you are saying, Midwest. What you are saying is not true.
How many people even come to the office? They only show up for salary now. They don't even show up in the office now. They only come up the Friday. They were going to collect salary.
Man, the problem in that country is big.
Midwest. Yeah. What you said just now is not true.
Okay.
Now you know that they have what they call the IPPIS in the federal now. You understand?
I don't know
and then before,
because we have many things. I don't know if they really function.
If you are living in diaspora, you hear jargons, all sorts, and you believe whatever you hear. There's so many lies.
Make us to believe everything that nothing is working. That's just the truth.
Because the people in diaspora, they fear more than even the people that are living in Nigeria. They even fear the poverty. They fear the poverty. They fear the poverty more than the people with poverty.
Living in diaspora.
Look, bend the light. If everything is working, can you see the National Assembly when it was raining the other day? It was their roof is leaking and rain came inside their chamber. Everywhere flooded. And everything. And somebody, Simba, will tell me that everything is working in Nigeria. When
I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying.
When you talk about this, we tell you because you are not in Nigeria.
Leaking and flooded inside.
He made something. Don't generalize everything. Babajale Koko. He said the way they employ in Nigeria, each ministry will just make budget and government will just give them money.
Let me tell you how I had that statement. You know,
it doesn't work like that. They have to go through budgetary office. He has to go through budget.
Somebody was
Midwest. Hold on. Did you hear it from the Obidati channel?
No. I think I'm trying to recollect.
No. It doesn't work like that. Even in the state and even local, you have to go through budget office.
Let me land a little bit where I had it. There was a time they called somebody. I think something that have to do with the budgeting of Nigeria money, how they spend money. So because of this Emefiele issue. So this guy has been. He was in Senate. He has headed when this guy was. When Akpabio said Shomole make a statement, I don't know whether you understand. There was a statement to Shomole make, so it now result to so many things. There's so many confusion. That was why they asked somebody who has headed a position related to that area. He now explained how they dispose this money to various federal ministries. I don't know whether they have changed it. Ministry of Finance is just on his own. Ministry of Earth, the federal government will release their money for them. Ministry of Education, their money goes straight to them. All those budgets is for them. The one on top will not be in charge of everything. That is what he said openly. That is why
that is how it works.
Let me say this.
One of these open dialogue.
Do you know there is Midwest? Do you know there is adults? There is a committee on all these things you talk about. That they come every maybe 3 months, or I don't know how long they will come, and they have to tell them how they spend those money. Do you know there is?
Yeah, that is our house committee.
Committee, yes.
Yeah. In the Senate, they have various houses on various
committees. Okay, those committees. those committee, how many of these ministry they have indicted? When you look at the volume of corruption, let us be sincere in our country.
Even
If indeed these people,
they are not court of law. Even they indicted you, they are not court of law. What they can do is that if they indict you, they cannot tell the Attorney General or maybe the EFCC or ICPC to continue investigation and then take those culprits to court. Whatever they do in the Senate, they don't have the power to send people to jail. So first, no matter what they say, even if they indicted you that you chopped $100 billion, they cannot send you to jail. It is the Attorney General of the Federation that can pick up that case and try as a chief prosecutor to take the case to court. Or maybe the ICPC or the EFCC. But I am happy with the proposal that if Latif Fagbemi at the end of the day become the Attorney General, first they want to merge ICPC and EFCC. They want to merge them together so that there will no duplication of duty. So if they merge them together, and then you want to instruct them that first you must conclude your investigation. Conclude your investigation, watertight investigation, before you say you want to prosecute. What the EFCC always do is that they have not even started investigation, and they would have said that this person chopped this money or chopped that money. It's not done that way.
Remy, I hear that if FBI in America come to your doorstep, forget it, you are done.
Yeah,
because they have already done. They've done the investigation. You are done. You are just forget it.
That is why I also like the Chinese. The Chinese will investigate with a video camera.
It doesn't work that way.
They will do their investigation very well. They will do. They will use a camera.
Remy, the EFCC can investigate. They deliberately, they will collect bribe and deliberately, they will deliberately dabaru the case. They know what to file to nail those people, but they will not file the proper one because they collected money. That's what they do. It's not as if they don't know
just the way they are fighting Emefiele. Like the way they are fighting only Emefiele as the only architect of corruption.
You started Midwest. What are you trying? So what are you talking now?
No, only Emefiele is the corrupt person in Nigeria. Now let us agree.
So they should leave him, Abi. Is that what you are saying? That they should leave him?
I did not say they should leave him.
What is
I not say they should leave him. But
you cannot catch all the things at the same time. Wait, Midwest. What you are doing is not good.
Wait, my brother, let us be sincere. Those that have been siphoning the subsidy money for years are payment.
Wait.
Why not we get those one arrested?
Wait, this what you are talking does not make sense. Emefiele, if found wanting, let them deal with him. Anybody that
what about this thing?
Wait, my brother. If Emefiele, wait, let's say Emefiele is a thief now.
Hold on. I don't know your argument.
For years of subsidy.
Midwest.
My argument
you are the one that
all the years of subsidies. Why not pick one person? Why not pick
Midwest?
Midwest.
If you are a government, Midwest, this Midwest, if it's a government, it will be a terrible government. It just talk up and down.
I will never be a terrible government.
You will be one. What you are saying now, is terrible. What you are saying is terrible.
If I want to look,
one voice.
Yeah, what I'm saying is not terrible.
Hold on, Midwest. Is it not, Simba? Is it not pathetic to Nigerians? Some people are even giving this Emefiele leeway. This guy is a criminal. Midwest, what are you talking about?
Okay.
Can't you see the photo?
Okay, wait. Okay, let me express myself, please. You know I come in with question. Can I just add it this way, please? Just give me time, beg for it. Now we have arrested a central bank governor that has destroyed this country for years. But we do understand that a tree cannot make a forest. If the aim and objective is to really fight this virus that have destroyed our great country that we are supposed to be enjoying today, do you think by now only Emefiele will be behind the bar? This is where I'm speaking to.
How many people has he mentioned?
I don't know.
That
We
they
can
did it
polish
together?
it. We can polish it. Let's polish it. Let it be there. He's the only corrupt person, so it can suffer.
Let me respond to you.
Yeah.
Emefiele will not be the only one they will arrest in the future, but I will tell you the truth. According to Nigerian context, don't expect Buhari to go to jail. Forget that one. No matter what happened, at least we know what happened under Jonathan. Diezeni was stealing money left, right, north, east, south, and whatever, and east. Where is Jonathan today? So if you are thinking about maybe Buhari will be picked up and sent to jail, that is not going to happen in Nigeria. But I'm sure that some directors in the CBN or some other people, they will have to face the music. If they do have a watertight case, if EFCC can build a DSS or whatever they are handling this case, can be the very good
Remy, don't even mind them. If Emefiele,
he will walk away free. If the case against him, he will walk away free. So don't
Remy, if Emefiele has some other people that I can mention, let him mention him. So all these ones that the Midwest is shouting.
Mr. Remy, let us also look at it from this angle. Now, let's say the central bank has failed us, and the central bank governor have to be dealt with. And I agree. Every one of them is a criminal. I'm not saying they should free him. Now, let's look at the subsidies. If you look at the amount of money that went into that subsidies and Nigeria did not enjoy it, I think by now people should have been called into question. Let's look at refineries. Emefiele was not in charge. A lot of money have been pumped into it. I think by now we should be questioning people. I think my prayer is for Tinubu. Is for Tinubu to have the strength.
Your question by asking you a simple question.
Yeah.
If you are President Tinubu and you just stay there for 75 days, and all what you want to do is just to follow and prosecute these people, looking for them to jail them, and Nigeria still remain in the situation we are today. The first subsidy has been removed, and then there is a unification in our foreign exchange. What do you think Nigerian will think about you, President Midwest?
They will hail the president because every Nigerian know their sickness now. Our sickness is corruption. And once you are serious, just listen. Anybody that comes to power, even you spend 2 months, as you pick Emefiele and you have opened a charter for these subsidies and there's a serious investigation. And this is our refinery, there's a serious investigation going on. Our electricity, that president only 2 months will be the best president in the history of that country. But if you arrest only Emefiele, he contested with you. He did what is it called?
He did not contest. He did not contest. He did not contest. He did not contest.
Okay,
you know when you see, you know, Remy, when you see people that move from one platform to the other,
he wanted to be a candidate.
That's what
Midwest is demonstrating. Now, he wanted to be a political aspirant of being the president of Nigeria. I don't think you can argue that again. Maybe I did put it well before. Everybody knows that. Then he opened up for this cashless society, who was a complete tsunami. All of them were politically motivated. I don't say this man is good, but I pray for Tinubu to take politics away, because he is not going to make Nigerians happy. Tsunami. Wait now, for me, I want to put this before you. This administration, Nigerians are going to suffer. They are not going to suffer because Tinubu is bad, but because the structure of that country has been totally destroyed.
I want to tell you something today.
If he's not serious to tackle corruption, he will never end that popularity. More sufferings are coming.
I want to tell you that Nigeria will not totally suffer under him. I will tell you what is going to happen. There is a proposal now that all taxes will be collected by Federal Inland Revenue. They will be the only one that will collect federal taxes. They will build a kind of platform that the state can also borrow to generate revenue in their state. So that means there will be uniformity and accountability. What they are proposing now is that customs, immigration, or all those generating bodies in Nigeria will not collect revenue from federal government anymore. You go ahead and pay to the Federal Inland Revenue Service account. If you want to clear your vehicle, you don't need to pay custom duty to the custom. You pay direct to the federal Inland Revenue. So this way, they can monitor the kind of individual you are, because that's what is happening all over the world. So this way they can monitor you, and then Nigeria at a glance can know how much income is coming from custom. Not that custom will say, okay, we were able to make 2 trillion. Whereas they make 4 trillion. The 2 trillion we share among their Oga and the other people. It's not going to happen like that anymore. That is another way to block some loophole. But my only problem with that,
I pray.
yeah. So that is for one. And if the Attorney General also marginalize CPC and EFCs together, because Nigeria have to change. Tinubu is a person that is bold enough that can take some bold move. Nigeria is a complex country. If you want to be a president of that country, you must be bold. Nigeria does not need a weakling. You have to take your shot and I like the way he does it. It's better I have all my trouble in the beginning than to have my trouble in the middle or at the end. Let me have all the trouble in the beginning. I scratch my head to solve it, and I can move ahead. And I think that is the way to go. I think in the long run, if we are lucky that some of our refineries will be working and Dangote also come upstream, the price of the petrol will reduce a little bit, not a lot, not marginally, not significantly, but there might be a marginal reduction. And if the money he has already proposed to help moribund manufacturing, my only concern is that he has to use a little bit of force, a little bit, because we must push a lot of our citizens to agriculture or related industry in agri. This way, more people can go to work, and there must be a kind of and I don't like the way commercial bank operates in Nigeria. The interest on loan or soft loan is just too high. I think there must be a way to compare commercial bank. If you are borrowing less than 200,000 naira, the interest should not be more than 5%. This would be for small scale, or especially small who want to just start a barbering shop or something like that, need 100 or 200,000 to set up a shop or something like that. This is a kind of soft loan that people can get from the bank. How come a commercial bank in Nigeria is charging 30%?
Remy?
Yeah.
Remy, please let me put this on. When you look at Buhari administration, when it came to power, almost similar thing it did. You know, customs, they were having various accounts. You have to block it. They promise they are taking it to one account, everything. I don't know. And a lot of people were burying their money. They were running, and they run away from money. The money they have stolen already. We saw it. But the truth of the matter is that because they were afraid. If Tinubu want to succeed, I have to tell you the truth. I don't see Tinubu as a bad person. Just have this one in your mind. But Nigerians, the chances for him to succeed with all these policies is narrow. And I will tell you the reason why it's narrow. Let me tell you. Until I see Tinubu attacking men that is so close to him who are corrupt. But I'm not going to mention them. I don't think none of this proposal is going to work. Yeah.
I think you are.
He must be serious.
I think you got it a little bit wrong. Tinubu and Buhari, they started differently. You remember that before Buhari settled down is after 6 months, because he was ill, was not okay. It took him a long time to constitute his government, and he followed all those corrupt elements, want to take money from them. But what we are trying to say here is this: if you have one source of you paying your tax, the government will be able to tax the people that are supposed to be taxed, and you pay the right tax. There's so many things. What is the tax net in Nigeria? How many people are really paying income tax or progressive tax in Nigeria? How many?
But you know, even all those noise makers that are even making money online and they're living in Nigeria.
Like entertainment. You will see a lot of people, they say they are into cryptocurrency.
They don't pay shishi. They don't pay shishi. And they're the one that their mouth will be so much be shouting everywhere. They have nothing that they are contributing to the economy. They are not doing their own due diligence, but all they do is to complain.
And I think they are going to do that one. They are going to.
No, they are going to catch all of them now. All of them are going to catch all of them.
Wait, Remy, if the federal government succeeded in getting all this money, now to get to the Nigerians that are in need, you need to pass through the state governors.
Yes.
And the only way you pass through them is to pump money to them, but you cannot ask how are they spending this money. You can see there's a lot of things
so
that
that
always
is why
tie the hands of the president.
Midwest. That is why I always promote the idea that people, our citizens from the state, I beg, hold your governor to the jugular. Hold them. Stop being quiet.
But if there is no law, if there is no law to question him, will you kill your governor?
You know, this is democracy. Like, do you know why Lagos people are enjoying more than the rest of Nigeria? Because Lagos people, they don't keep quiet. My brother lives in Baja, not very far from the Baja Grammar School. The people there complain. Lagos state government, through their SCDA, they help them drain their drainage, cover it, build the community center for them. You complain. You go to your lawmaker. You go to your chairman. You go to your councilor.
But when you have a governor, see, Lagos is blessed. That is, they have governor that come to state like my state. Are my people not crying? Are those state people quiet? My people are crying. What are they gaining? Nothing.
What Midwest? What I'm trying to tell you, there is a difference from crying online than you go to the right people and continue to pester them that you voted for them and you want them to do something in your community. There is a big difference. Nigerian cry on social media, or Nigeria just say it does not concern me, or if my people is there, I am enjoying some of the crumbs that come from being a local government chairman, my uncle, my brother, my sister. So the people in the state of Nigeria, they must hold their governor very well. When you hold them, they will do something for you. But if you are still continuing to say, oh no, they did not do this right, you are not doing the right thing. When you pester them a lot, then they will do something for you because they need you more than you need them.
Like Remy, in my state, women have demonstrated, hold women, youth. No road, nothing. My brother, I think the only thing that builds
you didn't get me.
I'm not talking about what else can you do? And even individual, listen, there are few individuals that have seen.
Can you listen to me? You in your local government, let's assume we're in the same local government, and we want that local government to construct a new road or to tie our road or to give us a center. We come together as a unit. And then we are not protesting. No need of protesting.
If there's no local government chairman, what are we going to do? Like in my state,
well, you have a state lawmaker, you have a senator, you have a rep that will cover your local government. Go and meet these people if you cannot get to the governor. When you continue to pester these people, and I know them, they always go back to their locality every Friday, spend the weekend. You go and pester them. By the time you pester them more, they will pester the governor. But if you are just going to, I want to protest on the street, how many protests do you want? That is why sometimes protest does not yield any result. Your NLC, they have been protesting for more than 40 or 50 years. What did they get? Sometimes you have to but everything in Nigeria is that everybody wants to say, I'm going to meet Buhari or Jonathan or Basajo. They don't have nothing to do with your state. They have done what the constitution has them to do. Federal allocation is going to your state. The last allocation most of these states receive, a lot of them receive more than 60% more of what they used to receive before. But you don't know. But
they are the ones siphoning Nigeria money. It's not even the federal.
So
they are the ones siphoning Nigeria money because if you look at
also have corruption. Federal also have corruption too. But what I'm just trying to say is that the people in Nigeria must today know that the first person they need to squeeze so that every drop of water, everything they need must come is their state governor. If they don't do that, the same thing will continue to happen. The same thing will continue to repeat itself. The governor will say, okay, my people will not, they won't come to me. So I can do whatever I want. And that's, look at a state like Delta that is extremely rich because the people there are Dosa, they don't really care. So you just siphon their money, hit it the way they like. But I make an example. Look at today, me and Babati, we will criticize our governor from Ogun State because we know it's not performing more than Amoson, the previous one. And I know the people will continue to pester him in Ogun State. So when every citizen of every state continue to pester their elected leaders, without, you don't need nothing from Tinubu, to be frank. You just pester your state governor and you get what you want for your locality. If they refuse to make local government autonomy happen, then you have to pester them. So when you do that, we can see some level of development. So, and Nigeria is also waking up. People are asking for more accountability nowadays. People are no more docile like before. And that was why the election that took place a few months ago was so competitive. And I think the next election...
You see, Remy, I enjoy your explanation. You see, the problem we have in Nigeria now currently, we have been raised with the notion that president is in charge of everything. And now we have a new leader. Currently, it's Tinubu that is the president of the country, whether we still have judiciary issue or not, but we have a president. And I don't think anybody is coming there to do a magic with the way they structure that country.
No, I think it's you Nigerians that have that notion that everything is from the presidency.
But it's very unfortunate that the global and our own is not
If you sit down and read the constitution and read the way the democracy will practice, you will know that in federal, this kind of democracy, it is the governors that are very powerful. Ask people that are in America. They will tell you the governors are also very powerful there. So the governors are the most powerful in this kind of setup.
Yeah, but that is what, no, when you use the word, wait, please, when you use the word powerful, we have to find a balance. I live also in a country here in Sweden, we practice federal because they are regionals and the West and community. And when I look at the importance of the community,
you are my neighbor, we are not far from
we are Scandinavia. They are very similar the way they do things. They are similar. So okay, now in a regional setting, yeah, let me round it up. We are almost like Nigeria as well. I live in a region that have a state local government as well, which is like the state. Are you hearing me? But the thing is, are you hearing me?
I'm listening to you. I'm listening.
I have a network problem. Okay, no, the problem is this. That's why there is autonomy. Everything still boy to the finger through bureaucracy. That is why you go to office, do this paper, make this telephone call. Most of the things, if you don't even see anybody. I've never been to any office to go and, apart from, I don't know, immigration office. Every other office like finance, maybe somebody just put you through. The rest you go back home and go and do it online, and you get result. So the thing is, everything still boy to the central. But in Nigeria, the way they are explaining this autonomy and restructuring, this is why they are so confused. They think is that you are now free to go and do whatever you like. It's not like that, because if they restructure it, there will be a framework of accountability that enhance the entire bureaucratic procedure. So
restructuring is totally different from autonomy. When you restructure, are you restructuring in terms of resource control, or when you restructure, are you restructuring in terms of the leadership position?
See, it depends on the English we want to use.
Midwest, first thing, we are practicing a democracy similar to our democracy is the American one, which is the presidential system of government. The president at the top, and then you have your vice president. But in America, after the president is the Senate president. So we are practicing this kind of democracy in Nigeria, which is a representative democracy. So the most important thing now is that how do ordinary people enjoy the dividend of democracy? The people that are close to ordinary people is their local mayor or maybe local government chairman, then the governor. We don't talk about the federal are doing the right thing. They are giving the state their federal allocation every month as they are supposed to do. And some, in the last few dispensations, the money has not been good, but the last one they got more money. So what we are just trying to say here is that you cannot equate the Western Europe with Nigeria, because you have to look at the context of the people in every country. Black men, I'm sorry, I must say black man, we tend to be a little bit greedy and power drunk. The white people believe in principle and a name for themselves. It is what I do that my people will remember me for the future. But in Africa, or let's say in Nigeria, what I do is that, do I give money to a lot of people in my locality so that they can see me as the big man and they wait for me every Friday or Saturday morning so that I can share the money to them? And that is what the problem with our followership too. The followership believe that
Mr. Remy, I will like people in America. I will like people that live in America to really educate. But what I'm trying to point before you is this. Why I said restructuring or maybe autonomy.
There. Babati is
Wait,
also there.
or regional government. Because I also live here in a Western country that practice federalism, like the one we have in Nigeria. But the difference between what we have in Nigeria and what is going on, which I also feel in America, is lack of that, I don't know, enhancement of the bureaucratic procedures.
Are you sure
both the local
totally presidential system? I think their government will be similar to that of Finland, where we have a ceremonial president.
I don't.
And we have a prime minister.
Okay, can we, Mr. Midwest?
Let someone in America go. I want
let me give
you leave America, please.
Let me give you.
Give us a picture. Give us a picture how America is able to tie their financial system right from the federal to the state and to the local government to ensure accountability, because this is what is missing in our country. How are they able to do it?
Let me just give you a few things. I'm sure Prince Daddy can also add to it. Now, America is not really a democracy. It is really a republic. So a republic means that the rights of the minority groups is recognized and they have influence if they can make their case. So this absolutism of majority carries the vote is not really applicable in the sense of it at the local level. Or it can go at the federal level, but it's minimized in some way where the impact is reduced as you go down. So you only see if the majority makes like a law at the federal level, you at the local level can go to Supreme Court and say, we don't want this law in our own jurisdiction, and you can challenge that law, even though it's made by the majority. So they have protections for minority groups. Number two, what they also do is that, let's say state police, right? For instance, we also have county police, which we call local government police councils. Even campuses, universities can have their own police. So they brought governors down to the, not to the state level, to your county level, to your own local government, where they are responsible for basic services for you, like sewage management, water, security. Some people even do taxing for housing. So those basic amenities is controlled by those councils, local government councils, not state or federal government. Even judges for the county, judges for courts, you get to vote for the judge. The police, the DPU or the police head for that county, we get to vote for that person. So nobody's appointing that person because they know him. No. You as a police officer, you campaign for office and run for the head of department, and people will vote for you every 3 or 4 years. And the funding comes from the people, not from the federal government. So the funding comes from the people. They pretty much detach them from federal when it comes to those things. That way, they always have to do the wish of their own people. So America will tell you that people hate the federal government, but they love their own senators. We hate the federal government. We hate the House of Rep, but they love their own representative. That's the way it's designed. You love your own, you keep your own. So I have said, but that is their own reality based on their own history. That is the reason why California, that has 40 million people now, they only have 2 senators, right? But Wyoming, that barely has 1 million people, also has 2 senators. That is the way they balance the equality. That's why the reason why even in election now, even if you have the most votes in America, doesn't guarantee you a win. I hope you know that Midwest. In America, if you have the most votes, it doesn't guarantee you a win.
Yeah, we know. Ask Hillary Clinton.
Yes. So it's a way of protecting minority groups or minority interests. And I have said that we need to also terraform our own kind of democracy to our own reality. Something similar to that. Maybe borrow from what Ethiopia does, borrow from what America does, borrow from what Sweden does, and find a way to adjust to that reality. That way, if you are from the Southeast, you will not care so much about who becomes president, because you will have everything you want from your maybe prime minister from the Southeast. You can
resource control.
Yeah, so nobody gives a damn about Abuja anymore. It's just a bonus at this point, because if I want power, I can go to my councillor, I can go to my governor, I can go to my region. So that's what we need to. But all this idea, that's when people want to become president.
But Babati, as it is now that we have the state, and they were even finding it difficult. We are not even focusing on the state. You think by the time they have region, they will focus on the region?
No.
The problem might be with the state that does not develop the resources in their state.
Let me give you one example. Let me give an example. For instance, look at what happened with this power bill when they said, "Oh, you cannot do your own thing in your state." What happened in Lagos? Oh, we can do our own. What happened within the 2 weeks? They had a meeting with Ogun and Oyo State. We will partner with you. So what this does is, it's going to force the people of that state to start voting for people with vision. So when you're campaigning, as opposed to saying that, oh, I'm going to give you water and education, those basic things that you're supposed to do anyways, you must now campaign on ideas, because down the road in Ogun State, I see what they are doing with their visionary leader. I can see what they are doing there. So when you're now campaigning for office, you must come up with ideas. Innovative thinking comes into play.
Yes.
You can't campaign based on, oh, I'm going to give you primary school education, I'm going to give you textbook and water, all those boreholes. That will not be, you cannot campaign that on that anymore. No. That goes away. So now, Lagos now has power, Ogun has power, they have railway, they have system. If I'm running in, let's say, Sokoto now, I'll say, Mr. Man, look at what they're doing in Ogun State. You want to become my governor. What do you have for us? Besides power, besides water and basic things. That person must be able to come up with new ideas to even get your vote in the first place. So it forces leadership to change. So if you don't have ideas, you will not run. Just go and sit at home. You don't have my own anymore.
So Babati, the question is now, because of this resource control and what we call federal character, because if we want to do it right way, then state control their resources, give like 20 or 30% to the federal government. If all the states can agree to that in Nigeria, we will see a development very quick.
Because unfortunately, that has to be the last thing that on the table.
Yes, of course.
That is the most sensitive part of the whole equation.
Because some states will say we are poor, we don't have resources.
Yes,
we can't do that.
You have to ease people into this thing. So this is why they are doing power now. Then next you do security, you do taxes.
I hope that before Buhari went away, the state governors have already agreed about state police. I hope Tinubu can give them that state police. We really need it. It will create employment. It will, on the positive side, it will create employment. It will improve security. But in the short run, it will also create a little bit of corruption, because the state police will also extort the people in the state. But in the long run, it's a win-win situation.
Let me even give you a money maker. Like driver license should be done by states. That is money making.
It's done by federal road safety.
But that should be done by state. There's no way you should be securing my state for me with the roads. It should be secured by the state that the roads are. Not
but you're talking about the driver's license, right?
Yeah, that together. Federal, those road safety commission should be state responsibility, not federal. Cowardliness.
But can't you see it this way? If it's supposed to be a universal thing, why should we be having different driver license within the country?
I think is that the way in America that each driver's license from state are different?
America in America it's done by state, it's not federal. In America,
America have
the federal because the federal gives you the standard, then the state the norms. But what it does is job creation and money generation for the states.
Yes, exactly.
So I think they can still do it, Babati. They can still do it the present way, but depending where you are asking for it, and each one from each that they generate from each state, then the money should or certain percentage or certain percentage of the money. Certain percentage of the money should be
No. Do you know why they do that? Because like let's say Wyoming now, they have 1 million people there. They don't have stuff. some counties in America, do you even know how they survive? By giving tickets on traffic. So if you run traffic, that's how the whole town survives. Maybe they have a highway running through their town, so they will be anybody over speeding is how they make their money to survive in that county. Yes, and they have their police waiting for you. Like if you're and they make money, lots of money. So if you had that with driver license taxing, they do their home whatever, that they can survive. They don't even need the state to survive on their own. They can survive, so they are independent. You can't control them.
Yeah, you're right. Even
That's
here,
the idea.
The parking fee. If you do a mistake like that, before you know,
Baba T, I want to ask you a question. In America, how do they register people residency, like where you live and all those kind of things? Is it for the local government?
No. So let's say you move to a state. Let's say if you move to a state, for instance, you have 1 month to change that driver license to that new people that you just moved to. So you just go to the DMV. You say, okay, I've moved here. They say, okay, show us maybe the new address, proof of address, maybe your light bill or water bill. You just bring that as evidence. Then they will change it for you. But at the same time, while you are doing that, you can also register as a voter and get your voters card at the same time. So they attach your license to your card, voting card at the same time. So you don't need to come back and say you want to come and line up for.
So that means the system in America is still a bit slow. Here, the system is quite quick and fast. When you come into this country, you have to go to the immigration to register your presence, and of course your name is already, before you even arrive, you already have all the data they want from you. But once you touch down here, you go to the immigration and then you register them. Anybody that is renting a house out for you, because most residential here are rented out by some housing company, and once you are given an apartment, immediately your name is already appear with the population commission. So they already have your address, your name, because through your social security number, everything is interconnected. So when you move to another city, what you just need to do is just go to their post office and then tell them you move to this address. And before you know it, voila, everything is already in their database. So
but you see my point though, that those small fees that those counties are charging for change of address, it makes money for those counties. Those £5, £7, £10,
you are right.
Makes money for them.
In fact, you know what? I'm telling you, we are saying the same thing here. Most of our governors are lazy, and some of them just want to be governor without no plan. How can you want to be because they rely on the federal government for that federal allocation? But let's assume that they have to generate funds to fund the state by themselves. Then they have a lot of work to do. They need to plan very well. And
Remy, that's my point. When you break, let's say that now in Ogun State now, that was now doing amazing. He introduces all these things we're discussing. What do you think they will be discussing in Oyo State for the next election?
Of course,
I was there. I was in Ogun now. I see what they are doing there. They will force the person to start campaigning on what they are doing in Ogun State.
So that is why I complain bitterly. You can ask Thomas, when you leave Lagos and you are moving to Ibadan is so dirty, disorganized, everything is in a messy way. And when you ask the people will say, leave him, he is paying salary, that is all. How can people, for God's sake, because you are salary earner, what about majority that are not salary earners?
But remember in the 80s, when it comes to
Remy, you know why I asked this question? Please, I want to quickly put this one. Why I asked that question? How do they register? Let's say legal person now, someone that has been documented, that have right to be registered. Like, it is the local government that have to register you. But that same local government, once they put your name into that system, it goes around to the entire country. But in Nigeria, why do I make an example?
guy, when they born you from America,
like
here,
where I live in Sweden, once you register your address, it goes straight to national population.
Bro,
we are saying the same thing.
yeah, no, bro. Listen, in America, once you are
and
born,
I think also yes.
Once you are born in America,
But in Nigeria now we are afraid is that the local government is not connected to this.
No,
continue.
No database in Nigeria.
Yeah, there's no. Are we to 20 million people? We don't know. Nobody knows the true figures. Nobody knows the number of Igbo number. Nobody knows.
Everything is politicized too much, man.
Do you know that this free movement of Nigerians undocumented is the real primary source of the high crime in that country?
Yes. For example,
can you agree with me?
For example, when I
is the primary source of the high crime in the entire country.
For example, when I used to live in China, when you move to a new apartment, within 48 hours, you must go to the local police in that locality and register your presence. They will give you a paper. And once you register your presence,
just 48 hours.
Yes, all police all over China already know where you are living. Not like in Nigeria, you just give a room or an apartment to anybody you like.
No ID. No ID.
No information.
Remy,
you don't know who you are giving your apartment.
America, you must do a background check on that person before you give them any apartment to know if there's any crime. So you must run a check on them. You must get a deposit on them. You must know where they work. They must give you where they work. There are 3 months pay stub to confirm that they work there. But Nigeria, just show up. Nobody knows who you are, where you're coming from.
Yes. I don't even know that America that is wait to my brother, Mr. T. Mr. T, let me put this one in. America that they claim that is well computerized. In Sweden, if you are a criminal, they put your address in that very community. The police will arrive there a few minutes time. If you are a wanted person. So I don't know why should I be doing verification with somebody that's already in the system with the government.
No, for the
I don't know.
The person that owns the apartment before they even take you in, they will ask for your number. Everybody has a social security number, right?
But we can say, Babati, in America, that although America is good, but still they did not cover the total population because the rate of crime is so high, and a lot of people always got scot-free, and they continue to commit this crime. Like a lot of sadists, a lot of pedophile, and so many other crimes.
They have registry on that, even if they give you anything, so they know. People can look you up and know, okay, how many people that are criminals are around.
Like here, if you want to rent a house in Europe, the thing they will check for, the only thing they check for most of European countries have been to just your finance background, whether you've been able to pay those companies, the owners, or maybe those people that are going to give you the house, not to be sure.
Midwest, you have that social.
But if you have a crime, say if you just have a crime, my brother, they put your name into local government. Everything will report you to the police immediately.
No,
this is how they program their computer here.
No. I want to say also the same thing now. Like I said, they do a background check will bring everything out. Where you've lived in the past, if you have any criminal record, everything comes. That's the meaning of
okay, yeah.
So no, the beauty, Babati, the beauty here is this. If you go to pharmacy shop, if you go to hospital, if you go to any government, or you want to buy a car, or you want to buy everything, they just need your driver license or your social security number. Put it into the system. Everything about you will come.
That's all in Scandinavia as a whole. It's the same thing here. We don't use paper to go to hospital.
Nobody even trouble themselves too much. Even
the doctor cannot even write the medicine and give you a paper.
An employer cannot give you a job if you don't have the required resident permit.
Okay. So, but what is Nigeria afraid of, and they can't have that? Okay. What are they afraid of?
Because it has been highly
Mr. Remy. Mr. Remy.
Please call me Remy, please.
Mr. Remy, if you go to pharmacy in Finland, the doctor, do they have to write you some papers for your how to get medicine? Do they still give you this? After the treatment, maybe he make a recommendation for drug for you. Do they need to give you any paper?
Most time in the pharmacy, in the hospital will not give you medicine or anything. They refer you to the pharmacy, and they don't give you anything.
Yeah, I mean, when they refer you to the pharmacy,
they
normally give you paper.
No, they don't give paper.
It's
They don't
transfer.
give paper. Once you go to the pharmacy and you give them your social security number, they will check it and they already know everything's already in the system. They will know that you are going to social
you can transfer. All you need to do is to tell the doctor the pharmacist you want them to send it to. So just send it to the social pharmacy and they just send it to them. So transcription is done now. You don't need paper anymore for most.
No paper.
Drugs.
There's no paper here. No paper.
No, Babati, do you know what some pharmacy here they are even use QR code?
Right.
You just scan for your prescription. You don't even need paperwork. No, you don't even use paperwork anymore. But let me digress a little bit. I don't know, maybe you guys are seeing what is going on the internet. Some obedient shouting, and court is about to nullify Tinubu's vote. It's almost on. I don't know, maybe you guys are seeing what I'm seeing.
Thomas, do you know what pains me? Do you know what pains me most? Forget no. Thomas, wait, it's not even them.
But do you see what I'm saying first?
You know
what I'm talking from.
I know. Forget them for a second. Do you know what pains me the most? It's not them. It's the idiots from different countries like Kenya, Zimbabwe. They will not be quoting those people like that's the fact. But in your country, they are doing this. I'm like, who told you that? They are the obedient. They have kind of made them look like they are the ones suffering, or somebody stole the money from them. And these people from those countries, they believe that nonsense.
Do you know how
Remy, I even saw. Remy, hold on. I even saw one that said the court just nullify. Now they just nullify Tinubu's presidency. Peter Obi will be swearing him, and he went to show one video of people celebrating, jumping up. I just say.
And it's not proper. It's proper. You know what they are doing? I'm sorry to say this. Thomas, do you know the way they do this thing? Because there's a lot of Nigerian Africans who are religious, follow the faith of Christianity, and some of these Nigerian pastors, they are very popular in Africa. So the narrative sometimes are being sold through church. And when you look at Africa as a whole, most of Nigerian traders from all these African countries are from the southeast. They are the one trading in Kenya, in all West African coasts, in Central. They are going everywhere. And they are because when you trade in a locality by having a small shop or store, selling things to them, you're already in that community. So they are the ones selling this propaganda. So don't be too worried about that antics. It's just a play. Some of them online, just a way to attract crowd. The more people see,
Remy, why are they doing these things? These things are false.
So that is what we talk about patriotism. Nigeria needs a total rebirth. That country, we need to dip it in water again and start afresh. Because people are not patriotic enough. The point is that, and a lot of people, I see this kind of what is going on in Nigeria now as a rivalry between the West and the East. It's like, the West again, this Yoruba again, and we are going to fight them to the last call. Did you see the South people? Are they complaining? They move on. The North Central, they move on. The Northwest, move on. Northeast, move on. If you see most of this narrative or all these things that are coming are from our brothers. And I, as person, if Obi has won that election, I would have moved on since day one. It's so easy.
Remy, do you really care?
I don't care. Because at the end of the day, why should I die
Why should I die in Tinubu's or Peter Obi's war? Really?
I've never set my eyes on Tinubu physically like this in my life. I've never met him. I've never have any association with him. He's my candidate, but if he has lost that election, I would have moved on from day one. And I would support the winner as a Nigerian. But I don't know why Nigerians are so fixated that The election has come and gone, and they continue to hold on to the
Remy, do you know how many Africans always ask me when are they going to give Peter Obi back his mandate?
I don't know.
I'm not kidding you.
Are you serious?
I'm being honest. It's annoying you. I'm moving me now, but I have to maintain my composure. Like, what is all this nonsense now?
So when I said something the other day that this man will be the way he plays that policy is shutting the door against a potential Southeasterner in the future. I know what I'm talking about. Because what you are doing now is you are closing and shutting the door against other potential people from your region. Because the rest of the country will not support or trust your people. So what they are doing is not good for that country. You are the luckiest Nigerian. You can move around anywhere in Nigeria to do your business or trading. Nobody stop you. How many Nigeria are in the East trading as you are trading all over Nigeria? How many Nigeria are building houses in Enugu, Abakaliki, or maybe in Anambra and the rest? How many Nigeria are residing there? Your nearest neighbor, the South people, are not coming to your region to reside with you there. But you are lucky. My neighbor in Ibadan is an able man. He built a house there and is living fine. Nobody disturbed him till today. I serve in Enugu. I know how the thinking of the people there. Some people are nice. Some people are so the other way around. So he is this man has shut the door against them. I'm sorry to say.
Look at what that fool is doing globally, David Udein. Going on major.
Look at that! Look at that boy. I call him a boy. Almost 1990.
You don't know. You know what? By the time one day he will mistakenly come to Nigeria and they will arrest him, and that is final and it's over. Just like what Nnamdi Kanu today is dead. The freedom is gone. UK also denounced him. They don't want him anymore. So one day that Udeni will also go to Nigeria and they will arrest him and
we go to one country. Like I heard he went to Zimbabwe.
Yes, they embarrass him there. If he went to Kenya and they deport him to Nigeria, what will he do?
That one I don't see.
Babati, a child of 99 let be. He's studying the history of Nigerians for some fools, and they are following him.
I think he's also doing that because of money. The more people go to his platform, he's also getting money for it. So at the end of the day, it's all about money when you look at it. And people like to hear lies and falsehood.
But why are they spreading that news across Africa like we are the bad ones now?
I've already told you. Okay, now, Babati, can I ask you a question? How many Yoruba traders are in Cameroon? How many Yoruba traders are in Angola? How many Yoruba traders are in South Africa? How many Yoruba traders are in Zimbabwe? Tell me. How many Yoruba?
There are Igbo people.
Thank you. Because they are the one living in the community. And they are selling these cards to them that they were cheated. The election was a fraud or something like that. Because they
let me tell you, Remy, they did the same thing. They did the same thing after the 1966 coup. I think I mentioned what happened. The people that, in 1966, the same time we had the coup in Nigeria, they had the coup in Ghana. Agi, Rosa, and Kotoka, they were classmates in Britain before they came back to their country. And the two of them, they had coup at the same time and overthrow their government. Kwame Nkrumah was overthrown in Ghana. Then Tafawa Balewa and Azikiwe was also overthrown in Nigeria. So when the war started, they were also claiming the victim role. And that one forced the military ruler in Ghana to force Nigerians out, basically Nigeria Yorubas, between 1967 and 1969. And they were replaced by the Igbos. And that's why if you hear Aburi Accord, actually that was where they had the meeting to actually quench the war. Aburi is in Ghana.
Yeah,
and they have this, so they have this sympathy because of the propaganda they were spreading that time. So it's working for them the same way they did it.
So Simba, you can see that They planned this coup without nothing because from 1960 to 1966, Nigeria was practicing regional government and everything was going well, no problem. No problem. The North, they have their groundnut. The East have their palm kernel and rubber. The Yoruba people have their cocoa or whatever they are doing. Everything was going on fine, and they planned a bloody coup, and the coup was tribalistic. They continued to kill the other people and did not kill their own people.
That was the genesis of our problem up to today.
And that was the first genesis of our problem. And then, of course, in 1979, by 1983, Buhari also came. If it did not come, maybe if we have had a new leader after Shagari, maybe go to West or East or wherever, I don't know. And then when you see how Babangida ruled Nigeria, he institutionalized corruption, and Abacha came, if you don't like me, I will kill you. Nothing happened. And Abu Salah came, they come with their own nepotism and everything.
But Remy, I'm shutting down in the next 10 minutes. We want to carry after 9 hours. But why is this level of unpatriotic just came on Nigerians? A Kenya guy walked up to me, said you just elected a drug dealer as your president. I was so embarrassed. I said,
no, I was asked the same question by an Egyptian.
It is because we are in the age of information technology. If you are into TikTok, you will sometimes see some of these things on TikTok that they will say, "Oh, they just have turned over the election. Obi is winning." A lot of stories are outside there, and unfortunately, I already gave a very good account that because so many Igbo guys are trading in Africa and in some other country. This is not about big business, just trading among the locality. They spread this propaganda online, and they also use the church. Because, to be frank with you, some of them see this election as Christian versus Muslim. And you know that in some of these African countries, majority are Christian, and they also cried the sentiment that they were cheated out because of religion.
No, Remy. Their principal said it now. He said there is a religious war.
So all of this culminated in the idea that it was cheated out, but it was not really cheated. That is the true reflection of the result. Because when the INEC announced the result, till today, none of the political party have said that the result INEC released is not the one that agent gave them or what they have in their hand. That is why you see Obi and Atiku did not go to court and started disputing figure from state to state. That is why they cannot do that, because we have a good accreditation system by Beaver's machine. They cannot dispute that. So all those things they were hanging out on nomination, disqualification, is immaterial at the end of the day. Because look at the case of Adeleke. Adeleke was even said that his NECO result was not good and he got a bachelor degree under 3 months. Did the Supreme Court look at that one? The Supreme Court does not care. They don't look at that one, and it was declared the winner. The result is what matters most at this particular moment. All those ones you are fighting about is pre-election matter. If that one is not taken care, that time, nothing concerns.
Remy, look at what is happening. Look at what is happening in Lagos. Somebody, the gender guy from PDP, is asking court to disqualify Sowolu and this what's the name of this? Divo. He said Sanwo-Olu does not have a WAEC result. That's why he should be disqualified. Then that Gbadebo did not actually resign or from PDP before he joined Labour Party. So he's not even fighting that he has. He's not fighting the result. He's not fighting the result. He's fighting disqualification. He said he should be disqualified. That the two of them, that the first and second should be disqualified so that I can become the governor.
So you say with how many? So it's still material, and that this kind of.
So he want to win Lagos. He want to become governor of Lagos State, maybe with 20,000 votes. Like he got.
So,
exactly. The Jando is funny, huh? So even if they give Jandor the governorship, I mean, yeah, it's gonna have about 10 or 20,000 votes out of how many? Almost a million. and he's going to become the governor. That's
So
interesting.
Nigerian politicians sometimes they don't want to follow
But
the rule.
Prince Daddy, don't you see these guys are not serious? You are not contesting them on the election that you got 20 million votes or 1 million votes. You are talking of disqualification. What of the election? Why can't you talk on the election that I won the
Forget
election?
about the election. They know they don't have a chance with the election. That's why they bring up the school certificate and all these other things. It's they have no chance with the election. They know that. That's why, and the Supreme Court is not going to rule based on all those things that INEC should have taken care of. It's not going to happen.
Prince Daddy, I hope you were listening earlier when I was lamenting about being questioned by Africans in the diaspora here about Tinubu's elections. Maybe you've experienced that too also in America, or am I just the only one? Where an African would ask you about why did you put the drug dealer in office, how Tinubu was robbed. And
no, it's not only in America.
Are these online encounters or just real people talking to you?
Real people, like real people.
Oh, really?
I've experienced it, Babati. I just told you, I experienced it here also. I think it's everywhere.
Simba and Babati, the funniest part of it is that you know that when Tinubu removed subsidy, you know that the Kenya president also removed subsidy.
Angola.
Because of the protest and everything, he reinstated the subsidy immediately.
Angola removed as well. Angola removed it immediately.
Angola removed, but Kenya removed. But Kenya now reinstated it back again.
You know that Ruto guy is also fighting legitimacy.
In Kenya today, the president is not doing what he promised or whatever he wants to do. He's not ruling the country very well. So the problem with most African countries or African people against Nigeria, I will tell you the truth. Nigerian people are not docile outside of Nigeria. Nigerian people talk. They challenge authority sometimes. But most Africans, they are too quiet.
Remy, is it not unfortunate for South Africans to be saying Tinubu that doesn't have the legitimacy of the election, he wants to go and fight a military coup in Niger?
Don't mind them. The same South Africa, when you see them abroad, they are as quiet as Dudu. The same Kenya. I want to give you an example. Try to look straight into a Kenyan man's eye. He will not look back at you. They are so afraid and so scared of Nigeria.
They are very timid.
Very
not
timid.
Afraid. They are very timid.
And when they live in abroad, they just go to.
If you see them, yeah, they look like people that have lost self-esteem.
Yes. Do you know what happened here? There are some set of Kenya students brought to Finland, and I don't know how they did not pay their school fees. But Finland cannot just drag them out because they can put them under asylum, and maybe they also let them go because it's about education. And the church also support them that they cannot go back, they should continue their education. Do you know that one of these guys committed suicide? You committed suicide and the other students are still here. Nobody deport them. They are still going to classes to receive lectures. They were not able to post because they have an agreement with one agent in Kenya, something like that. The school is not ejecting them.
Remy, hold on.
I don't get it.
Leave them alone for. Let's stay on this obedience for a second. If you're going to keep the market in the country, then the same you will not complain of being stopped at the airport in Kenya. The same you,
yes,
complain. The way they treat us, but it's your mouth, because these guys they actually listen to what you are saying online. They pay attention. Even investment. If I want to visit, I pay attention to what's online. So you're damaging the same country you want to rule.
Look at that Judah or whatever that Cameroonian that came sometimes ago. Look at the rubbish that guy was vomiting, and he was busy defending 42-year rule of Pobia in Cameroon.
Yeah.
Do you know what's funny?
He was actually justifying it. Actually,
do you know what's funny about it? I talked to him actually in a different platform, and it was actually cool. But he told me the reason why it is so. The reason is because their own Nnamdi Kanu version of their own Ambazonia version of Nnamdi Kanu came to Nigeria, and Buhari
arrested him
and shipped him back to the people over there. That is the reason why he hates Nigeria. That's the reason why he behaves that way but against Nigeria. That's what is going on with him. So that's I figured it out. Okay, I get it now. But that's the reason why he does what he does. So because their own person was arrested, I'm like, yeah, but it's just the you know what, Prince Daddy, let's call their bluff. Referendum in the southeast. Everybody come home and vote if you want to leave. I bet they will stay.
It's not gonna happen.
No,
You
please,
want
it
a
should
trader that is
Please,
a
it should happen.
multimillionaire or
Damn it, it should happen.
money in Lagos to
Referendum
go
in the
back to-
southeast should happen immediately. Enough of this nonsense. Call their bluff. Call their fucking bluff.
Their leaders will not let it happen. You know that. I mean, they know better.
The followership will never let it happen. Look, a lot of them live in Lagos. They can speak Yoruba even better than me. And they make their money in Lagos, in Ibadan.
Is it in Lagos? They live everywhere. It's not in Lagos.
To go back to Igwe City, or go back to Nkanu West, or go back to Imo, or go back to Anambra. What are we going to do there?
Come and see their big houses in Ilorin.
It has to happen.
It's not going to happen. They won't live. Where are they going to live to? Some of them cannot even go home for Christmas or New Year. And you are telling them to go back
No,
to their
just to call their bluff now so they can keep the
they are just making noise. You can see it's dying down little by little.
It's affecting the country, bro. That's what I'm telling you.
Babachi, who's gonna lead that initiative? Who's gonna lead it?
Is it not supposed to do that dumb Mr. Obi to
Is it Tinubu or their own leaders?
I don't give a damn. Just get it done. I don't give a damn. If I get in the Kanu and I pop to come and conduct the referendum there. How about that?
So you can see what is happening in the Southeast now. When there's an outcry, how come their leaders now say that, okay, Simon Ekpa is an opportunist. I have no more sit at home on Monday. Why they
are freaking hypocrites, man. They are freaking hypocrites.
I tell you, allow your economy to crumble like that. I don't understand this kind of people in my life. And you are killing the same set of people, your own people, burning your property down, all because you want to go out to I don't know. How can the so-called Nnamdi Kanu be bigger than your governor or bigger than some of your leaders? I don't get it.
And you have people leaving your own region, because I've heard people leaving their region to go to neighboring states. They are
going to Asaba. They are going all over to Rivers. They are going all over
bother you. And you have a governor also Dima on TV. That was so shocking to me. He said to people in Imo State, he said, okay, one more question because I must go back to Abuja. Like he lives in Abuja. Oh, when the governor of the state, for God's sake. The guy lives in Abuja, please. He lives in Abuja and he's a governor of Imo. What kind of I'm sorry, man. These clowns are just
No, they get everybody excited. They don't mean it. You know, there's a big divide. You know, when people are the people that are suffering are the people complaining. Their leaders.
No. Half of their problem is self-inflicted. That's what I'm saying. It's self-inflicted wounds. If you cannot play well with other people, how can you progress? You must learn to play with other people.
Look at what.
I mean, I presented this question numerous times to them. Do you people feel a sense of superiority than other ethnic groups in the country? And that's what I think. Because when people can't get their way, or they don't think that they should negotiate with other people, or they think they are deserving or this entitlement, you know, it's a disaster. It never works out.
You know, Prince Daddy, you know that Kenneth sometimes said that there are people who are almost millionaire in Nigeria. I just laugh. You are talking about trading business. We are talking about big business. Now, how much money do you have? How much? Because a lot of people in Yoruba land, they have a lot of money, but they won't talk. They won't gloat over it.
Those people in the north, they have money too. Those guys in the north.
No, I'm not saying they don't have money.
I was reading this mark today of new stocks picking up in the south west. New billionaires below 40. There's about 18 of them worth $34 billion. All you back, but they are very low key. They are all tech guys. You never hear.
That Flutterwave guy worth about $3 billion.
Yes, it's about.
Another guy named worth about $1 billion.
I'm telling you, they are what? No. Let me.
Super extremely rich.
They are what? They are all worth close to $30 billion. You see my point? Even
And there's so many
Nod,
new small Yoruba boys that are really into cryptocurrency, and today they are multimillionaire, and they won't gloat about it.
Remy, do you know Nod is bigger than Innocent?
Yes, there's Nod. I
Nod
know
is
Nod.
bigger than Innocent, but the guy never bragged about being bigger. You never heard about him.
Yes, they produce that
and
armor
it's
tank.
Yoruba, and it's a Yoruba guy. As a matter of fact, they produce armor tanks in Ogun State for military.
Thank you. It's true.
Armor tanks for military. Not in Nigeria. In Europe, Africa, they buy from Nigeria armor tanks.
They are producing it from Nigeria.
And I don't get this. Well, you know what?
I think it's just it's quite unfortunate. Now, just oppose this to the next 16 years of Nigeria. Do you think the other region of that's what I'm trying to say, that come 16 years, when the power go back to the south, I think it's going to go to the south.
And I will vote for them gladly.
Yes, your rival will vote for them
gladly.
Nobody will vote because you don't play your game very well now. And for example, look at the Senate House. They have 8 senators from Labour Party. What are they doing there? They already stopped. What can they do?
Remy, do you know what's funny?
Yes.
When they gave them the money for the holiday.
Yes.
You would think that the Labour will be shouting in the house. We don't want. Do you hear anything?
Nothing.
Exactly.
They collect the money and go to their wherever they want to go. And do you know Ireti Kingibe? No, that one is a PDP. It's not PDP.
No, it's Labour. She's Labour. She's Labour.
You know what he said? He said, all the allowances I'm collecting, I'm not using it for myself. I'm giving the money out for people that need this. I said, you are a bloody liar. On national TV, he was trying to say all those allowances. She is giving you to buy tailor, or maybe give it to some Buddha indigene that need help on business or something like that. Even his salary, she is doing that. This woman, you are lying with your mouth like this. You just see. It's so funny. They will give them a lot of money for furniture and the rest. None of them will reject it. Even the so-called Benga Dane that goes to on national TV and saying that the money they are receiving at the house, he is also collecting. Nobody of them has said, even the so-called Ubasani that can criticize from the morning to midnight. When he was in the senator, he was following Saraki like nothing else like this.
And what about Bruce? What about Mori Bruce? Bruce was also there. He not doing the same thing.
Ben Bruce is the guy, man. Forget
African Obama. Don't mind Daniel, because we know that the real money is not the real money is not the salary. That one is chicken change. The real money is the allowance and bonuses.
Yes.
So if you
look at Daniel Buala talking blah blah blah. When he joined PGP, they gave me money. He go and buy that Pajero, biggest one. Immediately, Shasha, new one. All of these people is just to cash home, okay? Nothing else. It's just a way to make money.
Was that the vehicle you drove to the court on his first day?
It was new. That was one about he was trying to talk to him. When is he going to celebrate to him? He said that car alone worth more than 100 million naira.
Wow. Yeah. That's probably about $70,000 or more dollars.
Yeah,
Prince, why didn't you answer the question I asked earlier? No, I think you were away. I said that why have the Labour Party members in the House answered? They've been quiet. They're not protesting or doing anything like you.
No, actually, when you said I was laughing, you know what came to mind? Peter B. I just these people think Peter B is just an angel from a different planet. These guys are all politicians. I mean, Peter B is as dirty as Tinubu and all the other guys, but somehow, some way, man, I love when Ekene and these other guys defend Peter B, man. Because
I heard it today, arguing with them earlier today about, he's a board member, so therefore he's a genius. I said, genius, okay? How is being a board member? How does that make me a genius? Like, what the hell?
It didn't even stop at that. He was telling us he's the best performing governor, sir.
Yeah.
I was just like, oh my God.
I am on 4 boards. Does it make I'm on 4 boards right now? Does it mean make me a genius? No, I'm just there. You just put the name there. It doesn't make you like you are making any decisions.
That
It
guy,
depends on your connection. Depends on your
cash out
connection.
number very well. He cash out. How can you use the state money to invest in your family business? That is pure corruption, nothing else.
Yeah, I was hearing that part. It was not beer business, right? It was.
yeah.
Oh my God! Your own state money, you put it in your family business, and you said
No, he invested the money. No, he didn't. He didn't. He
that's
invested the
what I'm
money for
saying
the
now.
state
Just like Simba,
because the state was
No,
so rich. The state was so rich that it doesn't need the money at that time. So
the,
how to say
the money is
save
too
the money
much.
for them?
The money is too
It's
much.
too much.
Too much money.
Much dashing it.
Prince. Where in the world do states save money? They spend the money. Nobody saves money as a state now. You must use the
They
money.
even borrow. They will borrow
Because
more.
Peter B is a gimmick man. This way, see, when you're deceiving people that don't know any better, that's why when I tell these people like Peter, I learned about Peter B like 5 years ago from the horse's mouth when he was talking about in the area of finance and business, and like this guy doesn't have a clue. That's why he can have all these people running after him. Peter B is not that smart, but I give him a lot of credit though. He became a governor, and however he made his money, a lot of credit to him because Peter B, man, damn, not a
No,
smart guy.
but Prince Daddy, can we say if a moron run after under Afga, if we win an election in Anambra, there's nobody that is the fact. If you go to that party, then if you are a moron, you will win an election. You will.
Well, yeah.
Because we are fixated to Afga. You know that.
But the people that trust him, man, they trust Peter B. I mean, that's magical, man. They trust him, man. They believe in Peter B. I'm like, wow.
Prince, do you know why they trust him so much? I will tell you why. In the southeast, they believe too much. If you are not a Catholic, you will go to one church or the other. He used that religion to penetrate them, and I don't know how he sold that dummy to most of these pastors, all these big pastors, sold that dummy to them. And they
But Remy, when he was a governor, it caused a lot of quarrel between the Anglicans and the Catholics.
Thank you. That
because he was giving Catholic, a lot of money.
He used that religion to get, and unfortunately for him, because Tinubu also presents a vice president as a Muslim Christian, so he used that religion bait for most Southeasterner, and Southeasterner are not the same with Southwesterner. The Western people, I mean the Southwestern in Nigeria, believe in religion is just religion. My best friend, I can be a Muslim, and my best friend can be a Christian. We are already interwoven. We don't care too much, but over there they care a lot about religion. Have you ever seen, if you are a father, a nun in Igbo land, the way they worship you or worshiping your family? You need to go there and see what is transpiring. If you are a father, a Catholic father or father in Southeast, people give you gifts. People give you money. Some people build a house for you. Some people they worship you like a god because they thought that you are holy. And Peter B used that one because he knows the weaknesses of his people. He used that religion card very well, and that is the bait he sold. And they accepted who can sing. That is one. And to buttress it also because of the Muslim ticket, so they accepted him. So I think we must give it to him. He's an opportunist. He's an opportunist, and he used it very well. But will he use it again? No. That is the end. It's over. The game is up for him. The APC are just playing along.
Remy, you don't think this Peter B 2.0 is coming? You don't think so?
No, it will never happen again. With this
really?
Man, it will never. Which party will present it? How is he going to go to the core north and the rest talking? How is he going to go to Yoruba land to also talk to Yoruba people? You think people will never forget that you just hear a little bit of that tape. Let him try to come out in the next 4 years. They will release more tape that will damage him for life, okay? Because that is not the only one. There are several of them. And those things that they also nearly arrest him in England, you will know the politicians know what they are doing. They already have everything in their hand now. He won't contest again. Which party? Is it the PDP that will give him? Or the Labour Party again? Or which party? We already know the antics of this kind of guy. So it's over. That is why he's just fighting unnecessarily. And unfortunate for people like Peter Obi, they are also a little bit a religious bigot. I would say in the mode of what do you call them, Abasha, who believe or Atiku, who believe in marabout. So some of our leaders, they also believe a lot in religious leaders like imam or pastors or whatever, and they believe that they believe in miracle. That whatever they tell them is going to happen. So I think he also changed a little bit to that lineage. And when you look at
Remy, if they told you this Peter Obi has something to do with Oyedepo and their conversation, I would nearly say no.
I won't say no.
This guy is a pretender.
I won't say no.
He's very pretentious, man.
I won't say no because people like Oyedepo and Co, a lot of Yoruba learning people know their antics. And most Nigerian elite or the super elite know how they play their game. So some of them, they don't really want Tinubu there, and they will hide under, why not give it to the Igbo? They have not been there. They are just after their own pocket. And you can see from the conversation, Obi promised them and assure them that if this thing come to reality, that if he win, they will never regret it.
They will not regret it. They will not regret
it. If he had won, Nigeria would be in super trouble. Because these people will control Nigeria, these religious leaders. They will control Nigeria, especially from the Christian faith. I'm sorry. They will control Nigeria. And they will become super rich. At the end of it, it's going to be more. Obi will not be able to take some bold move. This subsidy remover, he won't do it.
Hello, guys. Yeah. Sorry for interrupting. I'm just joining now. I'm hearing some news that they want to bring subsidy back. Sorry for the change of topic. Have you guys heard anything about that?
I don't know where you get that news from. We didn't hear something like that. Who said that?
Really, I heard it from a guy who has sources. So he's telling me that they are contemplating temporary.
No, I heard somebody brought up earlier. I think they said Tinubu removing some taxes and some fees just to help reduce the cost of the price at the pump, but I don't think they're removing the subsidy though.
If you Mohammed, you have to check this the Nation paper today. Tinubu is not going back on subsidy removal, but he's trying to reassure Nigeria that the price of petrol will not increase again. So they can remove some logistic fee or whatever, but on subsidy removal is gone forever. So they are not going back. So they can do some other thing
if price is not going up, then the government will do something to hold the price, right?
Yeah,
so
of course.
You can think of it as subsidy as well.
Associated fee or logistic duty that they are, it can also make the price remain at that level or lower than that.
Yeah, so, sorry guys for changing the topic of the conversation.
It's okay. You are free. You are free to also contribute. We are just talking generally. So
my brother, you are free to talk. We are just talking generally. So
because I saw you were engaging a lot. You were talking about Obi, Abi.
Yeah, we are talking about Obi, and we think that, to me personally, I think it blocked the chance of that region to produce the president in the next 16 years. Because the way he's doing is not good for that for prospective candidates from that region in the future.
But you know the problem with that region, actually the biggest problem they have is the people that they want, the Southeasterners will support, other parts of the country cannot support. Because I came to realize that really this IPOB Biafra type of thing is really, this support is significant portions of their region actually believe in those things. So if a candidate like Peter Obi now, he is very sympathetic to IPOB. Like he has never spoken anything against these people. And in fact, I've heard a video where he's saying that people should stop calling them terrorists, that they are people that he knows, that he sees on the street and things like that. So this kind of candidate that you people, the Southeasterners, will support, the other parts of the country cannot support by default. Okay, the ones that they don't want, the ones that join parties, the ones that want to build bridges, they will tag as sellouts and and things like that. So I think it's a chicken and egg situation for them. And I agree with you actually that Obi has blown up their chance. Just after the election, I was telling someone, I said the example of Obi and Southeast presidency is that of somebody who, like, let's say you fix a ladder on the wall for him, he climbs about 75% of the wall, and then you just, when he thinks he's getting there, you push him down and breaks his head and never to try again. That's the kind of thing that Obi did for them, because he used a very short-term kind of approach to the election, used religion very effectively, especially in the north and also in the south, in the southwest especially. Used religions, used the churches, used this thing very effectively and quietly, and he got the maximum amount of votes that he could get. He can never repeat those kind of numbers ever again, because the northern Christians, they have wised up. They've seen what has happened. They are not going to support Obi the way that they did.
But Mohammed, why do they fall to his trap in the first instance?
Okay. I'll tell you something about that. So the trap was, for example, in the north, they were circulating a video. One pastor, I think from Jos, they were circulating a video saying that Nigeria is going to become Islamic country if a Muslim rules it for 10 years. So Buhari has done 8 years. If another Muslim does 2 more years, that Nigeria is going to be fully Islamic country, that this is the rule of the IOC, the Organization of Islamic Countries. The video, the pastor said, we need to stop Islam. We need to stop Islam and the Muslims. They want to convert Nigeria to Islam. This video was circulating. The audio was circulating. Somebody sent it to me. I listened to it. So that was the kind of narrative that they pushed. They said, so see, they will tell you that it's because of Muslim that they cannot support Tinubu. But if you notice, they're not supporting Atiku either, which they traditionally do support in the north. They made it about Muslim cannot be, the next president. So that's how he was able to effectively get a lot of sympathy. And then, of course, secondly, the Muslim ticket that APC did. Of course, since Tinubu is Muslim,
Mohammed, we have Jonathan as a Christian now. What is the outcome of Jonathan as a Christian?
No. I'm just telling you what they did. I'm just telling you what happened. You asked me the question, why do I think they fell for this trap? That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Okay? And the elites in the north, the Christian ones, like I'm just talking about the few of them, the Babachir Lawal and Yakubu Dogara, they went on the route of they didn't take the pragmatic route, So for them in their position, if they had just stayed in the party of APC, I can tell you the kind of concession they are going to get from APC is not going to be small, because the APC had to give the vice presidency. APC could not give them the vice presidency for obvious reasons. And I don't know if you people know this, but the way that the people talk about this Tinubu's Muslim, like they have not really explained the reason why they did it very effectively. Because even this Muslim, I think is kind of a misnomer. I would not call it Muslim actually. If, let's say, somebody from the north, Muslim, picks a Muslim from the south, yeah, you can say that that's Muslim, because he doesn't need to do that. It's not even politically good for him to do that. But for Tinubu, really, he has no other option. Because, for example, I just gave somebody, I was telling somebody, okay, if, for example, Babachir Lawal, or let's say Yakubu Dogara is in PDP now, he becomes the candidate of PDP, okay? He goes to and we know that the traditional support base of PDP is Southeast and South. So he's minority Muslim from the north who is not very popular, okay? And then he goes to pick vice president from the Southeast or South. And let's say he's contesting against Wike and Jonathan is on the ballot as well in another party, okay? Do you think he will do well if he picks a Muslim from Southeast or South? So it's as simple as that. Like, it's just politics, but they've turned it into, is some kind of agenda that 10 years. So that's how the people fell for it. That's how the people fell for it. You see? But they've wised up now. Like, that's not how politics works. Like, you You just take emotional decisions and not think rationally, and you get yourself in trouble. That's so to your question.
Mohammed,
That's the answer. Yeah.
sorry. So you're saying that Babachir Lawal, when he was running up and down on the news stations, like he was quite passionate that this Muslim ticket was the worst thing ever happened in Nigeria. So are you saying his concern was not genuine? He was just pretending?
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And I'm glad you asked, because Babachir Lawal, that guy is a very, very squeaky, duplicitous type of human being. Do you know that Tinubu commissioned a team committee to select vice president, and Babachir Lawal Tinubu appointed him as the head of that committee? Okay, Tinubu asked them to give him 10 names in alphabetic in terms of priority that he should take. Babachir Lawal's committee, the committee that he was heading, came up with 10 names. Number one on that list was Kashim Shettima. Did you know that?
I heard something like that. Really?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened?
So what happened was when they made that list, top 5, there was no Christian there, because it's a committee. Even if he wants a Christian there, it's a committee. You have to write your justifications for it. How will you write justification for Boss Mustafa to be vice president? And the constituency that they are trying to reach across to is, first of all, a minority constituency, and secondly, they are always pro-PDP. Okay, if you give them vice presidency, you are praying and hoping that they will change their mind. Probably you get 50% of their votes. Okay, so it's really not. So Babachir Lawal, when he came out and he was shouting and this and that, somebody pointed out, it was like a kind of a secret committee. Somebody pointed out that, somebody leaked that the draft of what they did in the committee, and then he came back on Channel on Arise TV, I think. Ruben Abati or someone was asking him. Then he started to say, yes, but this and that and that. He was playing circles around that. So I don't think his concern was genuine. Absolutely not. I don't think so.
Yeah. He put a lot of people, I'll tell you that. I mean, his passion was like, he put a lot of people.
No, but the thing is, it's not genuine. It's not genuine, because he was the head of a committee that they came up with 10 names. Number one on that list was Kashim Shettima. So why will you come and pretend that this shocked you and you never had you were the one who gave the list to Tinubu. You were the one who did that. And somebody had to expose that before he came back and he was retracting his steps. And in any case, he's not the best candidate. Even if they're going to choose a Christian there, he's not the best. He's not for me, the closest would have been Lalong, because he's the governor. He has the capacity to deliver votes. But Babachir Lawal and Yakubu Dogara, these people got the positions by appointment. They have never won any election, not even councillor. Right. And APC has never even won their wards. They have never delivered even their local government or their wards, ever. None of these people have ever delivered their ward, even their ward, polling unit to APC.
Mohammed.
Yeah.
Mohammed, can you say the people that is pushing Tinubu to break Christian from the north, they want him to lose the election? Can we say that?
See, okay, I will tell you one thing. I am not much of a conspiracy theorist. I don't believe in this Fulanization, Christianization, Islamization thing. But if people convince, let's say if Northerners convince Tinubu to pick Babachir Lawal or Yakubu Dogara or Boss Mustafa as vice president, I can tell you categorically that I will believe that there's a Fulanization agenda in this country. Because it's deliberate, they want Tinubu to lose. Because this is the most obvious thing in the world. I just gave you example now. Okay, Wike is on the ballot. Goodluck Jonathan is on the ballot. Because you have to understand, Atiku is the most powerful politician in northern Nigeria, without even any doubt. Period. Konkoso is the most popular, grassroots kind of person in northern Nigeria. Period. And APC support base is mostly in the north, and especially with the emergence of Obi, the south, Tinubu cannot win convincingly in the south. Okay, he has to win in the north to become president. So if you want to win in the north, how can you win when you are competing against Atiku, when you are contesting against Tinubu, and then you go and pick a candidate whose constituency is 15%, and you pray and hope that amongst this 15% you get half? You know, this is not a political decision that you can take. This is not really even an option. So if they had convinced Tinubu to do that, I would believe that there's an agenda for Atiku to win.
Wow, I mean, coming from you, so I'm guessing, I know Atiku is popular, but I didn't know it was that hugely popular in the north. So then, in retrospect, then we can say that Tinubu did very well. Then, because Atiku did not like wipe Tinubu with the floor. I mean, it was right there, almost neck and neck in most of these states. So Tinubu did very well.
Oh man, see, a lot of people, like when they are commenting about the North, they say, "Oh, we Northerners, we vote for our own, we don't." But really, there's no evidence to suggest that. I'm telling you, Atiku, there's nobody, no politician comes close to Atiku in terms of power in the North. Yes, a lot of people don't like him. Yes, but he's the most powerful. Okay, and a lot of even Tinubu supporters and Southwesterners, they don't really appreciate what happened in that past election. Just imagine. Just imagine what happened. I'll give you an example. Tinubu is the most powerful politician in Southwest. Do you agree with that at least?
Oh yeah, sure.
100%. 100%.
Okay. Imagine a northerner, let's say Atiku, defeating Tinubu or getting 50-50 votes in Southwest against Tinubu. Do you think that's
not possible? No,
that's not possible, right? So this is what happened in the North, actually. This is what happened in the North. Tinubu, if you see, in the Northwest, Tinubu won. In the Northeast, Atiku won. In the North Central, Tinubu won as well. So if you just consider the 19 northern states, actually Tinubu is almost 50-50, but Tinubu won by a slight number of votes. Okay? In the Northeast as well, Tinubu won.
Can I ask you a question, Mohammed? This is yeah. You know, oftentimes I've listened to they talk about suppression of votes, and I scratch my head to see where in core north somebody stole their votes from. And we had one of them the other day talking about Obi got the required numbers.
Why? Which one? You say rational mind. Don't say one of them.
He said
why are you afraid?
In Sokoto and Bonu, Obi got the required numbers there. So I'm trying to, because you are from there, maybe I'm missing something.
No, it said Sokoto that Obi won a lot of votes in Sokoto, but they gave the votes.
He said the votes were suppressed. I think that's the word he used, suppressed the votes.
No, he said they switched. They said they switched the vote for Tinubu. That's what he said.
Yeah, so and then because you're from that part of the country, I'm trying to, like, how was the enthusiasm towards? Was there any, like, this momentum? Was it there for B, or that to help me out here? I'm trying to figure out what was the feeling of the North towards him.
See, I'm from Borno. I was born and raised there. These are my people. I know what they think. I can interpret their silence.
Yeah.
These are my people. I know everything about them. See, in Borno State, 25% of the people, I'm telling you, have not even heard of Peter Obi. Forget whether they vote for him or not vote for him. Nobody knows him. See, this obedience, my problem with them is that really they and even their head Obi, his biggest problem is that they really do not understand Northern Nigeria at all. That's why they make blunders there. See,
Mohammed, the question Babati is asking.
Yeah, sorry?
The question Babati is asking is even too far. In my village in Oshun, who knows Obi in my village in Oshun? Don't go to the north.
See, but Tinubu, see, let me tell you, I told Dr. Damages on their show, I told him when I first joined, I told him, look, I was 5, 6, 7 years old, but I knew who Tinubu was. My mother used to tell me, oh, there were a lot of thugs under the bridge in Lagos, and the Tinubu transformed them and brought them into mainstream them, and they are the ones now working and keeping the peace in Lagos and things like that. I was 5, 6, 7 years old boy. I knew who Tinubu was. But I've never heard of Peter Obi until 2019 when Atiku took him as vice president. Nobody knows him. For example, I asked on Dr. Damaja, I asked them, you guys think that, oh, we know Obi, but we don't want to. Nobody has heard of him. Nobody knows him. I told him, do you know the governor of Jigawa State 8 years ago? Nobody knows him. I said, okay, exactly. So we don't know some governor of Anambra 8 years ago. And just because he popped up in 2019, nobody knows him. See, forget whether or not people vote for him. I'm telling you, 25% of our people have never heard of him. The only reason even the Christians know him because Peter Obi, very quietly, all his campaign was this. He will go to the north, he will go to Borno now, then go to southern Borno, where there's a local government bill, like 50% of them are Christian. Go to church and do his things and then just come out. He went like 2 or 3 times, I was told. Nobody knows even he is there. He will go to a church and just do his campaign and leave. You go to Kano, you go to Sabangari, there's a place, Sabangari, where there are a lot of Igbos, you know, France Road, it's called. And he will go there, do his thing in a church, and he will leave. So the Christians were able to know him because he was frequenting churches. Because of that, I'm telling you, nobody knows him. Forget, it's a fast stretch to even say, oh, people.
But Mohammed,
so where is the stolen mandate coming from, Mohammed? The mandate that they now stole. I don't know where is it.
Yeah.
Mohammed, you are even going far. In Southwest, in my whole region,
yeah,
in my own local government, Kaduna local government, nobody knew about Peter Obi. Nobody.
Exactly.
In the
exactly.
South.
Nobody knows him. And even this obedience, I met 2 PhD students in 2 different countries. Obedience, okay? When I told them that, look, you guys, you say Obi, but even Obi, he came to the limelight only because Atiku picked him in 2019. I'm telling you, this is in 2 different universities and 2 different locations. PhD students, both of them. They told me, oh, they don't even know that Obi was Atiku's vice president in 2019. Imagine this dying hard obedience. They think Obi is the best thing that happened to the world, but they didn't even know him before 2019. These are Igbo people, I'm telling you. So how do you think my people from Bama local government will? They never heard of him. Forget 25%. But I'll just give you an anecdote. My wife's grandmother, a woman in a village in Katsina, way there. On the day that they gave the ticket to Tinubu, APC gave the ticket to Tinubu. You know, there was congestion and all. They were speaking on the phone. You know, they couldn't go to work because of this and that and that. And she was in their village. Then they said because of the convention that's happening for APC, she said yes. She heard on radio that Tinubu had emerged. She said, of course, she said we'll go and line up and vote for him. You know, this way before any Muslim or anything. Just Tinubu had emerged, and Atiku had already emerged that time. This woman lives in a village 2 hours
Can you
away
imagine
from
that
Katsina.
old woman behaving like that?
I think generally in the northern part of Nigeria, there's a huge support for Tinubu also. If not,
Yes,
it wouldn't have been so competitive with Atiku like that.
Tinubu on his own is a very, very popular person in the north. Forget it.
He really sold
It's
himself.
very popular. You will find, see, that's why you will not find one Atiku supporter in the north that will come out and complain that Tinubu is the president. Nobody. Even if they support Atiku, they will
So,
tell Tinubu any day.
Mohammed, help me out here. You know,
Yeah.
so many times on television, especially on Arise News, Daniel Buhala comes on television or came on television and said, "Look, I mean, he was so confident. Like, look, Buhari's 12 million votes is guaranteed for Atiku. That it's a sure thing. There's no way, you know, Tinubu has a chance. That the 12 million votes that Buhari's always had since he was running for the presidency, Atiku was going to get everything." Why do you think such a person with high up there when it comes to politics, at least insider, would think that the entire 12 million votes for Buhari will go to Atiku?
Okay, so you have to understand something. You know, when Daniel Bola was a staunch APC supporter, when they did the APC picked Kashim Shettima, that's when he switched. So someone from a party, from a political party, his job is to say these kind of things, not necessarily he believes it. Okay, Daniel Bola knows that what he's saying, that one is not true. You know, it's but even Atiku, he made, so forget, discount people who are from a political party, you know, that are saying this kind of things. He has said things that contradicted this many times before, you know, before he jumped to PDP. So don't take this kind of things seriously. Don't think that he believes these things. And Daniel Bola has also said that Atiku, the Muslim will affect Tinubu more than, sorry, yeah, what did he say? Yeah, he said some things about Southwest because the Pentecostal pastors, most of them are from Southwest. Because of that, Tinubu might even lose Southwest or something like that. He has said many things. So because he's a politician, don't take
Well,
that.
I didn't believe when he said it for sure, but if he had said something like, "No, Atiku is going to get 60% of the votes or 65%," okay, that's more palatable, and I was like, okay, that's fine. But he was so confident that it appears that he had like inside information. I mean, that I think he even said it that maybe some APC big wigs in the north would turn against Tinubu and go for Atiku. I mean, he was talking like he had inside information that the Tinubu had no chance up in the north.
Yeah, I had that interview actually, but the thing is this: this election for Northerners is the election that they are not passionate about at all. We predicted when we talk amongst ourselves, we know that the turnout is going to be very low this election in the north, because it's not like Jonathan versus Buhari in 2015, where they clearly have passion for one side and they loathe the other side. It's not like that. This election, I can tell you, of the people that I've talked to, dozens, nobody has flip-flopped one time or the other. Oh, Atiku. Oh, Tinubu. Kai, Konkoso. Oh, Tinubu. Almost everybody has changed their mind one way or the other on this election because they are not passionate on anyone. See, they like Konkoso, but they know you know.
Is it part of is it part of their lack of passion was due to the fact that they know in their hearts that the rotation, that the presidency needs to go to the south? Do you think that's a factor?
Yeah, that can be a factor, but honestly, it's not a big, huge factor. See, the propaganda about Tinubu actually is not a propaganda that he's old, that he cannot even hold his peace or something like those propaganda that was being. It was very effective. I'm telling you, people say Tinubu is too old. Atiku, what went against him is you will find a lot of people who don't like Atiku at all, who will never vote for him. You will find a lot of people like that. But most people that will not go for Tinubu is either because they will say he's too old or this and that. But you're right. There's this element. Okay, for APC members, yes, you're right. That played a huge role. I can tell you one of my friends. Before the election, I did not support Tinubu. Because what all I was thinking was this guy will disgrace us on the international stage. That's the only thing I'm thinking. One of my friends convinced me. He's an APC guy. He's very popular on Twitter. We were talking.
Mohammed, is it fair for the presidency to come back to the south? Are you in that line?
Yeah, of course. But you have to understand that that's not what.
So why don't you support Tinubu then? I don't say I'm not forcing you to support Tinubu, but Tinubu could have been the. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because
I'm not against him. I'm not against him. But what I said was, for me, the fact that I travel a lot. All I was thinking is this guy. I'm just imagining him in the United Nations, or I just say, Kai. That was the only thing I was thinking about.
Falling asleep,
exactly. Things like that
on the stage.
But one thing that my friend told me, we spoke for like 2 hours. He was trying to convince me to come. He's from Katsina as well, from Ingawa local government. He told me this. He said, he told me, I'm thinking about this in the wrong way. Think about what is good for Nigeria. What is good for Nigeria? Focus on Nigeria, not international stage or something. He told me, look, we have been president for 8 years. And now, if for example, Atiku or we support Atiku and he wins, for example, how's that going to look? Southwest supported us and we became president. Now, at the time that we're supposed to support them, we consider other factors. He said that he knows all the problems that Tinubu has. It's not that he's saying Tinubu has no problems, but he's a party guy. He's thinking about it in terms of what is good for the stability of Nigeria. I mean, that thing stuck with me. That's what made me come around. But I can tell you before the election, I was not enthusiastic about any candidate. I was okay today. Atiku has this problem. This has most Northerners were like this. But and also you have to remember one of the remarkable things about Tinubu's performance. You have to remember that APC has underdelivered. Almost everybody can grant that. If you look at it in terms of party, APC has not much going for it. So it's really Tinubu. It's really Tinubu that it's because it's Tinubu. That's why if it were any other candidate, they will not win this election. Even forget it. Osinbajo, Amechi, nobody can defeat Atiku.
So
nobody.
They were hoping for Osinbajo, right? That's because they will have lost.
Man,
they will have lost.
That's why I said if any candidate other than, because Tinubu on his own is a popular candidate. That's what I'm telling you. If you take a vote between just Atiku and Tinubu in the north, it's going to be close. Because there are many people who don't like Atiku because of some of the things that he see. This is what Northerners they hold against Atiku. They said he has been vice president. He has done nothing for us. That's what many people say. He has done nothing for us. He has been vice president. He's just elitist. And there was one time he came out. He was saying, people are saying, oh, they talked about him about the poor people. He said, that God does not even answer the prayers of poor people now. Or if that is the case, it's this kind of that's what he said. People don't forget this thing.
Sorry. Can I ask you? Remember when that girl that was killed, whatever, came up and
Deborah?
Yes. How much do you think that played into people further hating him? So I know that it was removed. He removed the tweet, but how much do you think people got angry in the north?
No, you mean? Okay, yeah. The Christians in the north, they held that against him, of course. But for the Muslims, I'm telling you that's not on something he did on. I don't remember. I'm not on Twitter, so I don't know the full. So what did he do exactly?
He said something about maybe the way that thing transpired, but it took the tweet down after.
No. That really is not. It's not the main issue. The main issue for Atiku was that he's this kind of elitist kind. He's not a grassroots person. You understand?
Like a kind of like a Buhari.
Yeah, he's not like Buhari or Konkos. He's not a grassroots person. And he has said things like that. When they talk that he's insensitive kind of to poor people.
Mohammed, between that grassroots and elitist, where do you put that?
See, in the north, grassroots is what works for you. You should help people. That's it. If you are not helping people, you are gone.
No, is that a grassroots or elitist?
Sorry?
Is that will be that
is none. Is none.
See, guys, that's what I'm saying. That these Obi people, they don't understand the north at all. See, Peter Obi on his own, can even get more votes than that or something in the north. But that is nothing. Let me tell you, zero. See, if Peter Obi had picked me,
the man lost his own polling vote.
What?
The man lost his own polling vote.
He will lose. I'm not convinced that even his family members voted for Obi.
Really? Mohammed, you're a wicked man. You're a wicked
proposition. Man. See, they think that simply because they bring a northerner, that will make people vote. See, they say he's the owner of Base University. I've been to that university. I know many people, my cousins are in that university, but they have never heard of him. Even people who go to his university have never heard of him. This is not, that person cannot get you any votes. Like, forget it. Peter Obi, the votes that he got are for Peter Obi. I don't think this dirty even gave him 100 votes.
Yeah, so quickly, let me say your friend's rationale to why you should vote for Tinubu. That's why a lot of people think highly of the Northerners, because we expect the people in the North, when they say something to abide by it. And I think you guys, for the most part, you're fair in your dealings. So
my friend, I just sorry to interrupt. My friend is hardcore. He's an APT guy, okay? But don't think that's the reason why Tinubu got that many votes. It will be misleading to think. For APC people, yes. But for common people, I'm telling you, they voted for Tinubu because they voted for Tinubu.
Yes, I also support that one because
has
already helped a lot of common people there too.
He helped a lot of people.
Money, do this,
because the Northerners, you do appreciate when somebody does something for you, and also your words are binding. I think your words are more binding than other parts of Nigeria.
Exactly. So let me tell you what that my friend said again. You know, when they after I've spoken with him about this, when they started doing that Naira policy thing, that guy was furious. He said that they want Tinubu to lose because of this. He told me, if Tinubu will become president today and rain fire on the north, you will still vote for him. If Tinubu will become president today, and deal with the whole of the north, still he will vote for him. See, if they are doing this because they want to stop them from voting for him, that wallahi yace da yace wallahi in zai gallaza mana azaba sai na zabe shi. I forgot the rest of the thing, but you
You
can
don't
get it.
vex, so you don't vex, so.
No. I'm telling you what he said. I'm telling you what he said. That's what he told me. That my friend. See, so even this Naira thing, and it further put people to go and vote for him. You understand? So what I'm trying to say is that people in politics don't go for simplistic answers. I know that the rotation of power and all is something reasonable, but people who just wake up in the morning, go and line up for 3 hours to vote. Okay, equity, fairness, and justice. Let's vote for Southern. That's not what's on their mind. They will vote for people who they want. APC people, yes, and they're like 40 million APC registered APC members in the north. So the APC people, I can tell you, and the governors and the head leaders of APC, the kind of work that they did for Tinubu, they didn't even do 50% of that for Buhari. They did really, really a lot, like the Erufais and the Gandujes and people like that. They really, really worked hard for Tinubu. I can tell you, it goes to what Prince Daddy was saying, that they wanted to keep their word. They wanted to keep.
But
They really, really worked hard for
Mohammed,
Tinubu.
are you
Yeah.
listening to the conspiracy theory that some people, even on this platform, that they are saying that it's Tinubu that was behind the problem that Erufai has in his ministerial nomination? Did you share that sentiment also?
I heard that, but for me, I've not heard enough to convince me that Tinubu is behind what Erufai is going through. What I think is more likely is that there are people, especially people like Ribadu, and some people have even said Kashim Shatima, that they feel Erufai is threatening to them, that if Erufai is in the government and if he performs, which most people expect he will, probably that he's going to challenge them in elections.
So
It's
you
politics.
think that they're
Going on.
already thinking of 2030,
So,
2031?
but Tinubu, personally, I don't think that he doesn't want Erufai. I think he wants Erufai in his government. But the problem that Tinubu has, the fault that I will give Tinubu on this is that I'm just afraid that this cabalism is going to continue from Buhari to Tinubu. For the president not to even know some of this is some kind of petition or security report. For me personally, I think Ribadu is the most behind it, based on what people have told me, and it's part of this modus operandi.
But they are friends now, Mohammed. They are friends now. Are they not friends?
They were actually. Have you read Erufai's book, The Accidental Public Servant? Have you read that?
No.
Yeah, it's a fantastic book. I recommend you highly must read it. It was
Mohammed, my question to you is that, is it because it's not a foregone something? Do you think that there's a chance that El-Rufai will come back again and may be the minister?
No. See, I don't think he will come back. If I were him, I will not come back. Because what you have to understand, El-Rufai has always said that he wants to go and further his studies. Tinubu is the one who is pushing him. He must stay. But when he saw that there are people working against him, and you have to understand, as a minister, if you don't have political support, there's not much you can get done. You don't have power in your hands. The president and the presidency has to support you.
In that case, I'll put the blame on Tinubu, because if I want this man, nobody's going to stop me. I am the
exactly.
So,
I don't think that's why I said the problem that I think Tinubu has. I'm worried that cabalism is going to continue. Yeah.
Can't you just look at it this way? Look at it this way. The Tinubu also is watching is watching that and is looking at 2027 also. So if he has to sacrifice one person for a lot of people, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but this is a clandestine kind of thing. See, they send this security report to Scotland El-Rufai's name. If El-Rufai had really wanted the job, like he wants to stay, probably he can even Tinubu can impress upon them to make him stay. But the thing is, once they started their shenanigans, El-Rufai saw the signal and he ran away. Okay, he has always wanted to move. So it's not if he had stayed and if he had fought for it, he would probably have gotten it. But that will not help because this power ministry that we're talking about, there's a lot of cabalism going on there. No, he has to step on toes a lot to get things done.
And we
You
need
understand?
people like him, to be frank.
And,
Yeah, we really need him to do that. We need
oh man,
people.
see, El-Rufai, see, he's the best really we have in the north. There's not even a compare because in Nigeria, this is a country where if you catch a thief, he's stealing, and everybody knows he's stealing. His people will send you delegation and say, "This is our son. We're forgiving him," and things like that. So you cannot get things done.
They forgive the thief. They forgive the thief.
It has happened before. It has happened before in this country. It has happened in the north. It has happened in the south. I'm telling you, he stole billions. They'll say, "Yes, we know, but he's our son. He stole our money. We're forgiving him."
What happened?
Mohammed, when Bori came from London from jail, they took Ashwebi in the stadium, welcoming him.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So in this country, you cannot get anything done without being ruthless. And El-Rufai is the quintessential kind of person. He doesn't care. So when he stopped, have you seen some of the malams that from Kaduna that sent Tinubu not to confirm him? Have you seen that news? Do you know what happened? So there's this sheikh in Kaduna, Tairu Bauchi. He's a big malam, you know. He's the head of the Tariqa movement in Nigeria. He was at least before Sanusi Lamido took over. So it's like he's the spiritual head of at least 50% of Muslims in Nigeria. So he has this Al-Majris and all this in his place in Kaduna. I know that place very well. I used to pray there. So El-Rufai stopped them from doing something and they were continuing. He sent tear gas and all this and, you know, chased away those Al-Majris. So this guy is ruthless, you know. El-Rufai is ruthless. So
on the flip side, Mohammed, I think El-Rufai also shot himself on the foot also. There's some saying of it in a very complex and like a country like Nigeria. Some of his statements are also suspect somehow. Because Nigerian people, because of religion and so many other factors, some of the sayings from him is not good. But at the end of the day, I blame Tinubu for everything. Because
I agree. But by the way, have you listened to
him easily?
Sorry.
But you are the one that begged for his service. You begged, and everybody saw it on national TV in public domain. I think if I were Tinubu, I would just say, okay, let the sleeping dog lie. I will appeal to the Mulan and let him just be minister for 4 years. And after 4 years, if I come back again, I ease him out. Then it's fine. Or maybe become a minister after 2 years, I ease him out. So whatever. But the first thing is that Tinubu is not known for a person not keeping his word.
Yeah, that's true. But have you listened to the video that people are commenting about what El-Rufai said?
I did not listen. I just read some aspect of news.
So probably I will send you. You should listen because see, he said some insensitive things there, but I think it was blown out of proportion. Because I listened to it, I was like, "What is it? What they are saying?" So should I send it to you people so you can see it or something? You should see it first.
You can send it in the comment section. Yeah,
you should first see it because all the people that I've seen that have commented have not seen it even. When I saw it, I was like, really? Like, you understand? So I can summarize what he said for you, but so he started. I will send it. Let me actually send the video first before. I don't know if I will be logged out if I go out.
No, don't even bother to send it. We are almost shutting down. We prolonged the section because of you.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So just start. I think just start.
I'm shutting it down in the next 2 minutes. We have to carve it under 10 hours.
Okay, sorry.
Okay,
Just
last question,
Erufai,
lastly.
Middle Belt time, Middle Belt Times. There's a very excellent one. It was done by Christian. So Middle Belt Time, Erufai comment or something. You see, it's a very good. It's on YouTube. Just search on YouTube. Middle Belt Times, Erufai comment, religious, whatever. You will see that video. So you just watch it and probably you can comment on it tomorrow or something. So people have
Okay.
you just see it first. Yeah, you can ask the question. Sorry.
Okay, lastly, real quick, to Mohammed and anybody else quickly. So, what do you think Nigeria would have looked like with Atiku emerging as the president? Meaning, 8 years of a northern presidency and another 4 to 8 years of Atiku, a northern presidency.
Oh man, that would have been destabilizing for the country. I told you that's really what made me, come around. So for Nigeria to be stable, I don't think with Atiku president it will be stable. Atiku is very like he's very like prepared for the job. He knows what he's doing. But in Nigeria, I think this rotation of power, north and south, I think we should maintain it. Although I don't believe that it should be micro, zoned, but I think it should be done generally to the north and south. I think that tradition we should keep it. At least,
Yeah, I think that
yeah,
is fair. That is fair, Mohammed. That
yeah,
is fair.
yeah.
Yeah, but
The reason why I don't like micro zoning, I don't
yeah.
like micro zoning for one reason, because if we
Why?
do that, we're going to entangle ourselves to, for example, sometimes you will have, for example, way better candidate in one region of the south than another. And then if we microzone, we're going to have, chaos in our hand. Sometimes we're going to deny the country of good leader just because he's from some bad region. For example, if I ask you, for example, right now, give me a good presidential material from the North Central, like, I mean, we can find one or two, but I don't think they're better than the ones in some other regions. So
Other
that's what I'm
regions.
saying.
Yes.
Yeah. So generally zone to the north, generally zone to the south. I think we should maintain that. Otherwise, Nigeria is not going to be stable. And I think that's why that's one of the reasons why really I had to forgo this in a United Nations things that I've been thinking about and come around. Anyway,
Yeah,
thank you very much.
I wonder what Nigeria would have been like, because if Atiku did not have this G5 problem, it was really close to the presidency, quite frankly, and I think that would have been that would have really shaken Nigeria in its core, because
Yeah.
I don't think we're ready for another presidency after Buhari for another 4 8 more years. I think that would have been something else.
I agree.
Prince,
I agree. Really, I agree with that.
Thank God we
And
don't have.
and especially the southwesterners, the Yorubas, they would not have liked that at all. Because of the fact that they supported Buhari for 2 terms. Tinubu was quite patient. He supported Buhari twice. I don't think that if he didn't win, I don't think he's going to take it lightly. So that's why I actually like the fact that Tinubu. I mean, he has faults, we all know, but it's better that he's the president. Actually, it's better. That's what I was saying. That's what I was
Oh,
saying.
thank you, everyone. We have to go now. Mohammed,
Yeah.
thank you so much. We almost shut it down, but
Yeah.
I think you lightened up the section at the end of the tale. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank
Thank you.
you very
Yeah,
much. Thank you. So just final appeal, guys. Please watch the video. Just Middle Belt Times, Erufai comments or something. Just type that on YouTube. You see the video. Watch it first
Yeah.
before you comment about it. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
No problem. Yeah, God bless you all. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, General
Yeah,
Thomas.
thank you,
Thank you. Yeah.
Simba. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Baba T. Pay my money. Yeah.
The one that you were firing people today on the platform. I saw you. Firing people.
Baba T now.
I will not come here again if you shut me down. What is Thomas?
They were just talking on each other, and I didn't kick only him out. I kick Fansat. I kick even Enigmatic himself. I wasn't partial. He said he's not coming back. I said, we are not going to miss you if you don't come. We are not going to miss you. No, we are not going to miss you. People can't be talking like barbarians. No, we are not barbarians. Calm down. But you want your own voice to be heard. You don't want the other voices to be heard. That is not fair. I kick Bansat out. I kick Enigmatic out. I kick himself out. 3 of them. I wasn't partial. Enigmatic is the Yoruba. You can say no. I kick him out. I kick Passat out. I kick himself out.
One more time, I will not come here again.
One man ló máa ń pọ́n jẹ̀bẹ̀ lákìsà tí ó bá wá mọ́ kí ló fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ ṣé won't we move on? We are having a good intellectual discourse now. He's not here. Are we not having our discussion? We are not going to miss anybody. Nobody is an island. Babati, if I'm not here today, the platform will still continue. One man is not here now. Are we not continue the platform? So forget about it. I will not come back here. That's just the empty threat to me. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that guy is. Let me keep quiet. I have my reservation for him. Thank you, everyone.
Okay,
yeah,
Babati, see you later.
See you.
All right.
See you guys. Yeah. The Prince Daddy, thank you so much. You were quiet all through. You just came out. It was very intellectual. With
I was listening to the background, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that's why we always invite people should come from all walks of life. You are Usa Kanori, you are anybody, our answers are open to everyone. And you can see what Muhammad even enlightened us. All what he said, I don't even know. I don't know much about what he said now, but he did not.
Yeah, we get to learn a lot. Yeah,
John. Yeah, quite a lot. Quite a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. See you guys tomorrow. Yeah. God bless you. Yeah. Oh yeah, we have come to the end of the section again. Yeah. One man will say another day, another dollar. This another day, another dollar. We don't even envisage that will be reaching 10 hours, but our discussion here is very organic. We just move with the flow. So that is the flow tonight. Thank you guys. May God bless you all. I said peace. Carry the conversation in the conversation. I say peace. Thank you guys. We can't live without playing songs.
By the time you start this production I'm talking, it must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy, and we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
Country people, make una come here to Country people, make una come here to say Dino carry money, give talk, say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk, say make I go to prepare for 2019. Olo Maje. They say meet them for Airport Road, Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know? Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. I know. Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know? G1 GYD máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. We know GYD máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ yàyà. You yàyà. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ. Yẹ́yẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ o. Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.